Ice hockey will never be the same, and the streets of Washington, D.C. are jubilant, celebrating the new record holder for career goals. Alex Ovechkin is the pride of the town. Fans are lined up around the block here in Washington, D.C., outside the Capital One Arena. They're hoping for a chance to meet the new record breaker. Do you think there can be a U.S.-Russia hockey game soon?
I hope so. That'd be amazing.
Yeah, you think Ovi can make it happen?
I believe in miracles.
Yeah. Well, President Trump wants to set up a Russia-U.S. hockey game as part of the negotiations. Have you heard?
I would love that.
Yeah?
I think it can happen.
Trump wants to set up a U.S.-Russia hockey game as part of the negotiations.
Oh, sounds like an exciting game. I think everyone would love to watch.
Yeah, well, you think Ovi can help make it happen? He's Russian.
Who knows? I think it's a political game, but, the players have a lot of influence, but it'd be a great game to watch.
Yeah, you'd like to see it, huh?
I'd love to see it. Why not?
Yeah, you think sports can bring Americans and Russians together?
In a peaceful way, yeah.
Now you'll see Ovechkin's jersey number all over the auditorium. He's number 8, and they've decided to make that into a meme for great. Do you think there's going to be a U.S.-Russia game?
I don't know.
Would you like to see one?
I don't know.
Part of the peace talks, Trump wants to set up a Russia-U.S. game.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it'd be exciting.
You think it would be a good thing?
Yeah, I think it'd be exciting.
You think Ovi can help make it happen?
I'm sure if anybody could, he could.
But right here in the arena, we have on display the actual goal through which the record was broken. This is where goal 895 was scored. You think there might be a U.S.-Russia hockey game soon?
Hopefully.
Yeah, you think Ovi can help make it happen?
You can do anything.
Okay. Now, would you like to see that game? Trump wants to set one up as part of the negotiations.
Whatever Ovi wants, I guess we can do.
Yeah. You think things could improve with hockey?
Yeah, hockey's a great way to bring us all together.
Yeah, Ovi's Russian, right? I mean, and it's a way of bringing Russians and Americans together with sports.
Yeah, all people across the whole world.
Well, President Trump is talking about a Russia-U.S. hockey game as part of the negotiation process. So, you think you're optimistic? You think it can happen?
I don't know. You never know. If it's gonna happen, it's gonna be from Ovi.
To my mom, my family, my beautiful wife, my beautiful kids, thank you. I love you so much.
Now, the GOAT is not here because Ovechkin is bad. It's here because he is the greatest of all time. Do you think there's going to be a U.S.-Russia game?
When?
Well, that Trump wants to have a U.S.-Russia game soon as part of the negotiations.
Okay.
You think that's going to happen?
Anytime soon, probably not. I don't know.
You think Ovi could help make it happen?
I have no idea.
Okay. Would you like to see one?
A U.S.-Russia game? Who would play in the Russia game?
Well, the United States would have a team, and the Russians would have a team.
Well, okay.
Would that be something you'd like to see?
Not necessarily.
Okay.
Yeah.
What do you think? I mean, Ovi is Russian. You think he could make it happen?
I don't know if we can make it happen. I don't know. It's a complicated geopolitical question right now. So it's not entirely clear whether or not an athlete has the ability to make something like that happen or not.
Well, we did it with ping pong with China.
That was a long time ago.
Yeah. Well, Trump wants to do it with hockey.
Trump wants to do a lot of things that don't make sense.
It's going to be a game with Russia. Celebrations continue here in Washington, D.C. now that Alex Ovechkin of the Washington Capitals holds the world record for career goals in ice hockey. Well, we had the opportunity to speak with him and ask him about the global implications of his victory and the potential for talks with Russia and peace.
What do you think the possibility of a U.S.-Russia game soon would be?
Answer in English or
English, please.
English? I don't know. It's an interesting thing, but you should ask NHL and KHL about this because the schedule-wise, it's
difficult, but how I said, it's interesting. But now it's like I don't know all the details, and I don't know how it's gonna be.
Would you play in such a game?
Well, I would love to if I'm gonna have a spot.
Right, because the history of sports diplomacy, what was done with ping
Pong in China and other things, I mean, this could be pivotal in changing the course of world events.
Yeah, but how I said, I don't know all the details, and I don't know when it's gonna happen, and it's hard to answer.
Hey, can you sign? Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Are you hopeful for peace with Russia?
Huh?
Are you hopeful for peace with Russia? A better relationship between the United States and Russia?
For sure.
And do you feel like the media, the way they talk about Russia? Many are looking with hope and inspiration at Alex Ovechkin, not just because of what he's accomplished as a record-breaking athlete, but because he's got the potential to help bring the world closer together and ensure peace. Caleb Maupin, Washington, D.C. When Jesus was healing people on the Sabbath, the local Jewish leaders confronted Jesus about it, and they said, "How dare you heal people on the Sabbath? One of the most important rules of Judaism is to observe the Sabbath and never work on the Sabbath. So healing people on the Sabbath is unacceptable." And Jesus told the Hebrew scholars, he said, the Sabbath was created for man. Man was not created for the Sabbath. In addition to that, at one point, Jesus was confronted by the local Jewish leaders, and they asked him which of the 10 commandments was the most important. He said the most important commandments are to love your God with all your heart and soul, and love your neighbor as yourself. And that is the essence of what the prophets of Judaism were saying. And it seems like the solid difference between the movement that was started by Jesus and the traditional religion of Judaism that existed in his day was that one was concerned about details. One was concerned about, observing the Sabbath, circumcision, which of the letters of the law you followed, the law of Leviticus, the law of the Old Testament. Whereas the message of Jesus was to love one's neighbor as oneself and to honor and obey God, and that he was focused on the primary message, the essence of the teaching of the Hebrew prophets, while the Pharisees and the others of his time, they were focused on the details, and they had forgotten the actual principles. They did not love their neighbors as themselves. They were not honoring God, and instead they were focused on the details, but they had lost the essence. Well, that's the Marxist movement of today. For me, being a Marxist or a socialist or a communist, for me, it always meant opposing the global system of imperialism, where big banks and corporations dominate the world and make themselves rich by keeping the world poor. In addition to that, Marxism, to me, always meant that we should have a rationally organized economy so that human growth and creativity could be unleashed to even higher levels, and we could reach that ultimate goal of a stateless, classless world of vast abundance, the higher stage of communism. Now, I still believe in those things, but I no longer call myself a communist because communists overwhelmingly do not believe in these things. They have lost the essence of Marxism. They stand with the U.S. government against Russia and China. They don't believe in economic growth. They don't believe in a planned economy. But they claim that because they quote Marx, because they march around with red flags or whatever, that they are the real communists. And we, who are doing what is in the revolutionary essence of Marxism, opposing imperialism.
The global imperialist system is oppressing people across the planet, and it's also oppressing people right here. We are against the imperialist system. We are for a new America where working families have what they need and growth and innovation is promoted beyond the rule of profiteers.
Support sending billions of taxpayer dollars to Nazis in Ukraine to start a nuclear war with Russia. China is not our enemy.
I need you to leave, please, ma'am.
China is not our enemy. Russia's not our enemy.
Walk out, please.
No more money for rich men's wars.
Who needs our heroes? Houthis are heroes. Houthis are heroes.
And we want to see peace not just with North Korea, but with Russia, with China, with many countries around the world. It is outrageous that billions of dollars is being spent on prolonging the war in Ukraine when our people can't get relief in North Carolina.
They claim that we are not the real communists. Well, you know, after a while, the followers of Jesus Christ eventually decided to stop fighting to say that they were the true Jews and to just call themselves a new movement. They called themselves Christians. In order to preserve what the Hebrew prophets had stood for, they had to break with this legalistic, phony movement that spoke in their name. And that's where we're at, right? In order to oppose imperialism and build the movement that is desperately needed to oppose imperialism here in the United States, and in order to unleash human creative power and raise living standards so we can reach that ultimate goal of a stateless, classless world, we have to stop associating with communists, because communists no longer believe in that. And if you do believe in that, they will persecute you. The so-called communists of this world that are propped up by the old order, just like the Jewish leaders that persecuted Jesus were propped up by the Roman Empire, they will persecute you, right? There's a reason that the Communist Party USA has been set up, and that's to persecute people who believe in the genuine revolutionary essence of communism. There is a reason that certain people have come to dominate social media, and that is to persecute people who believe in the revolutionary essence of communism. So in order to build the movement that this country needs, to really oppose imperialism and to really unleash human growth and creativity, we must break with communism. Because what we believe, which is the revolutionary essence of Marxism, they no longer believe, and they control and dominate the aesthetics of Marxism. They control all the communist spaces. They control and fight to own the communist aesthetic. We have no interest in owning spaces or aesthetics. We want to build a movement to do what needs to be done. So we're not communists anymore. We're innovationists, and we're holding on to the revolutionary essence of Marxism. Okay, books by Marxists of color. One of the most educational books I ever read on the history of communism in the United States was Black Radical by Nelson Peary. Nelson Peary is an amazing writer. African-American man, was in the Communist Party USA. He fought in World War II. After World War II, he came home and he joined the Communist Party. He was kicked out of the Communist Party because he refused to abandon the Black Belt thesis. And so he eventually ended up starting a Maoist group called the Communist Labor Party. Nelson Peary is one of my favorite writers. Nelson Peary wrote a very good book called The Future is Up to Us, which is about the computer revolution and the implications of the computer revolution for socialism. Amazing guy. So if you're looking for an amazing African-American writer from a communist perspective, Nelson Peary is very good. Now, there's another writer, a little bit older than Nelson Peary, but from a similar background. It's a guy named Harry Haywood. And Harry Haywood was a leader of something called the African Blood Brotherhood. And this was an armed self-defense group during the 1920s of African Americans who fought against the Klan. And the African Blood Brotherhood eventually merged into the Communist Party. And so Harry Haywood published an autobiography. It's called Black Bolshevik. And it is his memoir of being a leader of the Communist Party in the 1930s, eventually getting kicked out of the Communist Party and becoming a Maoist in the 1970s. It's very good. It's a very, very good memoir. Also, there's a very good book by, Ben Davis. Benjamin Davis was a Communist Party member who was on the New York City Council in the 1940s. He was on the New York City Council, Benjamin Davis, and after he was on the New York City Council, he went to federal prison for being a communist. They put him in prison for being a member of the Communist Party. And he wrote a very, very good autobiography called Communist Councilman from Harlem. So I would check that out as well. There are a number of great African-American communist writers. There are many, many. I mean, William L. Patterson, who was the man who wrote We Charge Genocide, which was a document presented at the United Nations accusing the United States of committing genocide against the African-American community. The Soviet Union gave a platform to this American communist writer to charge the United States with genocide. We Charge Genocide. And I knew old communists who would sell We Charge Genocide, this pamphlet. It was like a pamphlet written by William L. Patterson, a leader of the Communist Party, presented at the UN, would sell it on street corners. And all over the United States, Communist Party members walked up and down
the streets of black neighborhoods selling this pamphlet, "We Charge Genocide." And they would sell it for a nickel or a dime. And it was all over the United States. This document presented at the United Nations, written by an African-American communist, accusing the U.S. government of genocide. Amazing stuff. I love the speeches of Kwame Ture, right? Kwame Ture is very ideological, very ideological. He was Stokely Carmichael, later joined the Black Panthers, became Kwame Ture, started the All-African People's Revolutionary Party. Kwame Ture, the scientific socialist, I really have a lot of admiration for him. Very much a critic of imperialism, an anti-Zionist, a critic of Israel. I have a lot of admiration. I've learned a lot from Kwame Ture. Huey Newton's writings are very, very good, especially his theoretical writings. So there are many African-American communist leaders who've done amazing writing that I've learned from over the years. So thank you for asking. Very good stuff. I mean, there's actually a very interesting historian who writes on the history of American communism, Robin D.G. Kelly. And he wrote a book called Hammer and Hoe. And it was about the Communist Party of Alabama in the 1930s and how the Communist Party recruited very heavily among African Americans in the 1930s. And this book, Hammer and Hoe, is very, very good. And it's a very detailed academic history of the Communist Party's role in the black community in the 1930s in Alabama. Very good stuff. There's a very important leader of the Communist Party in the 1930s. He has one very good pamphlet that's available, "You Cannot Kill the Working Class." He was actually sentenced to death for preaching communism to the black community. Angelo Herndon was his name, Angelo Herndon. He wrote a very beautiful pamphlet called "You Cannot Kill the Working Class," which was about how he became a communist, why he was put on death row. And the Supreme Court eventually freed him. But he was on death row because in Alabama they had a law that you could not incite black people to revolution, and that was punishable by the death penalty. So he was handing out leaflets for the Communist Party, and they tried to give him the death penalty. And it talks about how the Communist Party organized to bring white workers and black workers together. Black and white, unite and fight. It's really powerful stuff. So Angelo Herndon is very amazing too.
Why a government of action and the end of liberalism? Now, for a long time, folks, the slogan that we have used for the Center for Political Innovation is, we need a government of action to fight for working families. And that has been the slogan that we've used for quite some time. And in the past, I've had people who say, well, that just sounds like random words. I can assure you these are not random words. First of all, why do I say a government of action to fight for working families? Well, that's because in the 1990s, the labor unions did polls, and they discovered that if you wanted to build up public support for things like higher wages and healthcare benefits and jobs, etc., one of the ways to do that was to refer to those who would benefit not as working people or the working class, but as working families, because family gives people a feeling of community. And if you think of a working family, you think of parents that are going out and working hard to pay their bills. You think of community coming together. Americans respond far more positively to talk of working families than they do of talk of workers or the working class. In America, everyone thinks they're in the middle class. No one thinks that they're part of the quote unquote working class. But when you say working families, people feel good about that. So basic marketing research by the labor union said, let's talk about working families. Here in New York State, they have the Working Families Party, which is like another form of the Democratic Party that has a ballot line. They have the Working Families Conference that is sponsored by the labor unions. Well, the communist groups at the time, they all denounced that because they said the term working families was somehow anti-LGBT. And that right there shows you how dumb, and absurd communist groups can be, because everybody can tell that working families is a far more marketable and persuasive term than just working class. And so when I was thinking of what slogan would I like for the movement I'm trying to build with the Center for Political Innovation, I said, we're going to talk about working families. But why did I call for a government of action? Why that? What does that even mean? A government of action? Well, that's what we're going to get into tonight, because government of action is a repudiation of liberalism, and not liberals in the sense of the Democrats and Republicans. Liberalism, the ideology that defines and drives the so-called West. And that is what we're going to talk about tonight. Why we are for a government of action and the end of liberalism. So let's first get into, what is liberalism? Liberalism is a political and philosophical worldview that celebrates individualism above all else. Liberalism is a rejection of collectivism. Liberalism is all about the individual, individual rights. It is, the government has no right to tell you what to do. You have no obligation to anybody else. Economic liberalism is the free market and capitalism. Social liberalism is your ability to just do whatever you feel like doing, not having any community obligation. The liberal government system is the democratic republic, and the liberal economic system is capitalism or the free market. The democratic republic is a government of elected individuals, and those elected individuals, they basically don't have the ability to interfere with your life. You have freedom of religion, which is a good thing. Freedom of association, freedom of speech, freedom of, all these things are good things. I'm totally all for freedom. And capitalism, or the free market, is the idea that the economy takes care of itself, that the state shouldn't intervene in the economy, etc. And this is the liberal worldview. Conservatives and Republicans in America emphasize market and economic liberalism. They believe in the free market. Democrats and the so-called liberals in American politics, they emphasize the social part of this. Your right to use drugs, your right to freedom of speech, your right to just do whatever you want to do and live according to your own rules or whatever. Liberalism is the celebration of the individual above all else, and it is the ideology upon which the so-called West, the collective West, the NATO countries, the Atlanticist countries, the colonial countries, the colonizers, the colonial powers were established. And we're going to talk about it. Liberalism, it's based on a logical fallacy. It views freedom as an eternal value disconnected from any conditions or state of development. All right? And that's the first problem with liberalism. It makes it sound like everyone was just evil until like the 1400s in Europe. And then John Locke came along and said, everyone should have the right to life, liberty, and property. And people were like, well, they should. It doesn't take into account that the reason nobody talked about freedom of speech or freedom of religion or freedom of the press or life, liberty, and property until like the 1400s in Europe was because there had not yet been the level of economic development to facilitate those rights. People were not evil in ancient Greece and Rome, and that's why they didn't have freedom. People were not evil in medieval times, and that's why they didn't have freedom. People were not evil in the Dark Ages. There had never been a level of economic development that could allow for and facilitate the level of freedom that emerged in Western societies in the 1400s, 1500s, etc. And that's a really, really important thing to understand, because the United States talks about freedom in the complete abstract. America is a good country because we have freedom of speech, we have freedom of religion, etc. And all these other countries that don't have it, well, they're just bad, and because they don't have it. And so we just need to show them the way to be good. It doesn't take into account that different countries are in different circumstances, that freedom in any society is rooted in the level of development and the conditions of that society. And that the less developed a society is, the more authoritarian it's going to be. The more developed, the more stable, then the more you're going to have freedom. And freedom is a good thing, but it doesn't exist in the abstract. And that is one of the biggest flaws in liberalism. Liberalism views freedom as an eternal value. The people living in ancient Egypt should have had the exact same level of freedom that you and I have. And the fact that they didn't, that meant the Pharaoh was evil and all of that. Well, that's fallacious. Freedom is rooted in development, right? The economic base of society. We've gone from hunter-gatherer civilization to slavery to feudalism, and with the dawn of capitalism, we started to see the beginning of civil liberties. And the feudal system had one economic form. The ancient slave systems had their economic form. The majority of human civilization was hunter-gatherer civilization, where people lived in tribes, and each of those forms has had a different political model. And as we get more development, the individual has more room to be themselves and think as they want and say what they want, etc. Freedom is not an eternal value. It's rooted in development. The second flaw in liberalism is that liberalism is always propped up by illiberalism. There is no more hypocritical ideology than liberalism, right? And I mean, our great American history is a great example of that, right? At the time that our country was being established, our leaders couldn't talk. They were espousing the liberal ideology like you wouldn't believe. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, our God-given rights and freedom. And they had slaves. Well, how does that work? Well, that's liberalism. There's always something like that going on. During the Cold War, the argument of the United States was that we have freedom. We're the great societies that have freedom. And those communists, they want to take your freedom away. And we're fighting for your freedom, while they backed all kinds of brutal authoritarian dictators like Park Chung-hee in South Korea, like Pinochet in Chile, like the dictatorship in Indonesia. I mean, like Marcos in the Philippines. There were all kinds of brutal dictators who were on our side, at the same time that our whole argument for why we were better than the communists is we have freedom. And it is always the case. Liberalism could not exist without illiberalism. There's always authoritarianism and repression and people being violated of their rights. At the same time, you have a liberal society saying, look at us, we're so great because we have our rights. And even some of the people that we can really admire. I admire, for example, Oliver Cromwell, because Oliver Cromwell broke apart feudalism in Britain, cut off the head of the King of England, was fighting for, freedom of religion and the right of people to read the Bible for themselves. But at the same time, you can't pretend that Oliver Cromwell, yes, he may have been a champion of the rights of English people, and their freedom to some degree or other. But at the same time, he wasn't, for the Irish people, and he committed genocide against the Irish people for being Catholic. You can think about Napoleon, right? Napoleon, when he was marching the ideals of the French Revolution across Europe, right? He said he was the revolution in boots. He was marching the French Revolution across Europe, and the ideals of the French Revolution, liberty, equality, fraternity, the new order, meritocracy. But then what was he doing in Haiti? And where he was a colonizer and a brutal oppressor of the Haitian people, and in the islands that were the colonies of France, where they had slavery of African people, and they brutally exterminated the indigenous people. And there's just example after example of this. Liberalism is always propped up by illiberalism, and it's not just in the past; it's currently. For example, great example, Zelensky. We are told that, the reason we must support Ukraine is a democracy. And, Russia, which is supposed to be not a democracy, an authoritarian regime, is attacking this democracy. Well, folks, I was in Russia just last March, just a year ago. I was in Russia to observe their election, which they had in line with their constitution. They haven't had an election in Ukraine. But why is Ukraine a democracy? Well, they're in the middle of a war, Caleb. They can't just have an election in the middle of a war. Oh, so does that mean the conditions that countries are in determines how much democracy and freedom they have? So you're saying that Ukraine being in the middle of a war means that they have less democratic process and freedom. So that would mean that liberalism is not an eternal value. Freedom is not an eternal value. A country can be in conditions where it doesn't have that, right? And, and when I was...
But yes, now that the spirit is set, yes, we are here gathered together, brothers and sisters together. But I think we've had some key people who's ultimately brought us together. And if you part of the CPI, part of the LAFC, you know who our special guest is here today. And so we'll be having two speakers this evening. And our first one is a very special guest. He flew all the way from New York. He is the founder for the Center of Political Innovation of CPI. He is, in addition, a journalist, a political analyst, and very recently the leader of the U.S. delegation for the World Youth Festival held in Russia just this past March. So we're honored to have him here, so let's all welcome up Caleb Wattles.
Welcome, everybody. Why don't we take this opportunity to stand up and stretch a little bit? All right. Stretch. Get yourself comfortable.
Stretch. The first step to unification. Take a stretch.
Sit down and take a deep breath. Sit down, get comfortable. We've got a lot to talk about tonight. The fact that I'm here tonight is pretty solid evidence that the world is constantly changing. Yes. And the fact that I was invited here tonight is pretty solid evidence that the world is constantly changing. Change can be scary. Change can be uncomfortable. Change can be frightening. But I've learned that if you want to find peace with the universe, you have to embrace it. You have to see the change as an exciting opportunity. I've often said, today's Friday, and I do not know what tomorrow will bring. But every Friday in my life has been followed by a Saturday. But I do know that the Saturday that comes after this Friday will be unlike any other Saturday that has ever existed before. And the Sunday that comes the next day will be unlike any other Sunday that has ever existed before. And we have to learn to embrace the world around us and see it as gradually moving toward perfection, gradually moving toward a state of beauty. And rather than fear it, understand that conflicts and changes and adjustments are necessary. It's all a necessary road toward that perfection. So with that perspective, I'm going to talk about the Korean Peninsula. I want to start out by talking about a time that I had a teacher who got it wrong. Because I was taught in school that the printing press was invented by a German guy named Johannes Gutenberg. Many people believe that the printing press was invented by Johannes Gutenberg. But a couple of years later, I had another teacher who pointed out, well, actually, the printing press wasn't invented by Johannes Gutenberg. It was actually invented by the Chinese. Marco Polo brought it to Europe when he came back from China. But then I learned when I was in college that that teacher was also wrong. That the first book, the first printed book in history, was printed in Korea in the year of 1377, 200 years before Johannes Gutenberg. And that's proof that the Korean Peninsula has been a happening place for quite some time. But there's something else that's important to talk about there. The other thing that's important to talk about is there's a reason that people remember Johannes Gutenberg and the printing press in Europe. And that's because when Johannes Gutenberg started printing indulgences for the Catholic Church, and he started printing the Bible, that was a huge game changer. Because suddenly people had access to information in ways they had never had it before. People started reading the Bible for themselves. Newspapers became available. Mass printing enlightened people in a way they had never been enlightened before. And that gave birth to all kinds of changes. You had the Protestant Reformation, you had the eventual revolutions that changed the course of history, you had the emergence of the modern world, and a change in access to information brought about a change in the course of world history. And that's very important because I think the time we're living in right now is an age where access to information is also being revolutionized. With the internet now, and social media, information is available in ways that hasn't been available before, and people are connected in ways they haven't been connected before, and people are listening to ideas they haven't heard in ways they have never done before. And that's why tonight I would like to urge people to remember something that it can be hard to remember, which is that there are two sides to every story. There are two sides to every story, and we forget that. And often the way we hear things, especially when we talk about countries like North Korea, we hear a very one-sided version of events, and it doesn't even occur to us that there's another side of the story.
Hey friends, how you doing today? I'm letting you know, the Center for Political Innovation, we are about to do, on July 12th, the biggest event that we have ever done. It will be our national gathering in Chicago on July 12th. And it's going to be really, really special. We are talking with a number of important anti-imperialist voices, a lot of different communities. There's going to be musical performances, dance performances, there's going to be great speeches, and it's going to be a whole day gathering dedicated to anti-imperialism. I am committed, and CPI has always been committed to building an in real life network of people. And we carry out real operations. We were at the inauguration of Trump with our Trump and Kim banner saying only peace can make America great again. We were on the streets of Chicago at the Democratic National Convention with a book exposing what Kamala Harris and who she really is and what she's really about, and it was really, really important. We have 1,000 copies of our book about the Houthis that are being distributed with the poster of the convention on the back to people who would never go looking for this. We are putting door hanger flyers on doors of people, again, that would never go looking for this. We're not performing and trying to make ourselves feel good. We're actually trying to build a network of people that can be anti-imperialists in America. And it's not easy to do. It's very difficult in these times to build a real in-life organization. People have their issues. We live in a very strange time, but we have to do it. And we are committed to continuing this project. This video is basically me telling you we need your support. In order to pull off our convention that includes our 7-day program for our members around the country to come to Chicago, includes our huge convention on July 12th, where we're gonna fill up the Midwest Convention Center, in order to have an effective national planning meeting and gathering in Chicago the day after on July 13th. In order to do what we need to do, we need to fill up that auditorium and we need money. And there's really no way around that. We need you to donate to the Center for Political Innovation. We have set up a GoFundMe, and a lot of people have already contributed. We already raised a couple $1,000, but it's not enough. In order to really pull off our July activities and really have a win for anti-imperialism, we need your support. We need you to go to the GoFundMe right now and donate $5 or $20. We need you to go to the donate button on the CPI website and send us $100 or $50, whatever you can do. If we're gonna do what we need to do in July and build the organization and have the mega anti-imperialist rally that needs to happen on July 12th and solidify the network that we're building to continue to carry out the great operations that we do, we need you to help us out. Every cent that we raise goes into building this group. I'm lucky I have a paycheck with everything that's going on. I'm surviving, and I have consistently put a huge amount of the money that I have, my own resources, my own funds, into CPI because I believe in it, because it needs to happen, because this organization is necessary. I'm looking at what I've got and my own resources and my own bills and all of that, and I'm looking at what's already been paid for, and it's not enough. I mean, it's just not enough. I can't just pay for everything myself. We have membership dues and other things, but we need a special gift. We need a special gift to make July happen. We need you to give us a special contribution so that we can make sure the July events go smoothly, that the housing for the people coming in out of town is covered, that the speakers that are being flown in, their airfare is properly covered. We need you to make a special one-time gift to make this July gathering, this anti-imperialist summit that we are organizing. We need you to help us make it happen and help us make it a success. Small gift, big gift, whatever you can do. We need you to help us with it. But you know what? I'll just say this. If it's a matter of send us a gift or come, we'd rather you come. We'd rather you be there. It's much more important that you be there on July 12th. If you can't afford to give us a gift, but you can afford to come to town, if there's one event that you come to this year, make it July 12th. CPI, Center for Political Innovation, we're doing something that nobody else is doing, and we're doing it right. We're not doing it in a way that we're trying to win the internet. We're not doing it in a way that we're trying to make ourselves feel special or act like we're cool. We're building what needs to be built. We are building the real connections. And if you can understand why what we're doing is so important, if you can understand why anti-imperialism is the future, but we have to break out of the narrow niche circles and internet culture and get to the masses of people with real outreach. If you can understand that, please give us a gift. We're trying to build an actual movement to win new people to anti-imperialism and continue to carry out operations to change the conversation in America so that we have a country where there's a mass movement demanding justice for working families and an end to these wars, that we're saying no to World War III, we're saying no to the emerging low-wage police state. That's what we urgently need. So if you can help us in any way, send us a gift. If you can be there on July 12th, be there. This is the biggest endeavor CPI has ever done, and it's going to lead to even bigger things. We don't back down. We don't go away. If we were going to back down, we would have done it a long time ago. And if we were one of their plants or one of these fake anti-imperialists, they would be making it a lot easier for us. We have been facing a lot of challenges, but we continue to achieve great victories. So we need your support. Please send us a contribution. Please be there on July 12th at the Midwest Convention Center in the Chicago area. It's right near the O'Hare Airport. It's going to be awesome. We need you there. Thank you.
Now, you heard the judge speak about our own labor conditions. As an American, I cannot be proud that such conditions exist. But as an American, I can ask, would any of the striking workers in the North elect to change places with the slaves in the South? Will they not rather say the remedy is in our hands, and still as an American, I can say, thank God we live under a system by which men have the right to strike. I am not preaching rebellion. I don't have to. This country with its institutions belongs to the people who inhabit it. Whenever they shall grow weary of the existing government, they can exercise their constitutional right of amending it, or their revolutionary right to dismember or overthrow it. If the Founding Fathers gave us anything, they gave us that. The purpose of the Dred Scott decision is to make property and nothing but property of the Negro in all states of the Union. It is the old issue of human rights versus property rights. It is the eternal struggle between two principles. The one, the common right of humanity. The other, the divine right of kings. It is the same spirit which says, you toil and work and earn bread and I'll eat it. As a nation, we began by declaring all men are created equal. There was no mention of any exception to that rule in the Declaration of Independence. But we now practically read it, all men are created equal except Negroes. If we are to accept this doctrine of race or class discrimination, what is to stop us in future from decreeing all men are created equal except Negroes, foreigners, Catholics, Jews, or just poor people? That is the conclusion towards which the advocates of slavery are driving us. Let each state mind its own business, says Judge Douglas. Why stir up trouble? This is the complacent policy of indifference to evil. And that policy I cannot but hate. I hate it because of the monstrous injustice of slavery itself. I hate it because it deprives our republic of its just influence in the world, enables the enemies of free institutions everywhere to taunt us as hypocrites, causes the real friends of freedom to doubt our sincerity, and especially because it forces so many good men among ourselves into an open war with the very fundamentals of civil liberty, denying the good faith of the Declaration of Independence and insisting that there is no right principle of action but self-interest. In his final words tonight, the judge said that we can be the terror of the world. I don't think we want to be that. I think we would prefer to be the encouragement of the world, the proof that at last man is worthy to be free. But we shall provide no such encouragement unless we can establish our ability as a nation to live and grow. And we shall surely do neither if these states fail to remain united. There can be no distinction in the definition of liberty as between one section and another, one class and another, one race and another. A house divided against itself cannot stand. This government cannot endure permanently, half slave and half free.
One of the reasons why I'm excited that your book has kind of caught on is for exactly this reason. It's not just about Kamala Harris. It's about a much deeper analysis of politics and the class forces behind and all those interests. But I did just want to ask you in general about anti-imperialism. Why has anti-imperialism historically been such a core component of class politics? And what is the difference between being anti-war and being anti-imperialist?
Well, my understanding is that imperialism refers to a system, capitalism in its monopolistic stage. And it's very interesting because that is the classical Marxist-Leninist understanding, right? Lenin talks about imperialism, the highest stage of capitalism. And what really defines imperialism is holding back economic development.
want. It's preventing countries from being able to take control of their own economy and resources, and instead having what he calls the export of capital, where instead of, it used to be we exported tires or we exported cars. Now we export the corporation, right? McDonald's is spread all over the world. We don't export French fries, we export McDonald's, right? And it's about the export of capital and preventing countries from developing their own industries and keeping countries in poverty, holding back economic development. Now, that was the understanding that the Bolsheviks and the Soviet Union had. And that's why right after the Bolsheviks took power, they gave military support to the Emir of Afghanistan. And he was a conservative monarchist, but he was fighting the British Empire. And they said, that works for us. And they convened the Congress of the Peoples of the East in Baku. And they said, hey, if you're going to fight the British Empire, we're with you because imperialism is the enemy. And when you talk about being a component of class politics, you can even go back to Marx, right? In Marx's day, Ireland was fighting for its independence. And Karl Marx, he wrote a very important letter where he said the duty of working class radicals and Marxists and socialists in Britain is to support the Irish freedom struggle everywhere and to get the English workers to see the victory of the Irish people against the British Empire, not as a question of abstract justice, but as a matter of their own liberation, right? I think A.J. Muste, who was a kind of a Christian socialist pacifist, he would say our real enemy is at home. And that is what anti-imperialism is. It's the understanding that these countries around the world that are struggling against the domination of big banks and corporations from the West are our allies in the struggle against the big corporations here. Right. And that ultimately, we don't have an interest in helping, ExxonMobil, BP and Bank of America take over the world. And in fact, we're getting screwed by Bank of America and ExxonMobil right here. And so we have a common interest with people around the world that are struggling against them. Now, that was the classical Marxist-Leninist understanding, but I've been to Iran where they are definitely not Marxists. They are very religious. But, they studied Lenin in Iran and they studied the economics of imperialism. And, Khomeini, the founder of the Islamic Republic, he talked about American economic imperialism. And the Bolivarian countries, they are socialists, but they incorporate Roman Catholicism, indigenous ideology. They have this understanding. And, you go around the world today, the classic Soviet-style Marxism is not really in fashion anymore. But this understanding of what imperialism is and that it's a system, that is very much the global understanding. And I do maintain that understanding. I'm at the point where, it's funny, I wrote this book 4 years ago. I don't call myself a communist as much now because, I know what I believe. My beliefs haven't changed. But if you say communist now, people think you're woke. And I'm not. I'm not woke. And I've been to communist countries. They are not woke. But if it used to be in America, if I told people I was a communist, they would say, how could you be that? And I could say, well, let me tell you all about it. Nowadays, if I tell people I'm a communist, they go, oh, I know what you are. You're 17, you have purple hair, and you think all Republicans are Nazis, and you're obsessed with the trans thing. That ain't me. That's not what I believe. And it ain't what they believe in Venezuela. It's not what they believe in Vietnam. It's not what they believe in China. It's not what the countries around the world struggling against imperialism believe. So the term that I've started to use to describe myself, I say that I am an innovationist. Because if you look at the world, right, the underlying question, and this is what that last 10 pages that you didn't get to, Russell, are about, is that human beings...
That's what I said, the reveal.
Yeah, human beings are creative creatures. We are constantly reinventing our relationship with our environment. And human technology, we're constantly moving to a higher plane. Ants have been building their ant farms the same way for thousands of years. Beavers have been making their beaver dams the same way for thousands of years. But in just 7,000 or 8,000 years, we've gone from hunter-gatherers in the woods to space travel, to iPhones, to artificial intelligence. We constantly reinvent our relationship with Mother Nature to make it serve us in a more efficient way, to expand our population, to increase our life expectancy, to make life more comfortable. That is the nature of what it means to be a human being, as we're constantly trying to expand. And right now we are in a crisis because human brilliance has outstripped the narrow horizons, the narrow limits of production organized for profit. And what we need is a rationally organized economy so we can keep inventing, keep expanding, keep having our life expectancy grow, keep expanding our population. Well, taking it back to that Eastern establishment, the Rockefellers, the DuPonts, the British Empire, they say that the solution right now is that we have to degrow. We have to reduce consumption because the problem is that there's too many people. They are not Marxists. They are Malthusians. right? They blame the economic crisis that we're in the world on overpopulation. And that their solution to save the global economic system and conveniently let them stay at the top of it is to prevent growth around the world. And they see anti-imperialist countries that have broken out of their system, as the main target, because what are they doing? They're growing. That's what they do. When countries break out of Western domination and imperialism, they start growing and building and electrifying and wiping out illiteracy and bringing their people up. And that is seen as a threat to the environment. And Biden openly said so when he was running for president. If you read his essay, America Must Lead Again, he said, we're going to stop China from building power plants in Africa, right? That's what they want. To save their system, they want degrowth. And that is what fascism is. And that is what fascism has always been. Fascism is not an aesthetic. Fascism is not being racist. People have been racist before. People have been militaristic and authoritarian before. Fascism is when, in a long-term economic crisis, the government kind of locks down society and forcibly degrows, right? They created a slave labor underclass in Nazi Germany. They forced women out of the workforce to get rid of unemployment. They rebooted the economy by creating, lots of military spending. Fascist economics is trying to save the capitalist system with forcible, heavy-handed degrowth. And I must say, I agree with a lot of what Trumper folks say, but they seem to think that this Malthusianism from the World Economic Forum and all of that is Marxism and communism. And I have the painful and difficult task of saying, well, actually, it's not. And if you go to any Marxist or communist country, that's clearly not the case. But that is what the woke people believe. And a lot of them think they're Marxists. So I can understand why you're confused, right? And I can understand why it's confusing. And also, let me add that socialism in our time and anti-imperialism, a really big part of it nowadays is small business owners, right? Vietnam, the way they've had their economic miracle is with their enabling people to start their own businesses. They call it a socialist-oriented market economy. Nicaragua, I've been there. I was an elections monitor there. They have what they call a micro entrepreneurship program where the government loans money to people to start their own businesses, worker cooperatives, and that is the strength of their socialist economy in Nicaragua. And that 21st century socialism is all about enabling people to start their own business and be creative and all of that, and subsidizing them in doing so in coordination with an overall planned economy. So the state is kind of making sure there's constantly growth. And then what is the ultimate goal? Is a world with so much growth and so much wealth that the need for a government can fade away, that people can just do what they feel like doing. Labor becomes life's prime want, meaning people work to entertain themselves, to get joy from being creative, not because it's a necessity. A society where there's so much wealth and abundance that there's really no need for anyone to hoard anything, and everyone's pretty much equal because there's enough for everybody. That's the ultimate goal. And Marx talked about the higher stage of communism. He's talking of a world of vast wealth and vast abundance, right? And so I tell people I'm an innovationist because I believe innovation is the essence of what I'm for. I believe in human beings and our creative power. And I believe that we can revolutionize our relationship with the environment and get to a higher plane. And, I think that's what it means to be a socialist or a communist in our time, but that's not what it means to most people. So I now, my organization is called the Center for Political Innovation, and I'm saying I'm an innovationist.
If you look at the Chinese flag, you will see that there is a big yellow star, and then there are 4 smaller stars surrounding it. Well, those 4 smaller stars represent the block of 4 classes. And what happened in the Chinese Revolution is that China had been kept poor by the domination of British and American corporations and the domination of big bankers and corporations from other countries. So the Communist Party, represented by the big star, built a block of 4 classes. That was the workers, the peasants, the urban capitalists, and the national capitalists, the national bourgeoisie. They built a block of 4 classes to defeat the imperialists. And they were quite successful, right? If you look at what China is today, it's the second largest economy in the world, 800 million people lifted out of poverty by building an anti-monopoly coalition, uniting different people from across Chinese society to defeat the rule of the big bankers and foreign corporations that were keeping China poor. Well, I think we need the same thing right here in America. I think we need an anti-monopoly coalition. In fact, that's what William Z. Foster, the great leader of the working class here in the United States, advocated in the final years of his life, an anti-monopoly coalition to oppose the emerging police state and fascism, to oppose the drive toward war, empower American people against the big monopolies that are leading our country in a bad direction. And that's what I'm dedicated to building. I want to build an anti-monopoly coalition to defeat the power of the imperialist bankers and the big monopolies that are marching us toward a new world war and a low-wage police state. And that's what we aim to create, an anti-monopoly coalition to fight for the working class, to fight for small business owners against the power of the ultra-monopolies and their drive to impoverish the world so they can stay at the top.
And without further ado, I would like to welcome to the stage the 45th President of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
We just got to the Libertarian Party's National Convention. Look at that. Look at that. Here at the Washington Hilton. What do you think, Peter? This is pretty swell.
So far, it's been pretty awesome. Met a lot of great libertarians. Trying to find a home here, seeing if there's a place in this party for me. If a guy like myself who's kind of like a libertarian socialist of sorts, who believes in central planning, that it can work, who believes that Medicare for all is a human right, where do we have a home here? Do we have a place here? And there are some people in the old guard who don't like me, don't like my ideology. They still say that stupid stuff like, you want to kill us. Like, no, we don't. I got a lot of friends, you'll meet them. My good friend Caleb will be by. We don't want to kill you. We just want to find a way we can come together to fight back against this machine.
Hi, everybody. My name is Nick, and I am a libertarian because I am pro-peace. I am pro-whistleblower. That is people like Julian Assange, Edward Snowden, the Boeing whistleblowers.
Julian Assange should be freed, being locked up for heinous reasons. He has released information that has led to the discovery of atrocities in the Middle East and corruption all over the world. If we can't have good, actual information like that, there's no reason we should have any free speech in the first place.
Free speech is under attack. He did nothing wrong. Reporting shouldn't be a crime.
Free Assange.
Free Assange.
So your button says abolish the FBI, abolish the CIA. Tell me about that.
Well, I just think we need less federal government and less federal agencies.
They're driving for World War III. They're attacking our civil liberties. They're allowing the United States to crumble economically. They're January 6th, they should all be free. Blanket amnesty at this point. The FBI made that happen. Sure, a lot of them may have done things they shouldn't have done or whatever, but when we know the government set that up, at that point there should be a blanket amnesty for all January 6th people.
So your buttons say abolish NATO and abolish the UN. Tell me about that.
Well, both NATO and the UN work for the military-industrial complex. They're both about spreading wars. They were established and they lie and say that it's about keeping peace, but have we seen peace? We have. There's not been a year of my life where the United States has not been at war.
I agree with the libertarians. Our freedoms are being taken away, right? I mean, the government is tapping our phones and listening to reading our emails and violating our freedoms left and right. You know, they had stop and frisk in New York City. That was a gun control policy. Yeah, right. Now they have these no-knock raids and all of that.
No kids in cages. They have abolished the NIAID, which you know a lot about, all these CIA covert wars. They even had a pin that said, no human is illegal. So there are leftist libertarians here, and it's kind of awesome being there, and this thing is just growing over here. This is the third party.
What are the disagreements within the Libertarian Party? Because I know there's a lot of internal strife and stuff. What's going on?
It's whether to embrace Donald Trump or not.
Oh.
Some lots of people don't like Donald Trump.
Mm-hmm.
Fine. Some people like Donald Trump. That's fine. It's on a high level. It's a strategic difference.
Mm-hmm.
Lots of people say that Donald Trump, his brand is eventually it's going to crash and burn. And where does that leave the Libertarian Party? Hank?
So we're in the hall where Donald Trump is going to be speaking in a few minutes. Who's going to give his speech in a few minutes. So big crowd of people here. Not all of them Trump supporters, I'll tell you that much. It's going to be interesting to see how the crowd reacts to Trump.
Trump has done a lot for the United States. I think he's probably the best president we've had, in my opinion, since Ronald Reagan.
Do you think he can stop World War III?
I think he could stop World War III. And I think when he was in there, I mean, you saw other countries respect the United States. Now the United States is a laughingstock.
Angela McArdle, chair of the Libertarian National Convention. Loud, loud, loud.
What a beautiful crowd. Thank you guys so much for being here tonight. You know, I also invited Joe Biden, and he did not attend. We have an incredible opportunity tonight, and I'm really grateful for it. Never in the history of the Libertarian Party has a former president and front-runner candidate for the presidency come to speak specifically to our concerns. Thank you all for making history with us. I want to continue this trend, so let's work towards that. I really appreciate you all. And without further ado, I would like to welcome to the stage the 45th President of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
Well, thank you very much, everybody, and thank you, Angela, for that introduction. And I am truly honored to be invited here tonight as the first president in American history to address the Libertarian National Convention. We believe that the job of the United States military is not to wage endless regime change wars around the globe, senseless wars. Biden's radical left Democrat Party is a fascist movement that wants to throw you in jail if you post a meme they don't like. They want to throw you in jail if you do something that isn't quite to their liking. And I am proud to be the only president in 70 years who started no new wars. I took on the military-industrial complex. I broke the stranglehold on neocons and warmongers on the Republican Party. And instead of war, I made peace in the Middle East, something nobody thought was possible, and dealt with Kim Jong-un of North Korea, where a nuclear war was guaranteed to start in a very short period of time if Hillary Clinton became president. I will have the horrible war between Russia and Ukraine settled, so we quit spending hundreds of billions of dollars to fight other people's wars, and so that we start immediately saving thousands and thousands of lives. And I am committed to restoring peace and restoring stability. And if you vote for me on day one, I will commute the sentence of Ross Ulbricht to a sentence of time served.
Ross is a campaign to pardon Ross Ulbricht. Ross Ulbricht is serving, I believe, 2 consecutive life sentences for creating a website where people happen to sell drugs and guns and things like that. But frankly, given the way that Facebook is treated or anything like that, wouldn't Zuckerberg be in prison for the same damn thing? Anyway, the campaign to free Ross Ulbricht is about the fact that he created a website. What people chose to do with that website is their own business, and he should not have been in prison for it. FreeRoss.org, check it out.
Right, and economic growth is what it means to be human, right? We were hunter-gatherers in the woods, and now, just 8,000 years later, we've invented space travel and iPhones, and we've done amazing things. And we, at this point, the problem is not growth, as some people would say. The problem is that we have a system where abundance creates poverty.
Yeah.
Poverty is created by abundance. You know, people are homeless because there's too many houses. People are hungry because there's too much food. Self-driving cars should be a great thing. In a rational society, it'd be great great. If no one ever had to drive, that human labor was no longer necessary. But in our system, that would lead to mass unemployment, et cetera. This is not rational. We need to do what they've done in China and in Nicaragua and other countries, rationally organize the economy so that small businesses can flourish, so that working people can have economic security, so people can start their own enterprises, you know.
I've heard a lot of libertarians who think China is good, who think Russia is good. Like, is that a common view?
Yes, it's like these are not our enemies. Maybe it's governments are the enemy and oppression is the enemy, and it is very much individuals unite.
What do you think of high-speed railway?
Oh, I love it. I love high-speed railway. I would love to ride a high-speed rail from LA to Las Vegas.
Very good. Yeah.
All right.
Be good for our economy, right?
Yeah. Amen.
You like fusion energy?
Yeah, I love it as well. I've dipped my hand in the cooling tower reactor of 3 Mile Island.
It's interesting because, years ago I wrote an article really criticizing libertarians. And I said, how can libertarians like Russia and China so much when both those countries have a very state-run economy? And I got a very astute response from a libertarian. And they said, well, Caleb, yes, Russia, their economy is centered around state-controlled oil and gas. China has 5-year plans and state-run industries. But you have to admit, both Russia and China have a way bigger middle class and way more small business owners than America does. And they treat their middle class and their small business owners way better than America does. And I thought that's actually a really good point.
All right, so we're out of all the pamphlets we have. We got the last stack of them in the car. It's been going really, really well out there. A lot of sympathy. What did you guys hear?
Really great things. I know people are very interested.
I thought people were really enthusiastic about this idea that growth is good, that we need to stop spending so much damn money fueling this forever war that rages all across the world.
The response to the leaflets and the pamphlets has been phenomenal. I have never talked to so many people who support Julian Assange, who want to end the wars. This is the place to be.
Yeah. Actually, that's one indication. That's one. They're pretty good. I mean, they're very interested. A lot of them like growth.
And then a lot of people that are libertarian, they see the government as a tool of the big monopolies to crush small business owners, right? And so I don't blame them for wanting to get the government off our backs, right? Unfortunately, I think that they're going to have to come to the conclusion that just kind of getting the government out is not going to cut it. They need a government that punches up, right? A government of action that will fight for working families. That's ultimately what they're going to need, and they're going to have to learn that through the course of seeing, what's in store and as the crisis intensifies. But I think the road out of the crisis we're in right now is an anti-monopoly coalition.
And I think that a lot of leftists who believe in freedom of speech, freedom of press, and they're non-interventionists, they can find a home here in this party here. This is the third party, and this is the party of nuance, is at least what I say.
Angela, I think that these are the people that are worthy of a certain level of, hey, can we allow ourselves to give these folks that are working very, very diligently a little bit more grace, empathy, energy, and support. I mean, I want to run that back. You're an adult male that is grabbing the mic and telling a woman in a public space, that's just low class shit. And I'm not saying you can't think it, and I'm not saying you can't even say it, but I can say if you're gonna say that, it's art. You're putting your art up, and the world can critique your art, and we're gonna critique your art. And you may not like the outcome. So those people are kind of special to me.
It does kind of confound me that you consider yourself a communist, and I really want to try to understand you, and I'm going to do my best not to put words in your mouth. I really want us to be an example for other people on how to have a productive dialogue, and I hope that if the communist revolution ever happens, you'll remember that, and I'll be one of the last ones up against the wall.
Sure.
But why don't you tell me a little bit about yourself and your background, and let's kind of dig into just kind of the basics.
Well, I guess I'll start out by saying I don't think it's just opposing war that we agree on. I'm also against the vaccine mandates. I'm also against tech censorship. I'm against the surveillance that's going on and the violation of our civil liberties. I'm against the emerging police state. I'm against a lot of these trade deals that hurt American jobs, et cetera. So I think that there is quite a bit of overlap beyond simply the issue of anti-war. But I'm an Irish American. I'm from a small town in Ohio. Are you Irish as well?
I am.
Yeah. I years ago, I met an Irish cop in Cleveland, and he said that he heard an expression that when an Irishman gets off the boat in a new country, the first question he asks is, does this country have a government? And if the answer is yes, he says, well, I'm against it. So I think we're both true to our heritage in our own way.
In Russia, I met opposition candidates from the Liberal Democratic Party, from the Communist Party. All the opposition parties in Ukraine have been outlawed. Well, they say, but Caleb, they're in the middle of a war. Of course they're going to so conditions do matter. Ukraine is a very illiberal society. They don't have freedom of speech. They don't have freedom of association. They haven't had an election. They don't even have freedom of religion. They've brutally suppressed the Ukrainian Orthodox Church. So, that's the exception. It's like, well, sure, we're for freedom, and that's why we're so good, but we ought to make an exception for Ukraine because they're against Russia, and Russia's just so bad, blah, 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 blah. Right? And that there's just many examples of how, first of all, they make freedom an abstract value. They don't take into account the conditions or historical development. And number two, there's always a hypocrisy to it. Liberalism is never true to its principles. Liberalism is they're at the same time, liberal societies, they're always propping up brutal dictatorships. They're always outlawing dissidents and throwing them in jail. They're always practicing slavery. They're always, Guantanamo Bay. Liberal societies are never actually practicing what they preach. And they aren't, and they can't, because liberalism is a facade. Right? As long as some people own and control the means of production and others do not, there is going to be different levels of power. And those who own and control the means of production are going to make sure that they keep their hold over them. So if people look like they might be conspiring against the interests of those who own and control the means of production, they're going to be suppressed. And that liberalism has never been true to its principles. It has always been something they espouse and do not practice. And it also doesn't acknowledge that freedom in any society is related to historical conditions, etc. So that's the flaw in the liberal worldview. But let's continue. So where does liberalism come from? Liberalism arose, the very beginning of liberalism was in ancient Greece and ultimately Rome was the first real expression of liberalism. But we saw it in Athens, Greece. In Greece, you had city-states. And these city-states had navies, and they controlled trade routes. Greece is very much an ocean-based Mediterranean society. And these city-states were fighting with each other. And they discovered that if you wanted to build an empire for your city-state, right, if Athens wanted to control trade routes and all of that, a way to get people motivated to do it was to have an elected government rather than simply a king. Why? Because the king, if it's a king, he makes all the decisions. And so if people go out and fight and loot and plunder and they get a bunch of slaves and they get a bunch of treasure and they bring it back and then the king says, well, I'm the king, it's all mine. Thanks for fighting for me, guys. Well, if people realize that, they don't want to fight. But if you have a Senate where every landowning family gets a vote, if you have elections where you have representatives who make that decision, then people are much more invested in the process of building an empire. And liberalism was always tied in with building an empire. As the Athenians wanted to build an empire, they realized that if they wanted to motivate everyone to go out and fight and build the empire, they needed to give all the landowners, let me emphasize this, the landowners the vote. Athens, Greece, we're told, was the cradle of democracy. 90% of the people in Athens didn't get to vote on anything. They were slaves. But among the landowners, the slave owners, among those who owned the land and owned the slaves, they realized that instead of having one guy be the king who got to make all the decisions, if all the slave owners got some representation in how the loot was divided up, they'd all be motivated to go out and plunder. And ancient Rome continued that. In Rome, the civilization that emerged on the Italian peninsula as Greece was in decline, but the other side of the Mediterranean, you have Rome on the Italian peninsula. They very much put that into practice. And the Roman Republic, the reason that they had a hereditary Senate where every old landowning family got a vote, it was hereditary, and they had a national assembly where all the landowners got to elect representatives. That was because it made it much more effective to go out and build an empire. Going out and building an empire requires motivating everybody to get involved in the process. And so you need to have a system where everybody gets a say in how the loot is divided up. Now, and in order, if you're going to have that, you have to ensure that if you have a debate about how you're going to divide up the loot and somebody disagrees with somebody, they don't get thrown in jail for doing so. So you have to have some level of free speech if you're going to have elections. You have to have some level of open debate, you know, and I mean, and you know, these were societies that were what you call polytheistic. And so you had different gods that people would import. So you had some level of freedom of religion. And ancient Greece and ancient Rome were the very beginnings of liberalism. But that liberalism only applied to the landowners. The landowners got to vote, and in ancient Greece, many of these societies did not maintain their liberalism. Sparta was not a liberal society. Athens was a liberal society. In ancient Greece, they even had a theory, like a cycle. They argued that a city-state goes through a cycle. That first they are a monarchy, which is you have a good king who rules for the behalf of the nation. But then the king becomes corrupt, and then it degenerates from monarchy to tyranny. And so as a result of tyranny, the tyrant is overthrown, and you have an oligarchy, which is a benevolent elite, a group of wealthy or powerful people who rule for the good of the nation. But then the oligarchy deteriorates into a plutocracy of the corrupt rich. And so then the plutocracy is overthrown by the republic, which is the elected government. The corrupt rich are overthrown by an elected government called a republic. But then the republic deteriorates into mob rule and chaos, which is called democracy. And out of the democracy then emerges the monarchy, the good king, and it's a cycle that societies go through. And that, you know, the Greek city-states were kind of the prototype of Atlantis' civilization, where among the slave-owning class, people had rights and there were elected governments. And then ancient Rome, the Roman Republic, very much, it lasted a lot longer. And the Roman Republic, it was a quite effective version of this, where they had the hereditary Senate and they had the National Assembly, kind of like we have the Senate and the House of Representatives. They had the Senate, which was in ancient Rome, it was hereditary, kind of like the House of Lords in Britain. And then they had the House of, they had what was called the National Assembly, which in America we have the House of Representatives. In Britain, they have the House of Commons. And they had like a bicameral system, and it was the Republic, the Roman Republic. Well, what happened? The Roman Republic gave birth to Julius Caesar, and Julius Caesar was a populist who became a champion of the proletariat, the non-landowning people. And Rome was full of people who were neither slaves nor masters, but wage workers, skilled, you know, artisans, plumbers, blacksmiths, carpenters, etc. And Julius Caesar, who was from the landowning class, was a general, got to be very powerful because he aligned himself with the proletarians, and he came up with a scheme to grant citizenship to other cities throughout the empire and make the empire multipolar, not all centered around Rome. And as a result of that, the Roman elite said, we can't have any more of this, and so they stabbed him to death. And from then on, Rome became, a monarchy once again, or an empire. They had an emperor who they believed to be a god man on earth. They murdered Julius Caesar for being a champion of the proletarians, the populists. But, the fall, and Rome was an empire or a monarchy until it fell. And the fall of Rome was quite a devastating blow to European civilization. It took Europe 1,100 years to get back to the population level it had had. And actually, it was around the time that the United States of America was being formed that you had the European population levels returning to what they had been at the time of the Roman Empire. The most popular book, this is fascinating, there weren't many books.
Eric Lerner, a well-known popular science writer and physicist, is conducting groundbreaking research in the United States in collaboration with Iranian scientists. Caleb Muppin reports on that.
The laboratory where Eric Lerner and his associates at the Focus Fusion Society do their research is located in Middlesex, New Jersey. Lerner believes his research on the concept of fusion has the potential to change the world as we know it, eliminating fossil fuels with a new source of energy.
The aim is to get a form of energy that produces no radioactive waste, no greenhouse gases, and is 10 times cheaper than any existing power source.
While Lerner and his associates have very few people assisting their research in the U.S., Lerner is happy to be collaborating with scientists in the Islamic Republic of Iran.
Iran happens to have 8 of the sort of machines that we're working on. They're smaller than our machine, but they're a center of research. So now we're collaborating with that lab, and right now they're doing experiments that will help us with our next experiment in June.
Lerner hopes that scientific research can help strengthen friendship between the United States and Iran and break down the hostilities between the two countries. The U.S. government has cut off all support to Lerner's research, forcing him to raise money from private contributors through the crowdfunding website Indiegogo.
We're hopeful that, as in the Cold War between the U.S. and the Soviet Union, scientific cooperation will aid to improve relations between the governments.
Lerner has said that the continued unilateral sanctions on Iran have made his work far more difficult. At one point, the U.S. government attempted to make publishing the research papers of Iranian scientists illegal. Lerner is hopeful that the sanctions can be lifted, so this important research can continue much more rapidly. Caleb Maupin, Press TV, New York.
There's many people in Russia and in China now who are talking about geopolitics and how the earth and landscapes and geography can affect politics, how the politics of a country and the political system and the economy of a country can reflect the way the land is set up. And generally, those who refer to geopolitics divide the history of the world between land civilizations and sea civilizations. And the idea is that in parts of the world where there's a lot of ocean access, you tend to have more individualist economies, and you tend to have more centralization of wealth, and you have empires that focus on controlling the trade routes. Whereas on land masses, in particular in Eurasia, in Russia, in China, in Iran, and places that are on the Eurasian world island, you tend to have civilizations that are more collectivist in nature and focus on development. And that this relates to the fact that in order to have expansion on the Eurasian mainland, you need to build roads, you have to build infrastructure, whereas, in order to dominate the ocean, you just simply need control of trade routes. And so there's a whole lot written about the empires of the sea in the ancient world versus empires of the land, right? And the term used for empires of the sea, they call them thalassocracy. And empires of the land, the term that is used is turgocracy. And the understanding is the ancient Chinese empire was an empire of the land. It was a turgocracy. The Russian Empire was a turgocracy, whereas the British Empire of the 1800s and the Roman Empire, these were empires of the sea, and they were thalassocracies. Ancient Greece was a thalassocracy, right? And that these are two types of civilizations that can exist. And this is kind of a vague historical analysis. Alexander Dugin promotes this kind of thinking. It's very popular in Russia. They talk about Eurasianism or Eurasianist thought. There's also a lot of Chinese academics that are promoting it, and it's been around for quite some time, arguing that the peoples of the East and the land-based civilizations have a different culture than the peoples of the sea. And if you look at the history of the Russian Revolution, many people argue that there was a shift in communism from sea communism to land communism with the rise of Stalin and the defeat of Trotsky. And it kind of started with Lenin. So Karl Marx did most of his writing in Britain. He lived in Britain, which was at that point the capital of the British Empire. And Karl Marx, his writing, he said, "Workers of the world unite." And he was focused on the idea that capitalism was an advance over feudalism, feudalism was an advance over slavery. And the way Marx saw it, capitalism was going to spread all over the entire world, and then that would eventually lead to a socialist revolution all over the whole world, and that would eventually lead to communism in the world. And so Marx defended free trade. Nowadays, Marxists and socialists generally go around opposing free trade because free trade allows banks and corporations to destroy economies, etc. But back in Marx's day, Marx was defending free trade because he said free trade will open up commerce, it'll create one world economy, and it'll lead to a situation where capitalism spreads all over the whole world, and then eventually you'll have a global working class that'll be united and have socialism. And it was Lenin who came along, and Lenin, keep in mind, is not in Britain, he's in Russia. And Lenin says, well, actually, we're for nationalism of oppressed nations, and we're struggling against imperialism. We're not against just plain old capitalism, we're against imperialism, which is the British Empire, right? Banks, trusts, cartels, and syndicates holding back development. And we're supporting the fight of entire nations to break free from imperialism, from this international financial system. So the beginning, you could argue, of Marxism and socialism shifting from a sea-oriented orientation to a land-oriented orientation begins with Lenin. And of course, Lenin forms the party of new type, the Bolshevik Party. And the Bolshevik Party is like a clandestine secret organization, and it's very demanding and disciplined. It's not a debating society like he considered the other groups to be. You're expected to give the whole of your life. People said that the Bolshevik Party was almost like more of a monastic order. They compared it to like the Franciscans or the Jesuits, where you were expected to give the whole of your life to the revolution, right? An organization of professional revolutionaries. And people said that has roots in Russia's history with the Decembrists and the Old Believers, and that in Russia there's a long tradition of these kind of secret societies and organizations that are dedicated to changing society. And that with Lenin, you have the beginning of Marxism kind of leaving the Western sea civilization mentality of Karl Marx and drifting into the land civilization camp. But then you have the rise of Stalin, and Stalin opposes Trotsky. And what is the big disagreement between Stalin and Trotsky? Trotsky says he's for permanent revolution, which is spread communism all over the entire world. And Stalin says, I'm for socialism in one country, meaning that we can organize our economy to have socialism, we can raise our people out of poverty, and sure, we'll support revolutionary movements in other countries, but that's not the focus. The revolution in other countries is not our business necessarily. We just want to focus on raising our own people up out of poverty, organizing our society this way. Stalin says they need to have 5-year economic plans to industrialize the country. Trotsky says that he wants to draft everyone into the military and militarize the economy and use the military to then spread communism into Europe to have global permanent revolution. And we all know that Trotsky lost and Stalin won over Trotsky, so Trotsky fled first to Turkey and then to France and then to Mexico. And he formed his own organization, the Fourth International, he called it, or the Trotskyites. The Trotskyites were against the Soviet Union. They invoked Lenin and communist history, but they said they were against Stalin. They said Stalin he led what they called a parasitical bureaucracy, and so they were opposing Stalin, and they were calling for a political revolution to overthrow the Soviet government. Eventually, as we saw in the film last night, a number of leaders of the Soviet government were arrested for allegedly being in a conspiracy with Trotsky and getting funding and support from the Nazis to try and overthrow Stalin. Trotsky was found guilty in absentia in the Soviet Union for being the leader of this conspiracy. And then in Mexico City, he was killed. Somebody came into his home and ice-picked him in the head, and he was killed. And that was, as World War II was breaking out, he was killed. And so Trotsky and Stalin kind of represented, I would argue, the land versus the sea division in communism. Whereas Stalin was a guy from the countryside. He was Country Joe. He was from a small village in Georgia. He'd gone to seminary school to learn to be a priest. And in priest school, he had been kind of a rebellious student. He dropped out of seminary school and eventually joined the Bolsheviks. He was a union organizer. He was the editor of Pravda, which was the daily agitational newspaper that they distributed. Trotsky, on the other hand, spent most of his life in exile. He was from Ukraine, but he lived most of his life in Paris and Berlin and Vienna. And he was this well-known revolutionary intellectual who was known at the time of the Russian Revolution. He was living in New York City, where he had a newspaper called, if there's any Russian speakers here, I'm going to butcher this, Novy Mir, which means new peace or new world. And he had a newspaper for Russian-speaking folks in New York City. And when the Russian Revolution happened, he went back to Russia, and he joined the Bolsheviks. Lenin and Trotsky had vehemently disagreed with each other. They had very big disagreements. However, he saw the Bolsheviks were going to win, and so he joined the Bolsheviks in July of 1917, and the Bolsheviks took power in October of 1917. And Trotsky had his theory of permanent revolution, which Lenin had always rejected. And the main disagreement was that Lenin called for a revolutionary dictatorship of the workers and the peasants, meaning that they were going to have, the working class was a small minority in the country, just the people in the cities, but the bulk of the Russian population were peasants. And so they were going to build a revolutionary government of workers and peasants. Trotsky said peasants are an inherently backward class because they are working farms that are owned by nobles. They aspire to own their own farms. They aspire to become capitalists. They seek to become capitalists. They have a reactionary aspiration, so they're an inherently backward class. So any government, any revolutionary government that came into existence couldn't include the peasantry because they were inherently backward. Well, you couldn't have had a revolution in Russia if it hadn't included the peasantry, because they were the overwhelming majority of the population. But Trotsky had grown up in Ukraine, and he had been a victim of anti-Semitism at the hands of a lot of Russian peasants, and he had the belief that the Russian peasantry was inherently reactionary. And that was the primary disagreement between him and Lenin. Lenin wanted to organize the peasantry and want an alliance with the working class, and Trotsky said the peasants are inherently backward and reactionary. And because Russia had a peasant majority, Trotsky said the only place that it would really count to have a communist revolution was the Western countries. So if Russia had a revolution, it would just be a temporary holdout to spread communism to where it really mattered, the West, where they don't have peasants anymore. Right? That was the idea, because peasants were inherently backward. Another thing that Lenin and Trotsky disagreed about was that Trotsky was going around calling for the creation of the United States of Europe, the European Union. He was going around saying that if we brought all the European countries into one country, that would break down national barriers and the workers would come together and they'd have a revolution. And Lenin said, we don't want that. We don't want all the Western imperialist countries to come together, because then as they combine their strength, they can more effectively colonize and exploit the third world. So we don't want to create a United States of Europe. In fact, we want the Western imperialist countries to be divided, because that can open the door for colonized countries to get their freedom. So that was a big source of disagreement between the two of them. And then Trotsky announced, on the verge of the Russian Revolution breaking out, he announced that, he repented or whatever, he supported Lenin. He joined the Bolsheviks, but then after Lenin's death, he starts talking about the permanent revolution again, and of course he has a falling out and a disagreement with Stalin, and he forms the Trotskyite movement, which is the other communists, right? It was a way that one could be a communist, but against the Soviet Union, against the socialist countries, in the name of permanent revolution, in the name of being ultra-revolutionary, you would oppose the actual communist governments. And that was the disagreement, and it was really, in essence, a lot about land versus sea, but also about the East versus the West. Trotsky was holding on to Western Marxism, and Lenin and later Stalin had taken Marxism in an Eastern direction, and there was a clear divide. And when we think of the revolutionary movement in Europe, we think of the middle class. We think of, if you ever see Les Miserables, right? Those guys in the pubs, do you hear the people sing, and waving the red flags, and the intellectual students who want freedom and want to rebel and tear the world down. That's the ideology of the Western revolutionary middle class intelligentsia. And that was Trotsky. That's what he was about. But if you look at Stalin, Stalin's a guy from the countryside who went to seminary school. And there's almost a conservatism about Stalin. Stalin is trying to build a movement of people that are patriotic and loyal to their country and want to use socialist methods to build their country up. And there's a disagreement. And this is the Stalin-Trotsky divide. And it's important to understand this divide because it's rather key in understanding where PSL and Sam Marcy came from. So Sam Marcy, his birth name was Sam Balin, and he was born in Ukraine, I believe in like 1912, 1911, something like that. And he was born in a Jewish village. And in Tsarist Russia, Jews were segregated. They lived in different villages. They were segregated. And during the Russian Revolution, the White Army was known to terrorize Jewish villages, and the Red Army protected his village from the White Army. And so his earliest memories of childhood was the Red Army, which he called our army, protecting the village. And he remembered when he was a child how he saw those Red Army soldiers come and protect the village, how happy his family was to be protected. His father was already living in New York City at the time, but he and his brothers were with their mother and they lived in Ukraine. A few years later, he came to New York City, but his earliest memories were of the Red Army protecting his village.
Have you ever asked yourself why we have had increasing trouble with discipline in our armed forces? Listen closely to the chairman of the American Servicemen's Union, and you will understand.
Okay, I'm going to run down some stuff tonight about the GI revolts and rebellions that have been going on in the U.S. Army over the last year, the organizing drive that we're undertaking. But before I do that, I got something real important here. Korean people have asked the American Servicemen's Union to send their greetings to the revolutionary young people in America. And they sent us a letter, which I'm going to read. Dear Andy, our thinking is that the ASU and the People's Korea will combine efforts in chopping the head off U.S. imperialism. Will combine efforts in chopping the head off U.S. imperialism and tearing its limbs in concert with the revolutionary people the world over, in mutilating the U.S. ruling circles, fully supporting the ASU. You will readily agree with us in this respect, I believe. Yes, right on. The Democratic People's Republic of Korea is the banner of freedom and independence of our people, and also a powerful weapon of building socialism and communism. Your contributions will greatly encourage the Korean people in their struggle to achieve an independent, peaceful unification of the fatherland, accomplishing the complete victory of socialism and communism. The ASU is playing a leading role in this fight, in this organizing drive. We have chapters of the American Servicemen's Union on 60 large military installations in the United States and 40 overseas. Just as the Bolshevik Party organized through the Soviets in 1917 against the Tsar and the oppression in Russia, the American Servicemen's Union is organizing Soviets within the U.S. imperialist army. The only line that's going to lead to victory, and revolution is a proletarian line in the army. And they know that whoever can command the allegiance of the rank and file troops, that command is going to be decisive in revolution or counter-revolution. And right now, the American Servicemen's Union is building an army within an army, a workers' militia inside the U.S. Army. And along with the Panthers and others, we're going to make that revolution. Power to the people.
Hey friends, how you doing today? I'm letting you know, the Center for Political Innovation, we are about to do, on July 12th, the biggest event that we have ever done. It will be our national gathering in Chicago on July 12th. And it's going to be really, really special. We are talking with a number of important anti-imperialist voices, a lot of different communities. There's going to be musical performances, dance performances, there's going to be great speeches, and it's going to be a whole day gathering dedicated to anti-imperialism. I am committed, and CPI has always been committed to building an in real life network of people. And we carry out real operations. We were at the inauguration of Trump with our Trump and Kim banner saying only peace can make America great again. We were on the streets of Chicago at the Democratic National Convention with a book exposing what Kamala Harris and who she really is and what she's really about, and it was really, really important. We have 1,000 copies of our book about the Houthis that are being distributed with the poster of the convention on the back to people who would never go looking for this. We are putting door hanger flyers on doors of people, again, that would never go looking for this. We're not performing and trying to make ourselves feel good. We're actually trying to build a network of people that can be anti-imperialists in America. And it's not easy to do. It's very difficult in these times to build a real in-life organization. People have their issues. We live in a very strange time, but we have to do it. And we are committed to continuing this project. This video is basically me telling you we need your support. In order to pull off our convention that includes our 7-day program for our members around the country to come to Chicago, includes our huge convention on July 12th, where we're gonna fill up the Midwest Convention Center, in order to have an effective national planning meeting and gathering in Chicago the day after on July 13th, In order to do what we need to do, we need to fill up that auditorium, and we need money. And there's really no way around that. We need you to donate to the Center for Political Innovation. We have set up a GoFundMe, and a lot of people have already contributed. We already raised a couple $1,000, but it's not enough. In order to really pull off our July activities and really have a win for anti-imperialism, we need your support. We need you to go to the GoFundMe right now and donate $5 or $20. We need you to go to the donate button on the CPI website and send us $100 or $50, whatever you can do. If we're gonna do what we need to do in July and build the organization and have the mega anti-imperialist rally that needs to happen on July 12th and solidify the network that we're building to continue to carry out the great operations that we do, we need you to help us out. Every cent that we raise goes into building this group. I'm lucky I have a paycheck with everything that's going on. I'm surviving, and I have consistently put a huge amount of the money that I have, my own resources, my own funds, into CPI because I believe in it, because it needs to happen, because this organization is necessary. I'm looking at what I've got and my own resources and my own bills and all of that, and I'm looking at what's already been paid for, and it's not enough. I mean, it's just not enough. I can't just pay for everything myself. We have membership dues and other things, but we need a special gift. We need a special gift to make July happen. We need you to give us a special contribution so that we can make sure the July events go smoothly, that the housing for the people coming in out of town is covered, that the speakers that are being flown in, their airfare is properly covered. We need you to make a special one-time gift to make this July gathering, this anti-imperialist summit that we are organizing. We need you to help us make it happen and help us make it a success. Small gift, big gift, whatever you can do. We need you to help us with it. But you know what? I'll just say this. If it's a matter of send us a gift or come, we'd rather you come. We'd rather you be there. It's much more important that you be there on July 12th. If you can't afford to give us a gift, but you can afford to come to town, if there's one event that you come to this year, make it July 12th. CPI, Center for Political Innovation, we're doing something that nobody else is doing, and we're doing it right. We're not doing it in a way that we're trying to win the internet. We're not doing it in a way that we're trying to make ourselves feel special or act like we're cool. We're building what needs to be built. We are building the real connections. And if you can understand why what we're doing is so important, if you can understand why anti-imperialism is the future, but we have to break out of the narrow niche circles and internet culture and get to the masses of people with real outreach. If you can understand that, please give us a gift. We're trying to build an actual movement to win new people to anti-imperialism and continue to carry out operations to change the conversation in America so that we have a country where there's a mass movement demanding justice for working families and an end to these wars, that we're saying no to World War III, we're saying no to the emerging low-wage police state. That's what we urgently need. So if you can help us in any way, send us a gift. If you can be there on July 12th, be there. This is the biggest endeavor CPI has ever done, and it's going to lead to even bigger things. We don't back down. We don't go away. If we were going to back down, we would have done it a long time ago. And if we were one of their plants or one of these fake anti-imperialists, they would be making it a lot easier for us. We have been facing a lot of challenges, but we continue to achieve great victories. So we need your support. Please send us a contribution. Please be there on July 12th at the Midwest Convention Center in the Chicago area. It's right near the O'Hare Airport. It's gonna be awesome. We need you there. Thank you.
Books back in the time of the American Revolution. The printing press was a very new thing, etc. But the most popular book was Edward Gibbon's book, The Rise and Fall of the Roman Empire. Or I think it's called The Decline and Fall of the Roman Empire, which was this guy, Edward Gibbon, who was doing all this research about the fall of the Roman Empire. And if you go to the libraries of Thomas Jefferson and Alexander Hamilton and George Washington, they all have copies of the 8 volumes of Edward Gibbon's Rise or Decline and Fall of the Roman Empire. And they're all studying, why did the Roman Empire fall? And when they were designing Washington, D.C., the streets of Washington, D.C. are very much modeled on the streets of Rome. And the buildings, you look at the White House, you look at the U.S. Capitol, it's modeled on these ancient Roman buildings. They have the pillars, etc. And that many of the cities in upstate New York and in New England, and they're very much named after Roman generals like Syracuse, for example. And that the founders of the United States very much knew that they were doing the Roman Empire again. They very much understood that we're kind of doing what no one has really tried to do since the time of the Romans, which is have an elected government and have a democracy. And they understood that democracy that they were building was very fragile. And they also understood, which is that there was a reason for that, which is that in order to generate great wealth and have an empire, you need people involved. Now, originally, if you read the Constitution of the United States, originally, only those who owned property could vote. And that's how it was in Britain. That's how it was in many of the emerging liberal societies. As they were emerging, they only gave the vote to those who owned property. Now, why does that make any sense? The argument was those who own property are, quote, invested in the nation, meaning they will financially benefit from building the empire, right? Because if you don't own any property, you're not going to get rich from making the land more prosperous. However, if you are, a landowner and the value of the land increases and the wealth of the nation increases, you're going to get wealthier. And so liberalism arose as a mechanism for building a colonial or an imperial society. And that many people have pointed out, you could not have had what they call the bourgeois revolution or the rise of capitalism in Europe without colonialism first. If Christopher Columbus and the Spanish monarchy had not started exploring and rounding the Cape, etc. If 1492 Columbus hadn't sailed the ocean blue, if the British weren't, colonizing the New World, it was colonialism that laid the basis for enough wealth to be generated in the Western countries that they could overthrow feudalism and establish the capitalist economic mode of production, and from there start building a quote-unquote liberal society. And what was colonialism? Was colonialism freedom? Absolutely not. Wasn't freedom for the Native Americans. Wasn't freedom for the millions of Africans killed in the transcontinental slave trade, the transatlantic route, the Middle Passage of, millions of Africans dragged from their homes and taken to the United States and to the Caribbean to be worked to death. It was, if there hadn't been all this brutal authoritarian illiberalism, you would never have had enough wealth generated in America and Britain and France and Germany and Italy to have enough wealth to overthrow feudalism and talk about establishing a liberal society. And this was the primitive accumulation. And that's, an important point. There's a book called Capital, written by Karl Marx, and a lot of people don't get through the book because the opening of Capital is quite dull. So I'll give you a cheat code for this book, Capital. Skip to chapter 8, right? Chapter 8, is it chapter 8 or part 8, is called Primitive Accumulation. And you read that, and that's much more interesting. It's not, a dull section about where is value determined and how is value created. It's very, very much a history of capitalism. And it talks about how, when they broke apart the feudal commons, section 8, part 8. When they broke apart the feudal commons, So part 8, so-called primitive accumulation. When they broke apart the feudal commons, there were all of a sudden peasants. Peasants had just lived on the land, right? And if you were on this land, you were a peasant. Well, the feudal commons, all of a sudden, there were all these people that had to pay rent, and they had to be wage workers, and so they started executing homeless people. There were all the death penalty was implemented for vagrancy. If you were a vagabond or a vagrant, they gave you the death penalty, and they hung thousands of people just for being homeless as part of the process of creating capitalism. And that all across Europe, when they converted the land of Europe into private property for owners who were trying to make profit from the land, not feudal commons owned by medieval lords, but rather property, there was a whole process of killing millions of people. And then they seized Africa, and they seized the Americas and slavery, etc. And liberalism came into the world dripping with blood. And the liberalism was basically a mechanism for motivating the landowning class to go out and build an empire and plunder, right? And all of this is important because we're bursting the myths of liberal society, right? We're all told that these freedoms are eternal and that the intention is morality and all of this. No, okay. And I guess I just have to be blatantly, there's no way to beat around this. Liberalism has killed more people than any other ideology in history. Okay. And this is important because people forget this, right? We're always given a body count for communism. Communism killed a gamillion people. And fascism too, right? Fascism, the fascist system, Hitler and Mussolini and all of that, we're always given body counts for them. No one would have ever thought about communism or fascism if it hadn't been for the fact that liberalism was killing people on a massive scale. And no one ever wants to give a body count for liberalism. But liberalism is by far the most murderous system that has ever existed. Slavery, the transcontinental slave trade, the genocide of the Native Americans, the colonialism and the colonization of Africa. The British Empire created man-made famines all over the world. At one point, they killed 15% of the people living in Ireland. They killed millions of people in India by, destroying their economy and burning the looms. China, right? China, when they were emerging as a country in the 1800s, they didn't want to be part of the British and their free trade system. So they tried to enact economic regulations and protections to make sure that the British couldn't, dominate their economy. And one of the regulations was you can't bring opium into our country, no opium. And so the British waged 2 opium wars to force China to accept free trade and to accept the domination of British multinational corporations, the 2 opium wars. And the opium wars were devastating, and the result was destroying the Chinese economy, bringing opium into the country, addicting all kinds of people to drugs, setting back their ability to develop, creating a situation where they had to import all their goods from Western countries. Hong Kong was seized by the British Empire and became a British protectorate. Shanghai had chunks of it that were seized by the French. It was the century of humiliation for China. The Chinese government estimates that roughly 100 million people died as a result of the century of humiliation. And, why is it there's so many Irish Americans? That's because of land seizures. The British, the Whig Party, which was the more free market party in Britain, forced free trade onto Ireland. And they created a famine. All kinds of Irish people had their property taken away, their farms. They were kicked out of their farms, and big Protestant and British landowners seized their land and forced them out, and they were forced to come to the United States. And that wasn't just back then. That's right up to today. Libya used to be the most prosperous country on the African continent, and the liberal countries, the NATO powers, the United States, Britain, France, and Germany, bombed and destroyed it. And now Libya is devastated, and there's open air slave markets in Libya. Iraq was a relatively stable country in the Middle East, and look how it's been ever since the liberal Western powers led by the United States invaded it and overthrew it based on lies about weapons of mass destruction. After the fall of the Soviet Union, They brought liberalism into the Soviet Union. Boris Yeltsin was a puppet of the West, and he imposed radical free market policies on the former Soviet Union, and their population decreased by 10%. 1 in 10 people either died or left the country. U.S. economist Andre Gunder Frank called it economic genocide. The sex trafficking rate was massive. The suicide rate was massive. Deaths from drug addiction were massive. It was just the economic devastation. No system in history has ever killed anywhere near as many as liberalism has killed. And this is really, really important because people just forget this. It's like it doesn't count if the liberalism do it, right? You know, and it's like, well, they say, well, slavery is not really freedom. So therefore, all the hundreds of millions killed in slavery and the Middle Passage and all that, that's not killed by liberalism because it's not freedom. Well, the people doing it were espousing liberal ideas. It was Thomas Jefferson who was owning those slaves. It was the founders of the United States that were doing it. It was the British Empire that was facilitating the slave trade very much. So you can say, oh, well, it wasn't real liberalism, but it was still doing it. Right. And the wars of conquest, we always hear about the Spanish-American War. But after the Spanish-American War, you had the Philippine War, the U.S.-Philippine War, the Philippine-American War, where the Filipino people were fighting for their independence from the United States, and the USA, they sent the Marines, and there were hundreds of thousands, 500,000 Filipinos that were killed in the Philippine-American War and the lead up to World War I. And the colonization of Africa. I mean, you go down the line, country after country, nation after nation. Liberalism has killed millions of people, and the main driving force behind liberalism is the British Empire. The United States, obviously is a liberal country that was formed, and it was originally part of the British Empire, established its independence. But the British Empire, they were the pioneers of liberalism. And they published the works of Adam Smith, the Scottish economist who wrote about the wealth of nations and the concept of free trade. And liberalism as a system was brought into the world by British bankers and the London Stock Exchange that were the main fighting force. The British, with their global sea-based empire that was espousing the ideals of, life, liberty, and property, and the rights of man.
Hey, so we're here outside of Columbia University where the students are planning a walkout at 1 p.m. to protest against Israel. One thing that I thought is worth noting is the gates of the campus. I don't know if you can see there, but the gates of the campus have been decorated with balloons that are white and blue, the colors of the Israeli flag, showing that the university is firmly in Israel's camp despite the views of the students. Very interesting.
If I make money and I make a certain amount when I work for it, you should not be able to take that away. You're an idiot. So,
you know what Hamas will do to you?
Straight from fucking told you, idiot.
You're a chicken for them.
I'm a chicken for them?
Yeah, you should go to Gaza.
Can you explain further what you mean by that?
You should go to Gaza.
I should go to Gaza to be a chicken?
There's no one left there. You should fight for them.
Yeah. I should go to Gaza to be a chicken, is what you're saying.
You are a chicken.
What do you mean exactly?
Would you go to Gaza? Would you go to Gaza?
Right now, no, because I don't want to get bombed and killed.
So you wouldn't?
I'd rather be able to eat, like no one's eating there right now.
All right, so what would you want for a solution? Because Israel is going to exist no matter what. So Israel's always going to exist. It's been existing since 1948 and exists. So that's a reality that a lot of the so-called far-left socialist Marxist commies don't want to accept. So based on that, Israel's going to exist. So what do you think should happen? Do you agree with like a two-state solution? Or how about fighting together with Hamas?
Historically clear, and it involves death every single time.
Well, explain to me what NYPD
KKK is in solidarity of. Explain to me that chant, please. Because that was what they were saying earlier. So
Hi, please don't.
Student
Here, as tensions continue to escalate in New York, it's as pro-Palestinian and pro-Israeli students at Columbia University take part in demonstrations now entering day 5. Our correspondent is on the scene.
Well, we're here outside of Columbia University, and this is the center of the boiling controversy in New York City right now. Inside the campus, there is an encampment that's been set up to support the Palestinians, to denounce the campus and its investment and financial ties to the Israeli government. Now, there are widespread condemnations of these protests coming from the city officials and local politicians, as well as leaders of the university. They say these protests are somehow offensive to students of Jewish heritage, making them uncomfortable, etc. However, the students are refusing to abandon their protest. Now, the campus has been locked down, and as you can see, we're here outside of the campus where there has been a crowd of hundreds of pro-Palestine demonstrators for the past several hours expressing their support for the students. Now, there have also been a number of pro-Israel folks here waving Israeli flags and American flags, and there have been arguments between them. There were several arrests earlier today, but this is part of something that's happening all across the United States. There has been similar protests and an encampment set up at Yale University. There's a recent protest encampment that started at the University of Michigan, and it seems like students who object to their university's financial ties to Israel have decided to make themselves known with encampments 24/7 on the campus. Now, in New York City, this is particularly controversial. There's been widespread condemnation from politicians, but the students say this is a matter of their freedom of speech, their right to express themselves, and furthermore, there are some pointing out that Ivy League schools like Columbia and Yale play a very international role for the United States, and it's a place for the United States to show that it has room for pro-Palestinian sentiments and Muslims and others. However, those schools are very closely tied in with Israel financially. A lot of their biggest donors are big supporters of Israel, so it puts those universities in a very precarious situation. A lot of anger here coming from both sides. People don't like the situation. People feel that the students are exercising their freedom of assembly, their freedom to protest, and being intimidated and threatened. Others feel they're making a hostile environment for Jewish students. So it's a lot of disagreement here. Hundreds of police surrounding the campus. The campus is locked down. There's protesters inside, and there's lots of protesters outside. And free trade, etc. That system, that Atlanticist system, which America is part of, France, Germany, Italy, they're part of it. That system, liberalism, the collective West, have killed more than, even if every allegation that they made about Stalin was true, it wouldn't hold a candle to what liberalism has killed. And this is hard for a lot of people to stomach. It really is. And we forget it. It's like somehow it doesn't count, right? If liberalism kills these people. If the British commit genocide in India, well, liberalism didn't kill them. The big mean British people did. Well, they were espousing liberalism, and they were doing it to prop up their liberal free market system. So, China, you go down the line. All over the world, liberalism has killed millions of people, wars of conquest. Now, liberalism has a built-in problem. You're right ahead of me. It has a built-in problem, which is that it's the capitalist system, or the economic liberalism has a built-in problem, which is the only system where abundance creates poverty, where people can be impoverished because too much wealth has been created. That has never existed before, right? Poverty and economic destitution created by abundance. And that is something that is unique to the capitalist free market system. And I'm actually going to put on this clip that I have, one of my better clips, where I explain that when you have the means of production, the centers of economic power operating privately by owners who are trying to maximize profits,
you have this unique problem of the more technology advances and the more wealth that is created, you have economic crises created by abundance. People become homeless because there are too many houses. People become hungry because there's too much food. It's crazy. Explain what needs to be explained, what used to be considered Marxism 101, about why it is that our Western capitalist economy is crashing and burning. And in order to do that, I'm going to have to do some math. And I hate math. You know why I hate math? Because I grew up in America. I went to public school in the United States of America. So I am going to, at risk of embarrassing myself, because math was never my best subject, I'm going to do some mathematics here on the board for you to explain the problem.
We very much enjoyed Caleb's speech.
So if you are creating a product, right? If you're a factory owner, you're making a product, you are going to need the material through which that product is made, the manufacturing materials. So that'll be A.
The simple equation you put forward to explain the crisis of overproduction and the falling rate of profit.
And you're probably going to need to transport the product to where it's sold. That's B.
It broke down where your money goes.
You're also going to have to pay your labor costs. Labor costs are represented by C.
Explanations of those concepts that people are able to understand.
Then when consumers purchase the product, they're going to pay a final price. And that final price is D. However, there's a problem with that.
I like the fact that he framed it that way to make it very clear.
Which is that the capitalist can't change how much A costs. He can't change how much B costs. So the profit of the capitalist can only be extracted from the value put into it by the worker. And this is the basis of Marxism, the understanding of surplus value.
I've never seen it explained so simply anywhere. I've never been able to explain it that simply.
So C, the labor value, is divided. You have C1, which is what the worker actually gets paid. And then you have C2, which is the profit that the capitalist makes. And it all adds up to D, which is the final cost of the product. Now, the way people in the United States who talk about Marxism generally talk about this is they say, well, this is unfair. They say the worker is not getting paid the full value of his labor. But they're missing one of the most important points, which is not just that it's unfair and then people argue, well, what about the employer? He put up the money, doesn't he deserve to be? That's all a distraction. Because the important thing to understand is this. C1 is always going to be less than D. The wages paid out to the worker are never enough to buy back the product that he produces. There is always more products created than there are wages paid out to the worker. And this is the built-in problem of capitalism, the problem of overproduction. And it is always there in the capitalist economy. It never goes away. And they have invented all kinds of crazy mechanisms to try and deal with the problem of overproduction. Part of the reason that the US government has purchased billions and billions of dollars worth of cheese only to bury it in a cave in Springfield, Missouri, is to deal with this problem. It is an ongoing present problem, and it's a problem acknowledged by most capitalist economists. John Maynard Keynes said the problem was underconsumption rather than overproduction, but he was pointing to the same problem. The military-industrial complex in the United States is an effort to deal with this problem, to keep spending going. There's all kinds of mechanisms that they've invented to try and resolve this problem, but it gets worse. What is the capitalist always trying to do? He wants to maximize the amount of profit he makes. And one of the main ways they do that is with what's called labor-saving technology. Get rid of workers and replace workers with machines. As they eliminate workers from the process of production, as there's fewer and fewer workers involved, as machines take the place of workers, the role of C in production decreases. There's a little bit of a problem with that. As C goes down, C2 also goes down, right? As C decreases, C2 also decreases. And as the role of the worker in production is reduced, the rate of profit that the capitalist makes goes down. And this is called the tendency of the falling rate of profit. Only human labor creates value. And this is something that Adam Smith acknowledged. This is something some of the popes even acknowledge. Human labor creates all value. And so when you reduce the role of human labor in production,
the amount of value created decreases, and the ability of the capitalist to extract surplus value also decreases. So this causes the capitalist to have to churn out even more products because he's making less and less of a profit on the overall product. He's making less and less of a percentage, so he has to churn them out. So this problem of the worker never being able to buy back what he produces and more products being created than are necessary, this problem becomes exacerbated. And this points to what is understood to be the deeply irrational nature of the capitalist system. So we have a situation, as you show there, where they're always creating more products than they are paying out wages in the process of production. So the wages paid out in the process of production are never enough to buy back the product. And this problem is always getting worse because technology is always increasing. And the more efficient production becomes, the less wages that are paid out, and the bigger this problem is. And so they're constantly needing to seize new markets through which they can dump the excess products, right? You constantly need a new group of people to buy your products because the more products you create, the less people there is to buy them. You know, the wages paid out are never enough. So capitalism moves into its imperialist stage where they're seizing parts of the world as captive markets. Right? And I've used many examples of what imperialism is. Imperialism is the fact that, Mexico used to have its own farming sector. And then the United States with NAFTA imposed free trade on them, put all the Mexican farmers out of business. And now Mexico buys its food from American agribusiness corporations. Haiti used to have its own farming sector, and Haiti now buys and imports its food from American corporations. And that you're constantly looking for new markets, people to buy your products, because you're always having more products than you are having wages paid out. And that there's a frequent problem of overproduction, which is people become hungry because there is too much food. People become homeless because there are too many houses. And that the more efficient production becomes and the more efficient they make the means of production, the bigger the problem you have. And I talk about self-driving cars, which should be a great thing, but it would lead to massive unemployment and hunger in the United States. This is the irrational nature. So capitalism moves into its imperialist stage because they need to seize new markets through which they can dump their products on, etc. Now, in the 1800s, as the liberal system is continuing to experience all these great economic turmoils and economic problems, and they're having to seize new markets in order to stabilize the economy, etc. That's when you get the rise of, it was John D. Rockefeller in the United States, the owner of Standard Oil Company. He went to Britain and he made friends with a lot of the people in the Round Table Group, which was started by Cecil Rhodes, the guy who colonized Africa. Rhodesia was named after him. That's what Zimbabwe was called before it won its independence. And they called themselves Neo-Malthusians. Malthusianism was an economic school of thought that argued that the population always rises quicker than the food supply, and that the French Revolution had been caused by, quote unquote, overpopulation. Well, in the 1800s, the Rockefeller family and the Rhodes, Round Table Group, and a lot of the wealthy British people, they argued that the problems of the capitalist system in the West were caused by overpopulation. And they began thinking of various schemes that they could develop to reduce the population and reduce consumption in order to stabilize the economy. And they started arguing.
Talk about, like, people don't blame Haiti for capitalism, but they do blame Venezuela, right? My understanding of Haiti is there are a lot of corruption problems that exist within that government. It's not literally just they tried capitalism and it's ruining the country. But then people do blame Venezuela. Well, that was because Venezuela, like, very specifically started to make socialist pivots in its economy. It started to nationalize more industries. It started to, wait, which part of that do you disagree? Do you disagree that they were expropriating industries? Do you disagree that they tried to hardcore set price control?
Ownership in Venezuela is actually
much lower than the rate of state ownership in China. Other than
wait. How is that a response? No. You wouldn't compare the state.
Oil, very little is nationalized, and I've been to Venezuela, and one of the biggest problems they have is that their economy is entirely centered around oil. And when the oil price dropped in 2014, that caused a huge amount of scarcity. They need to have farms there. They need to have steel manufacturing there, and they don't have it. If they had state-run big steel mills and state-run farms and all of that, they'd be in a much better shape.
Okay. If you want to at a future debate, I would love to come back and talk about Venezuela, because I am positive that your assertions there, that it was just because oil collapsed, that's why that country fell apart, is absolutely not true. And that no person that has been involved.
Is a big problem as well.
No, not corruption. That it was very
They don't have
specifically.
corruption there.
Okay, it was very specifically pivots towards trying to socialize or nationalize or expropriate parts of their economy to set incredibly restrictive price controls that caused capital industry to flee that country, that caused some firms to no longer produce goods there or provide goods for its people. This is one of the large reasons why Venezuela. It's not just because oil prices fell a little bit. You don't see other OPEC countries.
An oil-producing country, a huge oil-producing country, bigger oil reserves than Saudi Arabia, than I've heard. The oil prices drop, and at the same time, they suddenly start having big economic problems, but it's unrelated. It's all just because they believe in socialism too much. That's what you're saying? Oil price drop of 2014 was dramatic. At that point, you could buy a family meal at Kentucky Fried Chicken that would cost more than a barrel of oil.
The petroleum sector accounts for roughly. Sure. So I'm just looking this up. Sure. I'm literally I'm looking this up on the fly because I know you're very incorrect. The petroleum sector accounts for roughly 87% of Saudi's budget reserves, 90% of the export earnings, and 42% of GDP. That's petroleum in Saudi Arabia. And Venezuela, oil is.
Saudi Arabia had big economic problems as well.
Saudi Arabia didn't have pictures of families eating rats off the street because their economy tanked so hard. I don't have people.
You're not allowed to.
From Saudi Arabia,
crying that they're in the country that are guest workers, slaves. Saudi Arabia, you couldn't take a picture like that, and Saudi Arabia has had big economic problems during that time.
Sure. Okay. So
look,
I'm very curious. I'm just curious.
Nigeria had problems. Oil-producing countries all suffered as a result of 2014.
They did suffer.
Oil price drop.
Go ahead and let Destiny. Go ahead and get your point in.
The fact that Venezuela didn't.
Are you going to make the claim that Venezuela suffered just as much as every other OPEC country did when oil prices fell? Is that the claim that you want to make?
No.
So why
Venezuela also suffers from sanctions from the United States. Venezuela also has big problems with corruption, and they also have the problem that they don't have. You said that the problem was they already had steel manufacturing. They already had big farms. No, the problem is they don't have it. It's a one commodity economy.
Why is that relevant? Why does that matter? You don't need to produce every good that your society consumes.
If your entire economy is centered around oil, right, and you are importing all of your food and products, and then you get sanctions imposed on you, and yes, there are big problems there, and they've manifested themselves, and I think it's interesting, though. Now, you acknowledge, what I think is interesting about your Venezuela narrative is the narrative I normally get from people about Venezuela is that everyone has been poor and starving ever since they had socialism there, and that proves communism always fails. That's not the narrative that you have. You've admitted that there were economic successes there until a certain point. Now, why does the media lie? Why can't they admit what you just said? Why
I don't know. I'm not here to talk as a Fox News correspondent. I'm just curious why you think central planning is effective.
MSNBC or CNN. None of them can admit
MSNBC or CNN
with their socialist economy until roughly about 2014.
Why am I getting real? Let's not
extensively obscures. Why are you saying this and none of them are saying this?
I don't think Destiny wants to. I don't think Destiny wants to speak for media companies.
I'm not here to.
I appreciate your honesty because everyone tells me all the time everyone's been starving ever since they moved towards socialism in Venezuela. You admit that the problems began fairly recently. Thank you.
Thank you
for your honesty. So we can agree anti-communists are liars. We can agree on that. That the anti-communist narrative that's promoted throughout U.S. society is based on deception and falsehood. Thank you for admitting that. I appreciate it.
I don't know if Destiny can
so I haven't
make that claim.
Anything.
Why is it necessary to lie, Destiny? Why don't they say what you just said?
Destiny can't speak for media companies. Destiny, go ahead and respond.
Because most of the people that were alive in the United States probably either have parents or grandparents that were involved in some crazy dumbass U.S. war against communism and the idea that all commies are trying to destroy the world and blah 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 blah. And that is a lie, and it's stupid. It's incredibly stupid. The way that Americans view, if you ask the average American what is socialism, the answer they would probably give you is stealing money from the rich and giving it to the poor.
According to the tables which we have assembled, It is our estimate that 4% of the American people own 85% of the wealth of America, and that over 70% of the people of America don't own enough to pay the debts that they owe. How many men ever went to a barbecue and would let one man take off the table what's intended for 9/10 of the people to eat? The only way you'll ever be able to feed the balance of the people is to make that man come back and bring back some of that grub he ain't got no business with.
Under this oak, where one of our forebears, Evangeline, waited for her lover, Gabriel, who never came. This oak is an immortal spot. The entire world knows about this oak from the poem of Longfellow. But Evangeline is not the only one who has waited here in disappointment. No, no. Where are the schools that you have waited for your children to have but never come? Where are the roads and highways that you have sent your money to build but are no closer now than ever before? Evangeline wept bitter tears, but that only lasted one lifetime. Your tears in this land and around this oak have lasted for generations. Will you let me dry the tears of those who still weep?
Now, how are you going to feed the balance of the people? What's Morgan and Baruch and Rockefeller and Mellon going to do with all that grub? They can't eat it. They can't wear the clothes. They can't live in the house. Give them a yacht. Give them a palace. Send them to Reno and give them a new wife when they want it. If that's what they want. But when they've got everything on the God's living earth that they can eat and they can wear and they can live in, and all that their children can live in and wear and eat and all their children's children can use, then we got to call Mr. Morgan and Mr. Mellon and Mr. Rockefeller back and say, come back here. Put that stuff back on this table here that you took away from here, that you don't need. Leave something else for the American people to consume. And that's the program. We're not going to destroy the Gulf Refining Company. We're not going to destroy the Standard Oil Company. But we're going to say that the limit of any one man's stock ownership in the Standard Oil Company is from $3 to $5 million to that individual, and that the balance of the people of America own the balance of what the Standard Oil Company is worth. All right.
My name is Huey P. Long, Jr. Like any good patriot, I was born in a log cabin. I would get up before the sun to help my daddy, and my sympathy has always gone to those who toil, and I have endeavored to help them. They say I'm the Karl Marx of the hillbillies. I'm no Karl Marx, but I do love the working man. Now you get that, type it up, and bring it in here when you do.
Every people out there, every neighbor of hers, we're down there, man. Masses of America, 75 to 80 to 85% of the people not only give up their property year after year, but they go further and further and further into economic slavery to where the flesh and blood of the born and the unborn will never be able to raise the debt, let alone come back and rescue the property that they've lost from these depressions.
You know how for most of you, your pocketbooks are empty, your bellies are tight? They tell us we are even faced with communism. Why not? When 1% of the people control wealth. I'm not a communist. I would not take a single luxury away. But when we reach a point where some men have so many millions that another 100 or so means nothing to them, we are going to have to siphon off some of the water for our own little pool. That's God's law. Look it up in Leviticus. Well, we are going to restrict the piling up of wealth in the hands of the few, and we are going to give it to the people. Now, this is a chance for you to make your voices heard in Washington. We have created an organization called Share Our Wealth Society, and we have prepared a pamphlet for you, and we can send it to you for free, and the whole plan is set forth in it. So I'm appealing to you to organize a Share Our Wealth Society in your own community tonight or tomorrow, and help me as your servant see that the government of this country is returned to the people.
And now, the corporate element of this state that were cheek bejeweled, hand in hand with them, who profited by it, who ransacked this state for the element of their allies, are being told what they can do and what they can't do, what they will pay, what they can't keep from paying for the welfare of the people of Louisiana, and we expect to have this state ruled by the people and not by the lords and the interest of high finance.
Will the distinguished senator from wherever the hell he's from please yield the floor for 1 moment?
I will reluctantly yield the floor to the junior senator from Louisiana.
Thank you. Now, when I first came here to Washington 6 months ago, I felt that we were on a mission to save this country from the despair which is gripping it. But all I get is a good deal of dither and blather from both parties. Millions and millions of workers are out of work. Millions of farmers are losing their farms to the banks, and what are the banks going to do with them? Now, you listen to me. Stop fooling around. Break up the concentration of wealth in this country and redistribute it according to the Lord's plan. Or if you do not, listen. Go to now, ye rich men, weep and howl for your miseries that shall come upon you. Weep and howl.
Senator, what are you trying to do? Start a revolution?
No, sir, I'm trying to wake you all up.
Sir, you are not speaking for us.
Well, if I'm not speaking for y'all, I guess I'm speaking against you. The economy of this country is collapsing, and unless we do something about it, the people will be at those Capitol doors 6 months from now looking to string you scoundrels up. And unless you awaken, I'll be there tying the noose.
Then we start from the bottom, that the 25 or more million American families shall have a homestead, a home, and the comforts of a home, including an automobile and a radio, the things it takes in that house to live on. We say to America, 125 million, none shall be too big, none shall be too poor, none shall work too much, none shall be idle. No luxurious mansions empty, none walking the streets, none impoverished, none in pestilence, none in want, but in the land blessed by the smile of the Creator, with everything to be consumed, to be eaten, to be worn, that America will become a land sharing the fruits of the land, not for the favored few, not to satisfy greed,
but that all may live in a land in which the Lord has provided an abundance sufficient for the luxury and convenience of the people in general, I think.
But if we look at our own history as a country, at a time when we were divided, we can see that there's two sides to that story. One of the most famous and beloved Hollywood movies is Gone with the Wind. Has anyone ever seen Gone with the Wind? It's a beloved, famous Hollywood movie, and it's about, Miss Scarlet. I do declare, Captain Butler, them Yankees is coming down here and ruining everything. It's horrible, it's horrible. If you sat down and you interviewed Miss Scarlet about the Civil War, she would tell you her perspective. And she wouldn't be lying to you. That's how she saw it. But if you interviewed the slaves, they would have a very different perspective on the events. And we look at the fact that, just recently, a few years ago, there was a riot about a Confederate statue. There are two sides to every story, and the way people view conflicts is largely based on where they live, where they came from, what town they grew up in, who their family was. And that if you want to bring peace in the world, you have to recognize that there's another side to these stories. There's another side to these conflicts. Before I ever got interested in communism, when I was just a small child, my family hosted a student, an international student who was going to a nearby college who was from Bulgaria. And this guy was, in his 20s, he was attending the university, he was not a communist. And I said to him, naively, I said, is there anyone in Bulgaria who still believes in communism? And he looked at me and he said, absolutely. He said, my grandfather. And I said, wow, how could anyone believe in communism? Communism is just this horrible system and all of that. Why does your grandfather believe in communism? And he said, well, his grandfather had survived the Second World War. And after the Second World War was over, his grandfather was a young man, and the new government that came to power in Bulgaria got all the young men together and mobilized them to build roads. Bulgaria had never had a network of paved modern roads. So all the young men from the country got together and they were given uniforms and they went from country to remote villages, to the countryside, and they paved the roads of Bulgaria. And his grandfather remembered this as the best moment in his life because he was working with people his age. He was seeing different parts of the country he'd never seen. In every little town and village they went to, people applauded for them as heroes. And he felt this spirit of unity. They were rebuilding the country. It was going to be a new Bulgaria. The war and the pain and the trauma was over, and it was a new day. And that's why, even in the 1990s, this student's grandfather was a huge admirer of the Soviet Union, a huge admirer of Stalin, because he lived through that. And that experience was his experience. And one thing I must say is that we take that for granted here in the West. We take for granted the fact that we have paved roads. We take for granted the fact that we have electricity. We take for granted the fact that we have running water. But in countries that have never had that, in countries that have never had literacy, that have never had electrification, these things are a pretty big deal. If you went from never having electricity, never having running water, never having access to education, to suddenly having it, that's going to be a huge, huge change in your life. And if you look at communism in the 20th century, it was largely countries that were underdeveloped, breaking out of the dominance of other countries economically and developing, and paving roads, and building power plants, and building modern university systems. And that is important when you want to understand what happened on the Korean Peninsula, and I'll tell you why. In the 1990s, after the fall of the Soviet Union, things were very, very bad in North Korea. There was a food crisis. They needed petroleum, gasoline to run their tractors, and they couldn't get it. And their food system came to a grinding halt, and people were starving to death. And it was an absolute disaster, and it was a very, very bad time. And many international observers looked on and they said any other government in the world would have collapsed under those circumstances. But if you look at today, the Korean Workers' Party is still in power. They're still in power. And the grandson of the founder of North Korea, Kim Il-sung, his grandson, Kim Jong-un, is the leader of the country. And if you look at the fact that they got through a huge crisis that they now call the arduous March period in their country, where people were literally starving to death, where their food system came to a grinding halt, where electricity was limited, where things were that bad, but yet the government of North Korea did not fall, you have to acknowledge there's a lot of people who feel very, very loyal to the Korean Workers' Party. And I'm going to tell you some of why that is. And my source for these statistics is the country study published by the U.S. Library of Congress. The U.S. Library of Congress publishes a country study of every country in the world. And these statistics come from the U.S. Library of Congress's country study of North Korea. Between 1948 and 1990, the life expectancy of the average person in North Korea increased by 30 years. 30 years. Can you imagine what a 30-year life expectancy increase means? How much would things have to improve in a country for people to be living 30 years on average more than they did before? In 1955, Korea was recovering from the Korean War. The country had been bombed. Every single building about 1 story tall had been destroyed in the Korean War. And in 1955, North Korea had only 285 hospitals in the whole country. But in 1986, according to the U.S. Library of Congress, they had 2,401 hospitals. And you want to talk about a huge increase in access to medical care. You go from 285 hospitals to 2,401 hospitals. That's huge. That's a huge increase in access to medical care. When the communists took power on the Korean Peninsula, 20% of the population had any kind of education whatsoever. Any kind of education. By 1956, again, just a few years after the whole country had been bombed and destroyed during the Korean War, according to the U.S. Library of Congress, they had wiped out illiteracy in the northern half of the Korean Peninsula. These are huge, dramatic achievements that changed a lot of people's lives. And they were done under the leadership of Kim Il-sung and under the leadership of the Korean Workers' Party. And they were done in the aftermath of a devastating war in which the whole country was ravaged and destroyed by bombs. And they were done with aid from China, aid from the Soviet Union. But there are millions of people who lived through that. And their loyalty to the Korean Workers' Party and to Kim Il-sung was won by seeing how their country was transformed. And, you know, we know that North Korea has been in a pretty bad spot since the fall of the Soviet Union. But it hasn't always been like that. And this is from a BBC article that was published, and they acknowledged that prior to the fall of the Soviet Union, North Korea had a bit of success. This is what the BBC article said. At one time, North Korea's centrally planned economy seemed to work well. Indeed, in the initial years after the creation of North Korea, following World War II, with spectacular results. The mass mobilization of the population, along with Soviet and Chinese technical assistance and financial aid, resulted in annual economic growth rates estimated to have achieved 20%, even 30% in the years following the devastating Korean War of 1950 to 1953. And as late as the 1970s, this is BBC, South Korea languished in the shadow of the economic miracle north of the border. And throughout the 50s and 60s, North Korea was building a huge steel industry. They were building huge modern power plants and electricity, and the country was rising up. And again, this is something that we never hear about. But these are changes that made a difference in people's lives. And if it wasn't for the fact that millions of people's lives were very largely transformed by the Korean Workers' Party, they would have collapsed in the 1990s. Another thing that's worth pointing out, since we're talking about North Korea, is we all know that back in the 1960s, there was the Black Liberation Movement here in the United States. And, you know, since, you know, some of the recent awareness that's been raised of Black Lives Matter, we're starting to acknowledge things like the murder of Fred Hampton. We're starting to acknowledge how, you know, Dr. Martin Luther King was harassed by the FBI and sent a letter urging him to commit.
We have another problem here in the United States. We have a problem on our border. If you've been looking at what's been happening, especially in the last few months, there have been all kinds of people trying to flee across our borders. In Texas, Arizona, New Mexico, so many people in Guatemala and Honduras and El Salvador can't live in their own country. Drug cartels have destroyed their lives. They don't have access to running water and electricity. And what does the right wing offer in response? Bigotry, a hate, a wall, demonizing immigrant communities. Yeah, and is that the solution? Is that going to help? Of course not. First of all, it's dehumanizing. It's terrorizing people. It's destroying people's lives. Second of all, what is the best thing you could ever do for MS-13? Right? Make the immigrant communities afraid. Push them into the shadows. Make it impossible for people to just walk across the border, so they have to cooperate with one of these criminal organizations.
The criminal organizations that operate along the U.S. border benefit very strongly from these insane policies that the Trump administration and others have pushed. But what do the liberals offer? Well, Kamala Harris says not to come here. You know, just don't come here. Yeah, what do they have to offer? Nothing. Just don't come here. Just don't come. Well, we at the Center for Political Innovation have a solution, and that's called the Sandino-Zapata Economic Corridor. That it's time for the United States and the government of Mexico and the government of China and the government of Nicaragua to have a joint project of economic development for that entire region. People in that region need jobs and healthcare and education. They need access to modern facilities and roadway. And it's a matter of national security for the United States, for Mexico, for Guatemala and Honduras and all those countries there. It is a matter of urgent necessity that there be economic development. You know, Sandino was the leader of the Nicaraguan Revolution. Emil Zapata was the leader of the Mexican Revolution. And so our demand is the construction of the Sandino-Zapata Economic Corridor. And again, when some politician gets up and says he's going to build a big giant wall and he's going to solve the problem of immigration, we can get up and we can say, now, are you for the Zapata-Sandino Economic Corridor, or are you against it? Then we can ask him, are you for it or are you against it? When a liberal gets up and tells some heart-wrenching stories and says they care about immigrants, and then when they get elected stabs them in the back, we can get up and say, are you for it or are you against it, right? And we will come up with a clear proposal of what we will do, right? The China that builds the fastest trains in the world and builds infrastructure all over the world, the Sandinistas of Nicaragua, the government of Mexico, they're going to be very good at it. This is just waiting to happen. And the market, of course, isn't going to do it. But as we know, in China and in Nicaragua, the market is not in command. Popular power is in command. And because it is a matter of national security, it could be done. It could be done. You could stop the problem of mass migration and people fleeing desperately on the border very easily with the Sandino-Zapata Economic Corridor. So there we go. We have that.
Hey friends, how you doing today? I'm letting you know, the Center for Political Innovation, we are about to do, on July 12th, the biggest event that we have ever done. It will be our national gathering in Chicago on July 12th. And it's going to be really, really special. We are talking with a number of important anti-imperialist voices, a lot of different communities. There's going to be musical performances, dance performances, there's going to be great speeches, and it's going to be a whole day gathering dedicated to anti-imperialism. I am committed, and CPI has always been committed to building an in real life network of people. And we carry out real operations. We were at the inauguration of Trump with our Trump and Kim banner saying only peace can make America great again. We were on the streets of Chicago at the Democratic National Convention with a book exposing what Kamala Harris and who she really is and what she's really about, and it was really, really important. We have 1,000 copies of our book about the Houthis that are being distributed with the poster of the convention on the back to people who would never go looking for this. We are putting door hanger flyers on doors of people, again, that would never go looking for this. We're not performing and trying to make ourselves feel good. We're actually trying to build a network of people that can be anti-imperialists in America. And it's not easy to do. It's very difficult in these times to build a real in-life organization. People have their issues. We live in a very strange time, but we have to do it. And we are committed to continuing this project. This video is basically me telling you we need your support. In order to pull off our convention that includes our 7-day program for our members around the country to come to Chicago, includes our huge convention on July 12th, where we're gonna fill up the Midwest Convention Center, in order to have an effective national planning meeting and gathering in Chicago the day after on July 13th. In order to do what we need to do, we need to fill up that auditorium and we need money. And there's really no way around that. We need you to donate to the Center for Political Innovation. We have set up a GoFundMe, and a lot of people have already contributed. We already raised a couple $1,000, but it's not enough. In order to really pull off our July activities and really have a win for anti-imperialism, we need your support. We need you to go to the GoFundMe right now and donate $5 or $20. We need you to go to the donate button on the CPI website and send us $100 or $50, whatever you can do. If we're going to do what we need to do in July and build the organization and have the mega anti-imperialist rally that needs to happen on July 12th and solidify the network that we're building to continue to carry out the great operations that we do, we need you to help us out. Every cent that we raise goes into building this group. I'm lucky I have a paycheck with everything that's going on. I'm surviving, and I have consistently put a huge amount of the money that I have, my own resources, my own funds, into CPI because I believe in it, because it needs to happen, because this organization is necessary. I'm looking at what I've got and my own resources and my own bills and all of that, and I'm looking at what's already been paid for, and it's not enough. I mean, it's just not enough. I can't just pay for everything myself. We have membership dues and other things, but we need a special gift. We need a special gift to make July happen. We need you to give us a special contribution so that we can make sure the July events go smoothly, that the housing for the people coming in out of town is covered, that the speakers that are being flown in, their airfare is properly covered. We need you to make a special one-time gift to make this July gathering, this anti-imperialist summit that we are organizing. We need you to help us make it happen and help us make it a success. Small gift, big gift, whatever you can do. We need you to help us with it. But you know what? I'll just say this. If it's a matter of send us a gift or come, we'd rather you come. We'd rather you be there. It's much more important that you be there on July 12th. If you can't afford to give us a gift, but you can afford to come to town, if there's one event that you come to this year, make it July 12th. CPI, Center for Political Innovation, we're doing something that nobody else is doing, and we're doing it right. We're not doing it in a way that we're trying to win the internet. We're not doing it in a way that we're trying to make ourselves feel special or act like we're cool. We're building what needs to be built. We are building the real connections. And if you can understand why what we're doing is so important, if you can understand why anti-imperialism is the future, but we have to break out of the narrow niche circles and internet culture and get to the masses of people with real outreach, if you can understand that, please give us a gift. We're trying to build an actual movement to win new people to anti-imperialism and continue to carry out operations to change the conversation in America so that we have a country where there's a mass movement demanding justice for working families and an end to these wars, that we're saying no to World War III, we're saying no to the emerging low-wage police state. That's what we urgently need. So if you can help us in any way, send us a gift. If you can be there on July 12th, be there. This is the biggest endeavor CPI has ever done, and it's going to lead to even bigger things. We don't back down. We don't go away. If we were going to back down, we would have done it a long time ago. And if we were one of their plants or one of these fake anti-imperialists, they would be making it a lot easier for us. We have been facing a lot of challenges, but we continue to achieve great victories. So we need your support. Please send us a contribution. Please be there on July 12th at the Midwest Convention Center in the Chicago area. It's right near the O'Hare Airport. It's going to be awesome. We need you there. Thank you. That you need to degrow the economy. You need to have wars to drive down the population. You need to, promote birth control everywhere and have people, not have children. We've got to reduce the population because the problem is overpopulation. That's what they were arguing. The problems of imperialism and the capitalist,
liberal system are caused by overpopulation. And that became a popular view among the ultra rich and among the British Empire and among the Rockefeller family, etc. So, we have the colonial wars. They're dividing, they're seizing sections of Africa, they're seizing sections of Asia, and they're fighting with each other. And all of that leads to World War I. And World War I was the war to end all wars. And it was the great war between the British imperialists and the French imperialists, and eventually the American imperialists against the German and the Austrian imperialists. And they were fighting over colonies, right? The Germans had chunks of Africa that they wanted. They had chunks of China that they wanted, and they wanted to build a global empire. And the Austrians and the Turks, the Ottoman Empire, they all had sections of the world they wanted, but they were up against the British and the Americans and the French. And so they had a war in which 20 million people died in World War I. And it was a war to redivide the world. It was a war between the colonial powers, or the imperialists, were fighting over who got big chunks of the world. And Germany was stripped of its colonies at the end of the First World War, and Austria was stripped of its colonies, and Turkey was stripped of its colonies. And the British and Americans and French, they divided up the rest of the world, and they drew the map of the Middle East. The Sykes-Picot Agreement, is how the maps of the Middle East were designed, right? The Arab people are one nation, but the reason you have Iraq and Saudi Arabia and Yemen and Syria is because they made an agreement among themselves. The Americans and the British and the French, they drew the borders for what the Middle East would be, and they picked certain kings to rule certain areas. And Syria was under the control of the French, and Iraq had a king that was picked by the British, and the British picked the Saudis to rule Saudi Arabia. And that this is how the maps of the Middle East were drawn up. And Africa was carved up in a similar way. Do you think that those borders in Africa were drawn up just because, the people in Nigeria have always been different than the people of Gabon and the people of Namibia? I mean, no, those borders were drawn up by colonizers. And these countries, Angola was run by the Portuguese. And South Africa was under the domination of the British, and Zimbabwe, which was called at that time Rhodesia after a British guy named Cecil Rhodes, those borders were drawn up by the colonizers, and they carved up the world. And World War I was a big, giant war in which 20 million people, most of whom were white European people, died in order to carve up the world. And after World War I, there was a huge economic expansion because there'd been so much destruction. All of Central Europe had been destroyed. All of France, all of Germany had all been destroyed. Belgium had been destroyed. And so there was a speed up of production. And the United States had not had fighting on U.S. territory, on U.S. soil. So the United States was at the center of that. And so the United States experienced what they called the Roaring '20s, where the economy was doing well. And the United States had not lost its industrial capacity. So people were buying things from the United States. Henry Ford, had developed assembly line production and was selling cars to the whole world, and radios, and there was a boom in the Roaring '20s. And the slogan that they used in the 1920s is they said Ford has overtaken Marx, because they said Marx said capitalism is inefficient, but Henry Ford has developed this really, really efficient form of capitalism where he pays the workers a significantly higher wage, and that enables them to buy the products. And that Henry Ford has invented this new ultra efficient form of capitalism that does not have the problems that Karl Marx pointed to. Well, that obviously didn't work out. And in the 1930s, you had a long-term economic crisis, which was that all the assembly line production and all the very, very efficient methods for churning out products led to a big crisis of overproduction and all that stuff about, people not being able to buy back the products and overproduction. You had an economic crisis. But what made the Great Depression different than in the past was usually these economic crises ended in 1 or 2 years. They'd have a panic, they called it. The stock market would go down and people would be unemployed and starving. But after a year or two, we'd be back up and running again. That didn't happen in the Great Depression. because the technological leaps of Henry Ford and the technological leaps that came after World War I were so big that the capitalist economy couldn't really resuscitate itself. And throughout the entire 1930s, they were still in the Great Depression, and it didn't get better, and it didn't get better. However, in the Soviet Union, you had a country that had broken out of capitalism and imperialism, and they had 5-year economic plans, and they were booming economically, and they were raising their people up out of poverty. And the Soviet Union was rapidly expanding its economy and electrifying and industrializing. And a lot of engineers and scientists from the Western countries were going to the Soviet Union and studying, and the Soviet Union was having a great economic expansion. The Koch brothers, their father, Fred Koch, was a chemist who worked with oil, and he went to the Soviet Union and he helped Stalin set up the oil industry. And General Electric helped set up, power plants in the Soviet Union, and that there was all kinds of business with the Western imperialists and the Soviet Union. And the Soviet Union was where the growth was happening. The rest of the world was stagnating. And in the Soviet Union, you had economic expansion. Well, in the Western countries, of course, a lot of people were unemployed and hungry, and the Soviet Union was booming. And a lot of intellectuals and scientists and others were going to the Soviet Union, seeing how great it was. And the Soviet Union was aligned with communist parties that built labor unions and built protest movements of the unemployed. So a lot of people in the Western countries started becoming communists because they said, hey, look, we're having this long-term economic crisis, and the communists, Marx, they explain this is the problem of overproduction. And so we're going to have a communist revolution. And in France and in Germany in particular, millions of people joined the Communist Party. In America, the Communist Party was very big and very strong and influential. You had a rise in communist influence, and millions of people started becoming communists. And then, the main people that were threatened by communists were factory owners, because communists built labor unions of people who worked in factories. And factory owners, they did not want communism because that would lead to their property being nationalized. It would lead to, the state seizing the means of production. And those communists were organizing unions of the factory workers that were forcing them to sign contracts and pay higher wages and cutting into their profits. So among the industrialists, you had another illiberal movement formed called fascism. And fascism promised to build a military state that would crush the communists and crush the labor unions as a mechanism for stabilizing the economy. So as the liberal system is, failing in the West, millions of working class people are becoming communists. And among middle class people, shopkeepers and factory owners, and among the rich and powerful, you have fascism arising. So 2 illiberal movements are arising. Nobody would have ever become a communist, and nobody ever would have become a fascist if liberalism worked. And let me repeat this, right? Because a lot of people don't get this. They think liberalism, it's fine. It's only fascism and communism that have problems. Nobody would have ever thought about either of those things if it hadn't been for the failure of liberalism, right? The liberal system, which is individualism above all else, would never have been would never have been, there wouldn't have been anyone opposing it if there hadn't been failure of liberalism. And communism offered class solidarity, right? The solidarity with your class, the working class. Fascism offered nationalism, the nation. And they were both collectivist ideologies that were saying you're not an individual. The communists are saying you're part of a class, the working class. The fascists are saying you're part of a nation, etc. But they're both collectivist ideologies, and they both are seeking heavy-handed control over the economy. Communists want a centrally planned economy. Fascists want, a heavy-handed state that imposes, breaks the labor movement and imposes militarism, etc. But both of them want heavy state control because liberalism isn't working. And they're both trying to build mass movements to lay the basis for heavy-handed state control to address the problems of liberalism. All right, next. So obviously that all leads to World War II. World War II happens, and World War II is an epic disaster. Hundreds of millions of people killed. The Holocaust, 27 million people die in the Soviet Union. Tens of millions of people die in China and in Korea and in Japan. And It's an absolute disaster. So after World War II, you have what's called the Keynesian consensus. That's because of John Maynard Keynes. Here, I'll show a picture of him. John Maynard Keynes. And John Maynard Keynes is the main British economist. He's not a communist, not a socialist, but he's not into the free market either. And John Maynard Keynes, his thinking is, he says, World War II happened, fascism and communism arose because of the fact that that liberalism, that we need the government to spend money, right? That the capitalist economy, he doesn't call it overproduction. He says the problem is underconsumption. But he says that, there's this problem of underconsumption. So we need the government to spend lots of money. He doesn't care what they spend it on, but you need the government to spend money so we don't have something like the Great Depression again. And John Maynard Keynes, his philosophy is often summarized. They talk about ditch digging, right? Is that, the government hires somebody. Suicide. Well, at the same time that the American government was hunting down and murdering and terrorizing black revolutionaries, North Korea was supporting black revolutionaries. And in fact, the Black Panther Party was welcomed to North Korea with a huge parade as heroes. And the Black Panthers, they had a relationship with many different governments around the world, but for some reason, North Korea was a government that they had a particularly close relationship with. If you look at old issues of the Black Panther newspaper, they got Kim Il-sung's face on the front page, and Black Panther leader Eldridge Cleaver, when he fled from the United States, he moved to North Korea. One of his daughters was born in North Korea. And actually, one of the communist groups I was around years ago, they had a copy of the complete works of Kim Il-sung in their office. And I asked them why, and they were in Detroit, and they said, well, in the early 80s, when the Black Panther Party of Detroit closed down their office, all their stuff was out on the street, and there was the complete works of Kim Il-sung, because they'd been in the Black Panther Party office. And so we took it, and that's why we have the complete works of Kim Il-sung in our office. This is important to acknowledge, and that in North Korea, there are a number of Africans from various African countries where there were civil wars and conflicts who fled to North Korea. There are a number of Arabs and Palestinians living in North Korea. And we don't hear about these things in American media, but North Korea has a record and reputation of solidarity with other countries. In fact, Senegal, when they built a monument to their independence, they hired North Korean architects and engineers to design it. And there's this beautiful monument in Senegal, you should go look it up, to the independence of this African country, built by North Korea. And these are things that we're not made aware of in the United States. But I want to talk about nuclear weapons, because I think it's important to understand why North Korea has nuclear weapons. Because generally the version of events that we're given about why North Korea has nuclear weapons is that, well, Kim Jong-un is crazy and he wants to murder us all, and so he's got nuclear weapons so he can threaten to murder us all. Well, that's malarkey. That's not the case. So, first of all, let's talk about the fact that in South Korea, there are, at this point, I want to get the number right, yes, there are 28,500 U.S. troops. Now, how would we feel if in Mexico there were thousands of troops from a country that we consider to be hostile or an enemy in the United States? Let's say there were 28,500 Russian troops in Mexico. Let's say that there were 28,500 Chinese troops in Mexico. How would we feel about that? But it's not just that those U.S. troops are there. Every year they do this war game, this provocative drill. And what the provocative drill is those 28,500 troops and all the airplanes and tanks and missiles and helicopters and jets, they march them all right up to the line. And they say, well, it's only a drill. Don't worry, guys. It's just a drill, just a practice. And they do this every year. Now, can you imagine if, in Mexico there were 28,500 foreign troops, and every year they marched all of them right up to the border to practice invading the United States. And they said, don't worry, guys. It's just a drill. It's just a drill. Well, we'd be wondering, which year is it not going to be a drill? That's what we'd be wondering about. It's a little bit of a provocation. And that was one good thing that Donald Trump did, is he suspended those drills. They paused while he was president of the United States. And that's one thing I give Donald Trump a huge amount of credit for. I think it's an applause. to it than that. In the 1990s, I told you North Korea was in a very, very bad place. They, had a food crisis in the country. They felt that they were possibly going to use the moment where they were suffering so much. The United States would use that moment to just go in and crush them. So they announced that they were going to get nuclear weapons. And the Clinton administration didn't want North Korea to get nuclear weapons, so they made a deal with North Korea. They said, if you don't get nuclear weapons, if you sign the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty, if you stay in it, we will give you a huge amount of heating gas, because it's very cold winters in North Korea. We'll give you a huge amount of food aid, because you're having a food crisis. We will help you get peaceful nuclear energy. In fact, we'll send some technicians from the United States to help you build peaceful nuclear energy power plants, and we'll make sure that you have what you need, and in exchange for that, North Korea said, okay. And they paused their plans to get nuclear weapons. And they got some food, and they got some heating gas, but then the US Congress cut off the funds for the deal. And so North Korea waited. And the US Congress continued to not fund the deal. And then Bill Clinton was out of office, and George W. Bush was in office, and they waited, and the food wasn't coming, and the gas wasn't coming, and the peaceful nuclear energy power plants weren't being built. And then we all remember George W. Bush. 9/11 happened. And then George W. Bush got up in front of the country after 9/11, and he said, there's an axis of evil. There's an axis of evil in the world. And who did he name? He named Iraq, Iran, and North Korea. And at that point, North Korea said, oh, okay, I guess we're not getting what we were promised in exchange for not getting nuclear weapons, so we'll get nuclear weapons. And that's why North Korea has nuclear weapons. And if you look at it and you look at the chain of events that led to that, you can understand why they've acquired nuclear weapons. I believe that North Korea will eventually give up its nuclear weapons, and I'll be talking about that later, but I think they will give it up. But certain things will have to happen before they do that. But it's also important to point out, North Korea wasn't the first country on the Korean Peninsula, the first government on the Korean Peninsula to seek nuclear weapons. South Korea had a nuclear weapons program for quite some time. And South Korea was starting to acquire nuclear weapons. Now, who was the biggest opponent of South Korea acquiring nuclear weapons? Well, you'd think it'd be North Korea, right? Well, North Korea certainly wasn't in favor of it, but the United States was also very opposed to South Korea developing nuclear weapons. Why? Because if South Korea had nuclear weapons, then they wouldn't need those American troops there now, would they? Nuclear weapons are for us Western colonizers. It's for us white countries. We're the ones that get to have nuclear weapons, right? And, if South Korea had its own nuclear weapons, then it wouldn't be reliant on the United States. And all the military corporations that make lots of money by having U.S. troops in South Korea would lose out. And South Korea would be more independent, and it could have more independence economically. And the role of the United States in Asia and its ability to dominate the Asian markets might decrease. And the United States basically twisted the arm of South Korea in 1975 into signing the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty. However, it's now been revealed, it was revealed in 2004, that South Korea continued its nuclear weapons program after signing the treaty. And throughout the 1980s, up until I believe 1986, they were doing nuclear weapons research. And in violation of the treaty, they were looking to develop nuclear weapons of their own. But it's also important to point out that the leader of South Korea, who was trying to develop nuclear weapons for South Korea, Park Chung-hee, he was somebody that the United States brought into power, the United States had supported, but it looks like the United States pretty well turned against. He died under very mysterious circumstances that are still to this day not explained. He was having dinner with the head of the Korean intelligence services, and the story is that there was an argument or something, and the head of the Korean intelligence services shot him, and then the head of the Korean intelligence services was summarily executed before ever stating his motive. So it's very mysterious, but it's also important to point out that at the same time that...
So I'm here with William Rodriguez, and you were a janitor in the World Trade Center on September 11th, 2001, and you were involved in saving many lives. Can you tell us about that? Can you show us the key?
Caleb, I worked in the building for 20 years. 9/11 was a definite moment in my life because it changed me forever. I came into work late. I was supposed to be there at 8 o'clock. I got there at 8:30. I went straight down to the basement. There were 6 up levels of basement. our office was located on the B1 level, the basement number 1. While I was there talking to my supervisor and 14 new employees, at 8:46 we hear, bah! An explosion so powerful that pushed us upwards. All the walls cracked, the false ceiling fell on top of us, the sprinkler system got activated, water started going everywhere, everybody screaming because of the disorientation, because nobody knew what was happening. And at the very first moment that I hear that, I thought that one of the generators blew out on the B2 level because it pushed us upwards. And when I went to mention it 6 to 7 seconds after, I hear bah! On the top of the building, 2 different events. And I went to tell everybody, we gotta get out of here. My supervisor, Anthony Saltalamacchia, said, it's a bomb, because we didn't have windows, we're on a basement. And nobody knew what to do. At the same moment, I looked through the hallway that went directly to the office, and what do I see? A man, a black guy, with his hand extended, screaming, explosion, explosion, explosion. And his hand had what appears to be clothing hanging from the top of the fingertips. As he got closer, we started screaming and crying because we realized it was his skin. He got his skin pulled from under his armpits on both arms, and he peeled off like when you take off a glove, and it was hanging on top of the fingertips. And at that very moment, I said, what happened? And he turned his face, and all this was hanging on his face. The name Felipe David was his name, a guy from Honduras, which I didn't know. Nobody wanted to touch him because this was in 2001. Remember that in 2001 we had that A scare that no touching anybody with blood because you didn't know what to happen. And when I saw that, I started screaming, help me, help me. Nobody wanted to help. So I went into the office and I took a box of rags because it was a cleaning company, and I started putting it around him. I said, don't move, I'm gonna call the medical emergency unit that is located on the other tower because they connected through the basement. And I said, I'm gonna call them and we're gonna get help right away. When I went inside to touch the phone, bah! Another explosion. And it was so powerful that the floor started to vibrate and everybody run inside the offices under the door thinking that it was an earthquake. And at that very moment, I said, no, we gotta get out of here, we gotta get out of here. And nobody wanted to touch the poor man. So I took the poor man, I put it on my shoulder, and I started leaving the area because I knew the way to get out because I worked in the building for 20 years. And these were new employees. So I started leading these people out of the building. When we get outside on Vesey Street, I see an ambulance, I stop the ambulance, I put the man inside the ambulance, and what do I hear? Everybody screaming on the street, looking up with their mouth open. And so I turn around and I hear a plane hit the building, a plane hit the building on the radio of the security guard that let trucks go inside the building. So I turn around, what do I see? I saw the hole, I saw the fire, I saw the smoke, but the smoke was so dense that it covered the top of the antenna of the North Tower. When I don't see the top of the antenna, I start screaming, we gotta go back, we gotta go back. Nobody wanted to go back because they already saved themselves. And my supervisor, no, Willie, just stay here. I say, no, we gotta go back. Our friends are there. And I met the people from Windows of the World, the restaurant that was located on the 106th and the 107th floor. And I said, we gotta go back, we gotta help them. And I knew at that very moment that I was basically spared my life because if I got there at 8 o'clock, I always started from the top of the building working down, cleaning the stairwells. And I always went to Windows of the World because they gave me the breakfast for free. You know, when they give you something for free, you're gonna be there. So I was there every morning. This day I was late. And I knew that my friends were stuck in there. So I started screaming, we gotta go back, we gotta go back. Nobody wanted to go back. So I went by myself. I went straight to the South Tower through the basement, through the OCC. OCC was the Operation Control Center, where they actually managed all the emergencies. It was supposed to be manned 24 hours a day. When I went there was nobody there. Everybody ran away. So I'm hitting with the radio, help, help, nobody's there. I turn around, I see a guy coming from the basement of the South Tower. The South Tower has not been hit yet. And the name is Jimmy Barrett. I said, Jimmy, what are you doing here? You gotta get out. He didn't know. So that gives you an indication how many people probably died on the South Tower without even knowing what was going on. Yeah. And I said, you gotta get out. I told him what happened. And when I turned around, between the two towers, there was an employee entrance for the Marriott Hotel. And there was a security guard that signed the people in. This lady is trembling, shaking. And I said, what are you doing here? You gotta get out. And she said, I heard everything, but I cannot leave. I said, why? Because I am a new employee and I don't want to get fired. false sense of security, no? Because we didn't know what was happening. So I took her and I grabbed her and I took her outside the building through the basement with Jimmy, and then I went back running. Everybody, don't go back, don't go back. We went to the North Tower, and on the North Tower, Jimmy was with me. We found a guy from the recycling company who said, I hear screams, I hear screams. But Caleb, what we heard was the sprinkler system. It was activated everywhere, and all you could hear was shh. So I said, I don't hear anything. So I put my ear in one of the freight elevators, and what do I hear? Two people screaming, help, help, we're gonna drown, we're gonna drown. And I just couldn't understand, why would they drown? They were inside the elevator, a freight elevator, and the elevator, instead of going up, went down and got stuck between the B2 level and the B3 level. All the water was going in, and they couldn't come out. They got stuck in there because they lost power. So I found a pipe, I opened the doors opened this way. When I opened when the door hit the bottom, all the water that was on my side went rushing in. When I looked down, what do I see? These two people, because it didn't have a roof, with water up to their bellies, screaming, help, 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 help. And at that moment I said, God, please help me. And then I looked around and I found a ladder. And I took the ladder and I dropped it in, and I went in, I opened the gate on the top of the elevator, got them both out. One name was Salvatore Giambanco, a painter for the Port Authority, and the other a guy that went to do a delivery. Got them out of the building, put them in an ambulance, and went back the third time. When I went back the third time, I found a police officer who said, Willie, do you have the key? He meant, did I have the master key? The World Trade Center had 5 master keys. The first 4 were held by the administrators of the building, who were trained on egress, escape, first aid, the whole process of evacuation. They were the one trained to help people, and they ran away. And I had the 5th key. I was a janitor, but I had that key, and I said, yes, I have the key, and the police knew that I had that key. So we went to the lobby, and the police officer said to the fireman there, he said, follow him, he knows very well the building, and he has the master key. And why was that key so important? Because that key, when the plane hit, this is the key, they call it the key of hope. When the plane hit the building was designed to oscillate because of the wind factor, but it oscillated so much, Caleb, that the door frames dislocated and the doors got lucky. So with the key, we were open and forced the doors open. So I started opening doors and letting people out on the offices as well, because it's open everything. And as I do that, the firemen went and did their job as a crew, and we kept going up to the moment that I found myself 2 and 3 floors above the firemen letting people out. And I was so angry because I didn't understand. I said, why are these people is not following me? I didn't understand that I didn't have any equipment in my bag. The firemen have between 40 and 60 kilos in their bag, and they're going up. Plus they have their uniform and things like that. And I was so angry, I didn't understand it. And I remember that somebody said, there's a man on a wheelchair on the 27th floor who's having an asthma attack. He cannot breathe. So I went to the firemen, and they told me, don't worry, we'll make it there. We made it to the 27th floor, and when I opened the door on the 27th floor, the image was unforgettable. This unit of heroes, my heroes, the firemen, they all went in and they collapsed on the corridor because they didn't have any more strength. You know what is going up 27 floors with all that equipment? They just collapsed. And I remember the police officer said, Willie, do you know this office? He said, yes, where can I get water? He said, well, on the other side, there's the vending machines for the bottled water. And he said, let's go. I said, I don't have no money. So we go over there, and the police officer with the boot started breaking the glass. I was, oh my God, he's going to blame me. You know, I'm the Puerto Rican, he's going to rent. So I got to get out of here. He said, no, please help me. And we started looking for bottled waters, and we gave it to the police officer, to the firemen. And at that moment, I called my mother because there was still phone service in the office. And then I continued by myself because these people were there, collapsed. So I continue opening doors until the moment I get to the 33rd floor. I get to the 33rd floor, I hear strange sounds on the 34th floor above me. I bypass that floor, I didn't want to open the door, and I continue getting people out to the 39th floor. When I get to the 39th floor, the police officer with the fire chiefs, because they were wearing white shirts, they said the whole process of evacuation, what we're going to do, and then, bah! We hear another explosion, huge, on the other tower. Could have been the heat of the plane, I have no idea what it was. And then at that moment, we hear, pa, 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 inside our building. And I said, what happened? He said, we lost 65, meaning the 65th floor collapsed internally to the 44th floor, and I was on the 39th floor. So I go crazy, we gotta go up. And the police officer said, no, you've done enough, and you don't get paid for this. You're my responsibility as a citizen, you gotta get out and leave. I said, no, I'm gonna continue going up. He said, better if you give me a hand with the man on the wheelchair on the 27th floor. So I go to the 27th floor, I said, I will help, but I'm gonna come back. So I got the man on the wheelchair, named Ed Payet, and we start going down the stairwell, and as we go down, the other building collapses, and it creates a whole movement in our building. We lost our foot on the stair, and we almost fell down the stairwells. But we made it all the way down to the lobby. When we make it to the lobby, it was all destruction because the other tower already collapsed. And I look all the destruction on the lobby, and one of the firemen on the lobby said, get the ambulance ready, while they're giving first aid to the poor man that was on the wheelchair. As they doing that, I go to the front of the building facing West Side Highway. And as I go to the revolving doors, there was no doors. Everything was destroyed. As I get to the middle one, what do I see? That the police is across the street. The area is cordoned out with a yellow tape that said crime scene, do not pass. And they see me and they start screaming, don't look back, don't look back, don't look back. And the first thing I do is look back. And I saw all the bodies of the people that jumped out of the building. I didn't know that the people were throwing themselves through the windows, and I saw bodies everywhere. And I started screaming, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God. And all of a sudden I hear, run, run, run. And the building started to shake, and it started to fall. And the only thing in front of me was a fire truck. I went right under the fire truck, and the building collapsed right on top of me. And I was buried alive, and then it took hours for them to find me. And then I was saved hours after, and once I was saved from under the rubble, a miracle because I didn't break a bone. And I stayed within the ground zero looking for other people until the end of the day.
Your testimony before the 9/11 Commission was not public.
No. I testified for the 9/11 Commission, and everybody knew my story because I was taken to the White House, I was wine and dine, I was put on, imagine, every possible documentary. And when I talk about the explosions in the building, that could have been anything. It could have been anything, but they did not investigate it. It created the whole conspiracy theory of the World Trade Center, and nothing that I have that I agree with it. But it created a whole sense of insecurity because when the 9/11 Commission report came out, my testimony was eliminated. It didn't show anywhere. And that's when people started really questioning the 9/11 report.
The fact that you talked about explosions
in the building, yeah.
And then your testimony was omitted.
Omitted, yeah, totally omitted, yes. And of course, you know, the attacks started at that moment. They started doing a whole propaganda against my story, and you know, but it's what I went through. And I gave the 9/11 Commission a list of witnesses that they were never called, and again, you know, I didn't have any good thing to say about the 9/11 Commission because I went through it.
Thank you very much.
To go and dig a ditch, and then it hires somebody else to go fill the ditch back in. And somebody says, well, that's a waste of our tax money. And John Maynard Keynes says, no, good sir, it is not a waste of our tax money.
Because the men who are hired to dig the ditch and the men who are hired to fill it in, they go and spend their money, and that gets the economy going again. And that's the Keynesian economic philosophy. The government should spend money in order to make sure that nothing like World War II ever happens again, the Great Depression, communism, fascism. To prevent both of those things, we just have to have the government constantly spending money. And that was what they called the Keynesian consensus. And after World War II, in the West, it was understood, okay, we obviously don't need communism, we don't need fascism, but we got to have the money, the government spend lots of money. And that's what happened. And in America, we had the military industrial complex, which is after World War II, the US government just started buying military equipment and spending huge amounts of money on the military. And in Britain, you had the rise of the welfare state and national health care service created. And you had all kinds of government employment schemes. In the United States, we built a university system. And we built, a modern highway system. And this was the government just has to keep spending money in order to stabilize the economy. And they call it the Keynesian consensus, that, it was just absolutely necessary that the government spend money. Doesn't matter what it's on, but in order to offset the irrationality of the capitalist system, the government should spend money. That's Keynesianism. And it wasn't until the 1970s that people started saying, well, maybe we don't need the government to spend money. And it was in the early 70s, you had the rise of people like Milton Friedman, Friedrich von Hayek, Ludwig von Mises, Ayn Rand, Alan Greenspan, who started saying, well, actually, you don't need the government to spend money. The capitalist system is just magical. It just works on its own. You don't need the government to spend money. Now, all the academic economists said no. They said, without the government regulating, you get what's called natural monopolies. Without, antitrust legislation, the economy gets monopolistic stagnation. Without the government pumping money into the economy, you have gluts on the market. That no, you need the government to spend money to stimulate the economy. But there was a layer of people in the 1970s, the Chicago school, the Austrian school, that started becoming popular, that said, no, capitalism is just magic. It doesn't need that. You don't need the government to spend money. And this is flim-flam. And it's not taken seriously by academic economists. It's gobbledygook, but it is just believed. It is like a religion with these people. No, capitalism is just magic. It's just magic. And, and it's like you have to ask these people, why did World War II happen? And why did communism become popular? And why did fascism arise? And what was the Great Depression? Oh, all of that was because of government. If the government had just not been there and had just stayed out of it, none of that would have ever happened. I mean, it's like they live in an alternate reality. But what's really going on is, why are these people becoming popular, right? Or is everyone just forgetting it? No, it's that this communism is becoming weaker. And especially in the 1980s and 90s, after the fall of the Soviet Union, part of the reason that the welfare state had been created, and part of the reason that the Keynesian consensus had been created, was because there was a feeling that communism was the alternative and that you had to hold off communism. Well, communism was getting weaker and the Soviet Union had fallen and all of that. So there wasn't fear of communism any longer. And so neoliberalism was brought in. And largely during the Cold War, while the West was preaching freedom, economic free markets, and freedom of speech, freedom of assembly, etc., there had been various authoritarian military regimes they had propped up in order to fight off communism. And, Marcos in the Philippines was a great example. Park Chung-hee in South Korea. In Indonesia, you had, I think, was it Suharto? And you had, in many Latin American countries, you had, Rios Montt in Guatemala, and you had Pinochet in Chile. You had all these authoritarian strongmen. And the way those guys were able to stay in power, nobody's going to tolerate a dictator unless he's handing out the goods. And this is just the truth. People generally are not willing to tolerate a dictator unless the dictator is making their living standard go up. And the way that these dictators were able to stay in power in South America was that, yeah, they killed all the Native American people. And yeah, if anyone was talking about being a socialist or a communist, they got dragged away in the middle of the night and killed. But the dictator, with the military, all kinds of people had very easy jobs where they were in the military and they could just sit in an office and they got paid a really high wage. Or, the military would build new highways in the country, or the military would arrange for a factory to be built somewhere. The dictator was obsessed with economic growth, because if people weren't seeing their living standard go up, they weren't going to tolerate the dictatorship. Trujillo in the Dominican Republic was like this, and that the dictators were awful, and they were especially awful to darker skinned people in Latin America. They genocided them and killed them in big mass. In South Korea, Park Chung-hee had a concentration camp for homeless children. If there was homeless children, they'd be dragged off the street and they'd be worked to death in a concentration camp. They had no problem murdering and exterminating people they considered to be undesirable: Native Americans, poor people, homeless people, etc. But there had to be a layer of people that were getting paid and were seeing their incomes go up, or they wouldn't tolerate the dictatorship. Well, what happened with neoliberalism was, after the fall of the Soviet Union, the U.S. government said, we don't need to tolerate this anymore. We don't need to pay these dictators. We don't need to let these dictators grow their economy any longer. And they started saying, you know what, we can just let these countries be impoverished. So one by one, these dictators started getting overthrown. And George Soros, who had funded like liberal activism against communist governments, he also funded liberal activism against pro-Western dictators, right? In like Marcos in the Philippines, like Pinochet in Chile, and he funded people to go out, and the USA overthrew the various dictators that they'd propped up, because they didn't want these dictators to hand out the goods anymore. They wanted liberalism. They wanted an open society, which means the government is not involved in the economy and the economy is looted, but it also means freedom of speech and freedom of assembly. So at the same time the USA is overthrowing the communist governments with George Soros, they're also overthrowing the authoritarian regimes that they had propped up in the name of fighting communism and allowed to carry out economic growth to stabilize themselves. And all over the developing world, and even in the Western countries, there's this notion that we can just privatize everything and get the government, out of the economy, because the Keynesian consensus is over. We don't, the idea we need the government to spend money, that's not necessary anymore. And we start seeing radical free market policies being implemented. Now, what was going on at the same time was the computer revolution. And what was the computer revolution? Well, it was government action, right? It started out during World War II. There was a math whiz, a math genius, a math professor, really smart, autistic, weird guy named Alan Turing. And Alan Turing was a math genius. And the British government hired him, and they had him design a decoding machine. And Alan Turing was really, he was really good at, and he developed the decoding machine, which was the first modern computer, and it was the decoding machine he used to crack the codes of the German spies and the German submarines. And Alan Turing's decoder machine was not created by the free market. It was created by the British military. He didn't have a choice. They basically found this math professor and they said, make us a decoding machine. And he didn't have a choice in the matter, and the market didn't incentivize him to do it. The government told him to do it. And after World War II, they covered up that he was able to do that. He ended up, he was gay. He was arrested for being gay. He ended up committing suicide. It's a very sad story. But after that, the USSR and the USA both had decoding machines, and they both started developing modern computers. And then you had Zbigniew Brzezinski, who came along. And Zbigniew Brzezinski, who was the main strategist for the USA during the Cold War, he said that the main way we can defeat the communists is with control of information technology. He wrote a book called Between Two Ages, America Enters the Technotronic Era. And in 1970, he's saying basically, the way we're going to defeat the Soviet Union is with control of information technology. And with TV and with information technology, we will, quote, Americanize the world. We will spread our American liberal values all over the world. So Zbigniew Brzezinski writes this, and then under the direction of Zbigniew Brzezinski, the CIA and the NSA and the Pentagon and all of that start loaning money like...
Good afternoon, comrades. My name is Desiree, and I am a representative of the Venceremos Brigade.
Yeah!
An anti-imperialist brigade that's been going to Cuba in solidarity with the Cuban people since 1969. I got the chance to go for the first time in 2013, and I went again this year. We got a chance to see what their country is really like, instead of exactly, the propaganda that the United States government and their corporate media like to spew at us about what's happening in Cuba. We got to meet with workers. This past summer, we actually got to meet with Fernando Gonzalez, which is one of the members of the Cuban Five.
Free the Cuban Five! 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 Free the Cuban Five!
For anyone who doesn't know, the Cuban Five were a group of 5 Cubanos that came to the United States in Miami, and they, in 1998, they presented information to the United States government, the FBI, about anti-Cuban terrorism that was being plotted, that was going to be taken out against Cuba. And instead of the government and the FBI arresting the people who were going to commit the terrorism, like Luis Posada, they arrested the 5 in 1998. 2 of the members have served their full sentences, and they're back in Cuba. 3 of them are still incarcerated. It's now been 16 years. If anyone is interested in going and seeing Cuba for yourself, please see me anytime during this march or afterwards. Thank you.
The Americans failed with all their capabilities at the beginning of the aggression against Yemen, and today they will fail even more and faster. Marches are taking place worldwide.
A sea of demonstrators you can see for yourself, with many carrying Palestinian flags. A representative of the Houthi movement addressed the crowd, saying that its forces were ready to fight against both Israel and the US.
We will support our brothers in Palestine. We tell them they are not alone. God is supporting him, and we are with him too.
Today is part of an international mobilization in support of the Houthis.
We're here at this rally to support the Yemeni people. The people of Yemen are the heroes of the entire world for what they are doing right now.
We're out here, we believe them, we got signs.
We realize the aggression on Gaza and all these crimes are a joint American-British-Israeli action. Whoever stands with them bears responsibility for what happens in Gaza.
20,000 plus people killed in Gaza as Israel unleashes its horrendous crimes.
But the Houthis in Yemen, the poorest country on the planet, they're actually doing something about it. They're turning the ships around. They're saying, no ships to Israel until the bombing stops. No ships until there's no more bombing.
Enforcing a naval blockade against Israel in solidarity with the people of Gaza.
Yemen, make us proud. Turn another ship around.
This is a picket line in the Red Sea. Do not cross. They are standing against Israeli atrocities. They are stopping those scab ships that are cooperating with Israel. And this is a heroic act of solidarity.
Thanks to heroes in Red Sea, Palestine will be free. Thanks to heroes in Red Sea, Palestine will be free.
And if you think about that, I see America in Ansar Allah. This is a group of people that call themselves supporters of God, that believe in economic development.
Because they're doing the same thing that the people in the American Revolution did. They're standing up against an international colonial system.
And I really want everyone watching now to think about what it means to be an American. What does it mean to be somebody here in the United States of America? Because this is a country that was founded by people from all different corners of the world, endured all kinds of hardship, people from all over the planet who come to the United States of America because they believe that they can get a better life for their family, because they can survive horrendous conditions. Many of them motivated by belief in God and belief that there is a higher purpose and they can build a better life. I have actually here these buttons with the symbol, the official symbol of Ansar Allah on them. And as you can see, one of the things that's very prominently featured on their symbol is a gun. because part of the Ansar Allah religion, part of the teachings of Zaydi Shia Islam is that every man must have a gun to protect his household. They believe in the right to bear arms. What could be more American than that? In addition, they have a shaft of wheat. There's a shaft of wheat that is perpendicular to the gun. That stands for economic development, meaning that they don't believe in this degrowth environmentalism that's being pushed by the fake left. They believe that they can make a better life for their children, make a better life. They want to use Yemen's oil resources to build up their economy and raise their people up from poverty.
No war with Yemen! No war with Yemen! No war with Yemen!
People in one of the poorest countries in the world, in the mountains of northern Yemen, the Ansar Allah movement, the followers of Hussein al-Houthi, the poorest people in the world are standing up and fighting back. They have picked up a gun and they are fighting for their people.
The Yemeni people will not tolerate any American intervention or guardianship. We are ready for confrontation.
The aggression against Yemen has been US-led from the beginning. We are prepared for everything. We realize that if we do not make a sacrifice now, we will later when we are oppressed and defeated.
You know, the Bible says that the last shall be first and the first shall be last. And if you think about it, if you think about what's happening in the world now, Yemen, one of the poorest countries in the world, is making itself heard all over the planet.
The Houthis are heroes. If the American people knew what they were doing, right, they would be supporting it.
You know, Mao Zedong, the founder of the Chinese Revolution, he said, the people of a small country can surely defeat aggression by a big country, but only if they dare to rise and struggle, only if they dare to take up arms and grasp into their own hands the destiny of their country. And the people of Yemen have done that.
If the American forces present in the Red Sea commit foolish acts against the Yemeni people, whether against the Navy, against Yemen in general, or against Yemen's interests, the Yemeni people will not stand idly by, and the armed forces will not stand idly either. American naval units will become targets, along with those who support and back them.
What we're looking at today is another miracle in the Red Sea. Pharaoh didn't learn his lesson the last time. And if Pharaoh Biden sends American troops to try to fight in the Red Sea, he's going to meet the same fate as the hero in the Old Testament did.
If you truly love America, if you truly love everything this country was meant to stand for, when it emerged as the revolution against the British Empire, you should love the Houthis right now. You should love the people of Yemen and admire them. They are standing against the Atlanticist system, this global system of free trade. They are stopping that free trade. They are stopping the ships. They are standing for economic development. They are shutting it down. They are the heroes of the people of the world. They stand for economic development. They stand for the rights of people, the rights of justice and truth against the system that puts profit and monopoly, big banks and corporations over human lives. We admire the Houthis. The Houthis are the hero of the whole world. We stand with you from Bronx to Chicago to Portland to every corner of this country. There are Americans that hear your call and stand with you. Shut it down. Solidarity with Ansar Allah, solidarity with Yemen, solidarity with Gaza, free Palestine, down with U.S. imperialism.
The poorest nation on the planet is doing more than all the richest nations put together to defend decency and oppose genocide. They're doing what America should be doing, and we at the Center for Political Innovation support them.
And then we crossed that bridge into China, saw a great banner up ahead. Its meaning set my heart a pounding, and this is what that banner is. Long live the great unity of the peoples of the world. Long live the great unity of the peoples of the world. Long live the great unity of the peoples of the world. Long live the great unity of the peoples of the world.
The government of Sana'a, because it makes its own decisions, isn't hostage to the American colonial project and has witnessed the atrocities of the American Zionist colonial project. The world, if it continues to watch the heinous crimes in Gaza and Palestine, will pay a high price in the future. Because this is the message of the new colonial project. Whoever stands against it will face a fate similar to that of the people of Gaza. China, Russia, and India and other countries won't accept American, British, Israeli dominance.
The Houthis are heroes. Houthis are heroes. Houthis are heroes. Houthis are heroes.
Park Chung-hee was, hated by the United States in the lead up to his murder. The Carter administration launched what it called the Koreagate investigations, dragging all kinds of Korean businessmen before congressional committees, accusing them of being foreign lobbyists. And actually, this church was a target of the Koreagate investigations. And a lot of the demonization of this church began during this very time. And that goes to show you that even South Korea is not really respected by the United States. It's very much viewed as a colony. It's very much viewed as a playground. In 2016, I got to go to a press conference that Donald Trump did at the old post office in Washington, D.C. And I asked Donald Trump a question about Russia. And he responded, and in his response, he started talking about Korea. And he said, why do we have all these troops in South Korea? What's the deal? Half my TVs are made there. They don't need our military. I thought that was pretty wild. That was a pretty wild thing for Donald Trump to say. But it must be pointed out that for the majority of time, since the end of the Second World War, South Korea has not been a society with free elections. It's not been a democratic country. It's been a military dictatorship. You first had the military dictatorship of Syngman Rhee. You then had Park Chung-hee. You had military rule in the 1980s. And even today, they have in South Korea something called the National Security Law. And the National Security Law is a very vaguely written law that has been condemned by Amnesty International and Human Rights Watch that basically says if you do anything that's interpreted as being supportive of North Korea, you go to jail. And in 2012, there was a case of Park Jong-gun, and he was arrested and imprisoned because he had a Twitter account, and he was a comedian. And he retweeted some tweets from North Korea in what he thought was a joke, and they arrested him, and he was facing years in prison. And the New York Times and others covered it. It was an outrageous case, but 2 years in prison for a tweet, well, that's how these laws could be interpreted. Anything that could be interpreted as supporting North Korea is illegal in South Korea. And that's why whenever I see these polls about South Korea, I have to question them. And that's why whenever they have a human rights hearing about North Korea in South Korea, I have to ask a question, because if your country has a law that says you can't say anything good about another country, how can you have an objective human rights hearing about that country? It's under duress, right? If all the testimony that people give has to be one way, because if they speak the other way, they go to prison, that's not a fair human rights hearing. And there were many people at the United Nations that said the UN should not be convening those human rights hearings about North Korea and South Korea because you're not going to get accurate testimony. That's testimony under duress. That's worth pointing out. And that, South Korea is coming to terms with some of the very ugly things that happened in that society during the Cold War. Right? One thing is the horrendous events that took place at Samcheong prison camp. And you can read about that. And that was part of the South Korean military. They had what they called social purification projects. And what it amounted to was rounding up homeless children off the streets because they thought homeless children, tourists don't want to see that. That doesn't make our society look good. And these homeless children were rounded up and worked to death in prison camps. And, that's the kind of thing we hear North Korea accused of, but now BBC and others and the South Korean government is coming to terms with the fact that that went on during the period of military rule. In the early 1980s, you had the Gwonju Uprising, and it was students who went out and protested, demanding free elections. They didn't want military rule, they wanted free elections, and hundreds of them were killed, and hundreds of them were disappeared and never heard from again. There were parents who found the body of their child in the streets a few days later, dumped into the streets after the security services had killed them. It was very, very horrendous. And, these things are something that, again, we have this very one-sided version of events. And so when you hear polls in South Korea that say, well, people in South Korea don't want reunification with the North, and they don't want to reunify with the North, you have to ask, under what conditions are these polls taking place? Because we all saw at the Olympic Games, when that unified North-South team marched in, how that whole auditorium of Koreans stood up and cheered and applauded, and tears were pouring down their faces. Looks to me like there's some sentiment for reunification on the Korean Peninsula. That's what it looks like to me when I saw that. But I wanted to also, in my remarks here, I wanted to talk about a topic that I think is of particular interest to our audience here tonight, which is Christianity in North Korea. Because this is something that, again, we don't hear much about. And I want to first point out that, to be a Christian on the Korean Peninsula during the period of Japanese colonialism was a defiant stance, because Japan occupied Korea on the basis of Asian identity. And to be a Christian was to be in defiance of the Japanese occupiers. And there were many Christians who heroically resisted Japanese occupation. 1919, you had the White Robe movement, where thousands of Koreans put on white robes and they went out and peacefully marched against the Japanese occupiers and were gunned down in the streets. The Japanese occupiers then burned a local elementary school that had nothing to do with the protest, just to retaliate against the Korean people for that peaceful demonstration. One of my favorite writers is a woman named Anna Louise Strong. She's an American journalist born in Nebraska, and she wrote a book called In North Korea. And she visited North Korea in 1949 as North Korea was being formed, as the Democratic People's Republic of Korea was being created. And there's a section in that book called Churchmen Leading Figures. And it has some information in it that I think is going to be surprising to some people. She writes, the two highest figures in the North Korean government after Communist Kim Il-sung are two Protestant preachers. Vice President Hyung Ki-do is a Methodist minister, while the secretary of the committee, Kang Lang-uk, is a Presbyterian minister. And both of them still preach on Sundays to large congregations, and they attend to government business during the week. And as the government of the Democratic People's Republic of Korea was being established...
Hey friends, how you doing today? I'm letting you know, the Center for Political Innovation, we are about to do, on July 12th, the biggest event that we have ever done. It will be our national gathering in Chicago on July 12th. And it's going to be really, really special. We are talking with a number of important anti-imperialist voices, a lot of different communities. There's going to be musical performances, dance performances, there's going to be great speeches, and it's going to be a whole day gathering dedicated to anti-imperialism. I am committed, and CPI has always been committed to building an in-real-life network of people. And we carry out real operations. We were at the inauguration of Trump with our Trump and Kim banner saying only peace can make America great again. We were on the streets of Chicago at the Democratic National Convention with a book exposing what Kamala Harris and who she really is and what she's really about, and it was really, really important. We have 1,000 copies of our book about the Houthis that are being distributed with the poster of the convention on the back to people who would never go looking for this. We are putting door hanger flyers on doors of people, again, that would never go looking for this. We're not performing and trying to make ourselves feel good. We're actually trying to build a network of people that can be anti-imperialists in America. And it's not easy to do. It's very difficult in these times to build a real in-life organization. People have their issues. We live in a very strange time, but we have to do it. And we are committed to continuing this project. This video is basically me telling you we need your support. In order to pull off our convention that includes our 7-day program for our members around the country to come to Chicago, includes our huge convention on July 12th, where we're gonna fill up the Midwest Convention Center, in order to have an effective national planning meeting and gathering in Chicago the day after on July 13th. In order to do what we need to do, we need to fill up that auditorium and we need money. And there's really no way around that. We need you to donate to the Center for Political Innovation. We have set up a GoFundMe, and a lot of people have already contributed. We already raised a couple $1,000, but it's not enough. In order to really pull off our July activities and really have a win for anti-imperialism, we need your support. We need you to go to the GoFundMe right now and donate $5 or $20. We need you to go to the donate button on the CPI website and send us $100 or $50, whatever you can do. If we're gonna do what we need to do in July and build the organization and have the mega anti-imperialist rally that needs to happen on July 12th and solidify the network that we're building to continue to carry out the great operations that we do, we need you to help us out. Every cent that we raise goes into building this group. I'm lucky I have a paycheck with everything that's going on. I'm surviving, and I have consistently put a huge amount of the money that I have, my own resources, my own funds, into CPI because I believe in it, because it needs to happen, because this organization is necessary. I'm looking at what I've got and my own resources and my own bills and all of that, and I'm looking at what's already been paid for, and it's not enough. I mean, it's just not enough. I can't just pay for everything myself. We have membership dues and other things, but we need a special gift. We need a special gift to make July happen. We need you to give us a special contribution so that we can make sure the July events go smoothly, that the housing for the people coming in out of town is covered, that the speakers that are being flown in, their airfare is properly covered. We need you to make a special one-time gift to make this July gathering, this anti-imperialist summit that we are organizing. We need you to help us make it happen and help us make it a success. Small gift, big gift, whatever you can do. We need you to help us with it. But you know what? I'll just say this. If it's a matter of send us a gift or come, we'd rather you come. We'd rather you be there. It's much more important that you be there on July 12th. If you can't afford to give us a gift, but you can afford to come to town, if there's one event that you come to this year, make it July 12th. CPI, Center for Political Innovation, we're doing something that nobody else is doing, and we're doing it right. We're not doing it in a way that we're trying to win the internet. We're not doing it in a way that we're trying to make ourselves feel special or act like we're cool. We're building what needs to be built. We are building the real connections. And if you can understand why what we're doing is so important, if you can understand why anti-imperialism is the future, but we have to break out of the narrow niche circles and internet culture and get to the masses of people with real outreach. If you can understand that, please give us a gift. We're trying to build an actual movement to win new people to anti-imperialism and continue to carry out operations to change the conversation in America so that we have a country where there's a mass movement demanding justice for working families and an end to these wars, that we're saying no to World War III, we're saying no to the emerging low-wage police state. That's what we urgently need. So if you can help us in any way, send us a gift. If you can be there on July 12th, be there. This is the biggest endeavor CPI has ever done, and it's going to lead to even bigger things. We don't back down. We don't go away. If we were going to back down, we would have done it a long time ago. And if we were one of their plants or one of these fake anti-imperialists, they would be making it a lot easier for us. We have been facing a lot of challenges, but we continue to achieve great victories. So we need your support. Please send us a contribution. Please be there on July 12th at the Midwest Convention Center in the Chicago area. It's right near the O'Hare Airport. It's going to be awesome. We need you there. Thank you.
Brothers and sisters, that was Sister Hortense reading the answer of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad to those who accuse him of teaching hate. And our beloved leader and teacher asked me today to please tell you that his aim here in America is not the teaching of hate, but to get food, clothing, and shelter for the so-called Negroes, and to give us freedom, knowledge, to give us freedom, justice, and equality. And the only way that this can be brought about is by you and me coming together in unity as soon as it is possible. Many of you may not know it, but no one is more sorely in need of housing and better housing than the so-called Negroes, and especially those of us who are here in Harlem. Now, the Honorable Elijah Muhammad has a program that will bring about a change in these conditions for us. As I said in a moment, we're going to let you go. I hope that you'll be kind enough to be patient and be seated for just a little while longer. I know, and I don't blame any of you for wanting to leave when you know that the Honorable Elijah Muhammad is not here, and I thank you for being kind enough today to come out knowing, thinking that he would be here. It shows the white man that despite the propaganda he has turned loose here in Harlem, that he's not making you afraid. And let's understand, the main reason for all of this that you read today against the Honorable Elijah Muhammad is to strike fear in your heart. They want you to think that the man is about to round us up, that the man is about to put us in concentration camps. If you're a black man and you were born in America, you were born in a concentration camp. Yes, I will. And the Honorable Elijah Muhammad has also taught us he's being accused right now of being responsible for the unrest that's in Harlem. Now, as people of Harlem, I would like to know, is what the Honorable Elijah Muhammad teaching us responsible for the unrest, or is it the police brutality that they're committing every day? Is it the poor housing conditions that we live in? Is it the jobs that we can't find? Is it the discrimination and Jim Crow that we run into right here in New York City? Or is it the Honorable Elijah Muhammad pointing these things out? And rather, the white man would show himself more intelligent. Instead of accusing the Honorable Elijah Muhammad of stirring up unrest, he should do something to change the miserable condition that we have to live under. And this shows you if he is not a devil, then he's the closest thing to one that you'll ever find. Do you understand? Please understand. Anytime a man has robbed you deaf, dumb, and blind, deprived you of civil rights, deprived you of everything that a man is supposed to have, and then when someone comes along and starts pulling your coat to what's happening, and that robber, that thief, that kidnapper, that liar has got sense enough to point at the one who's pulling your coat as a hate teacher, that man has got to be a pure D devil and nothing else. Mr. Muhammad told me to tell you that he's teaching love. He's teaching black people to love each other. And the only way you and I will ever come together and have unity is first to have love of our own kind. Now, he teaches us that we can't have love of our own kind and love of self until we first have a knowledge of ourselves. So his job also is designed to teach us a knowledge of our culture, a knowledge of our past, a knowledge of our achievements, a knowledge of our accomplishments, and a knowledge of our contributions to civilization. And as the Honorable Elijah Muhammad begins to point out to the black man the greatness of black people, the white man accuses him of teaching black supremacy. The white man taught you and me that Columbus discovered America, George Washington founded, Patrick Henry said, give me liberty or give me death, and Abraham Lincoln was the one who was responsible for the emancipation of the slaves. From the cradle to the grave, you and I are taught to look up at white people. He refers to himself as the great white father. All of the great deeds, he claims that he's the one that did them. Is that right or wrong? Now, when the Honorable Elijah Muhammad comes along today and teaches you and me that a black man, an African named Hannibal, crossed the Alps and sunk the Italians, and that Muhammad, another black man, set out through Arabia some hundreds of years ago and made the world a righteous world, and that another black man, a man named Moses, went face to face with the slave master 4,000 years ago, and that another black man named Beethoven created some of the best music that exists today. When the Honorable Elijah Muhammad begins to point out to you and me the greatness of the black man, since the white man has been pointing out the greatness of the white man, now, and nobody ever accused him of teaching white supremacy, when Mr. Muhammad begins to point out the greatness of the black man, some of your dumb, ignorant, stupid, Negro preachers and politicians who are parrots and puppets for the white man accuse Mr. Muhammad of teaching hate. He wants our own kind to come together. He wants our own kind to love each other. He wants our own kind to be in unity with each other. And he teaches us that Almighty God, Allah, has revealed to him that the only thing will give unity and love of self to the black man in America is the religion of Islam. The same religion that Brother Minister Wallace Muhammad has been teaching us so beautifully about today. I'm not teaching you Islam right now. I'm telling you the hell that you call. Brother Minister Wallace Muhammad was teaching Islam to us here when he was here, to give us a knowledge of the religion, the beauty of the religion. But you and I are in such bad shape, brother, we first have got to be pointed out who it is responsible for putting us in the condition that we're in, and then maybe we'll be dissatisfied and try to rectify that condition. Is that right or wrong? If everyone of our own kind, and even white people, should give credit to what Mr. Muhammad is doing. Did you see what Time magazine said? Time magazine was angry because Mr. Muhammad was making Negroes stop being drunkards. Time magazine was angry because Mr. Muhammad is making Negroes give up narcotics. Time magazine is angry because Mr. Muhammad is teaching Negroes to turn toward Mecca and pray 5 times a day. Time magazine is angry because Mr. Muhammad is teaching our women to dress modestly and not to be left somewhere alone in a room with a man. Time magazine doesn't like that. Time magazine doesn't like it because Mr. Muhammad is reforming the black man and woman in North America. Do you understand? Time magazine is angry because Mr. Muhammad is able to go into the prison and make convicts straighten up and fly right. Do you understand? Let's understand. Here the entire church combined, all of the Negro religious leaders and political leaders combined, can't straighten up the black man that's in the street. And they admit that they can't. Some of them can't handle their own children. And now they're getting on Mr. Muhammad because not only is he straightening them up in the street, but he's going behind prison bars and straightening them up back there too. Do you understand? Time magazine said I was an ex-convict. If I hadn't heard Islam, I was a convict before I went to jail. Every black man, woman, and child in North America was born convicted, if you understand. Please understand. Every black man, woman, and child is born in prison. America is a prison house for the black man and woman in North America. When you're in prison, the warden tells you what to eat. The warden tells you where to eat. The warden tells you when to sleep. And the warden tells you where to sleep. And the black man and woman in North America, your warden is in Washington, D.C. Your warden is in the White House. Let's understand. That man who promised you civil rights, just like the warden promises you, if you be good, you'll get time off for good behavior. There is your warden. And all of you are convicts the same as I am. But the Honorable Elijah Muhammad will make you an ex-convict. He'll set you free. And the warden is worried because he knows if all of the prisoners leave his house, he won't have a job anymore. Let's understand. All praise is due to Allah. Please let's understand. The article in Time magazine actually admits that this black man named Muhammad is the greatest reformer the world has ever known since the beginning of time. Don't you know they put an article in the paper last week that Negroes in Harlem alone spend $60 million for juice. Not orange juice, whiskey. Is that right or wrong? $60 million for whiskey. Who benefits from this money that you spend on whiskey? Who gets the $60 million that you spend on whiskey? If you had $60 million, you could build a factory from the Harlem River to the Hudson River and employ every black man in Harlem. Let's understand. The white man knows that if you listen to Mr. Muhammad, the Jew will go broke. The Irishman will go broke. The Italian will go broke. Everyone who's in Harlem robbing you right now will go broke if you listen to Mr. Muhammad, because Mr. Muhammad will reform you so the Italian dope peddler won't have any customer, that Jew merchant won't have any customer, the cop won't have anybody's head to beat, any skulls to crack. Is that right or wrong? Now this is not hate. For me to point this out to you is not hate when your skull has been cracked by the white man. Is that right or wrong? Just understand. $60 million a year for whiskey. $60 million a year for whiskey. And you have churches all over Harlem. You have preachers all over Harlem. Why don't the preachers get together and find out what they're doing with this $60 million a year that the whiskey merchants are robbing you from, instead of taking time to point the finger at Mr. Muhammad? Why don't the preachers and the politicians attack them? Money is power. Money, M-O-N-E-Y, money is power. When you got some money, you got some voice. But what the white man is doing with you is tricking you out of your money. He does it with cigarettes. He does it with whiskey. He does it with nightclubs. And oh boy, he does it with churches. Churches. Just understand. Just give me 5 more minutes and you can go. There's a book on sale. Just a moment. Please. All praises due to Allah. There's a book on sale in Harlem. You can find it at the bookstore. They're on 125th Street and 7th Avenue. The Mishaw's bookstore. The name of that book is $15 billion and 15 million Negroes. Go get it and read it. The book is designed to show that 6 years ago, there were 15 million Negroes in America spent $15 billion a year. More than Canada spent. And on that basis right there, Canada is a nation, has purchasing power, has bridges, has factories, has schools, can employ Canadians, can educate Canadians, can protect Canadians with its Canadian Army. Yet 15 million Negroes is 20 million now, and it's $20 billion. $20 billion that is thrown away annually by the 20 million Negroes in America. The Negroes got no bridges, no factories, no schools. You got no highways. You don't even have a path. Yet you throw away $15 billion. You got no bridges. No factories, no schools. You got no highways. You don't even have a path. Yet you throw away $15 billion a year. Where does it go? Where is that $15 billion? You don't lose $15 billion, brother. Someone got to take it. Someone got to trick you out of it. And it's got to be someone whom you trust most dearly. Is that right or wrong? That man that you trust most dearly, brothers and sisters, is the worst enemy of Mr. Muhammad, because Mr. Muhammad is the only black man in America wise enough and bold enough to show you who it is that's robbing you and helping the robber rob you.
Appreciate those words by Eugene Debs, and I try to live by them. And, you know, one way you can tell that I'm not a grifter is that if I were a grifter, I would tell you what I think you want to hear. And I often don't tell you what I think you want to hear. I tell you what I think you need to hear. And there's a difference. There's a difference. You have to be real with people. You have to tell them things. Sometimes there are things that I say that are not intended to make me popular, but actually intended to have the opposite effect. I often will say things that need to be said in the socialist movement, that need to be made clear to the broad masses of people that are getting interested in socialism, that need to be clear to the folks that are getting involved in socialist activism, things that will not make me popular. I don't care. I'm here to tell you what you need to hear, not what I think you want to hear. One thing that I've been absolutely clear about. I will never forget that when I was a small child, I remember I was reading a book about Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. And I read about how when Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. and the civil rights movement was organizing and protesting, there were obviously many people who disagreed with them for various reasons.
And sometimes these people who did not agree with Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., they would assemble and they would have manure and feces and they would throw them at the civil rights marchers. Did you know this? This happened. The Southern racists, go away and would throw literal feces at them. And I remember reading that as a kid and thinking, my goodness. Now, imagine one of those people was sitting in front of me. What would they have to say to me today? So you threw feces at Dr. Martin Luther King. You threw feces at the civil rights marchers. How do you defend yourself? What would they say? Well, everyone else was doing it. Well, Martin Luther King he was bad. He was like opposed. They would have no defense. They would feel despicable, right? How can you look yourself in the face having done such a thing? And it's with that understanding that you should never join the mob. You should never just go along with popular sentiments. It's with that understanding that as someone who works in the press, I will never throw shit at Russia. I will never throw shit at Iran. I will never throw shit at Venezuela. I will never throw shit at China. I am not going to join a campaign to lay the case for war. I will never do it. I'm not going to spread lies about weapons of mass destruction. I'm going to question their allegations about Uyghurs, their allegations about chemical weapons. I will never be involved in a shit-throwing campaign when they try to whip up the hysteria to justify another one of their wars. I'm not going to do it. I don't care if it makes me unpopular. Furthermore, I'm going to be honest about what a human being is. And this is something that we need to be very clear. What is a human being? The way we're taught largely in our society to think about human beings is that they're just another animal. Well, they're wrong when they say that. Because if you look at ants, ants have been building their ant farms the exact same way for millions of years. And beavers, they've been building their beaver dams the exact same way for millions of years. But in just about 7 or 8,000 years, human beings have gone from hunter-gatherers in the woods to space travel and iPhones. That is not just another animal. We are constantly changing the way we interact with our environment. The human being is the tool maker. It is constantly shifting and moving toward a higher stage. And growth and innovation and creativity are what defines human beings and separates human beings from animals. We reinvent ourselves. We rise to a higher plane. We want to have a better life than we already have. We want our children to have a better life than we have. That is the nature of human beings. Human beings are all about growth. Human beings are all about expansion. That is the nature of the human being. So when people come out and they say, well, the answer to climate change is we just have to have less. We just have to degrow. I say no. The first ecological crisis in human history came about 7 or 8,000 years ago when we, with our ability to make tools and sticks and rocks, we got too good at hunting and gathering. We got too good at it. We were killing too many animals. We were gathering too many fruits and nuts. There was a scarcity of fruits and nuts to gather. There were too many animals. We killed too many of them. So as a result of that, what did we do? Did we degrow? Did we say, all right, everyone's got to have less children? Oh, we all got to eat half as much? No. Well, what did we do? We changed the way we interact with our environment. We developed agriculture. We started growing crops. Right? We started domesticating animals. And the first economic, political, and social revolution was human beings responding to an ecological crisis. The old way of interacting with our environment was unsustainable, so we moved to a higher mode of production. And the current crisis that's spawning climate change requires the same response. Fossil fuels is not sustainable, right? Fossil fuels is not going to work. Climate change is a reality. And furthermore, the fossil fuel-based economy is what keeps the world poor. It's, look at Wall Street. The big banks and big corporations on Wall Street are also tied in with the big oil monopolies. We got the big 4 super majors, ExxonMobil, BP, Shell, and Chevron. And in addition to them, it's like, BP, that's basically HSBC Bank. Chase Bank, that's pretty much ExxonMobil. That's JP Morgan and the Rockefellers. And the Wall Street global order is based on having an oil-centered economy. We need to get beyond an oil-centered economy. That is the solution to climate change. We need to change the way we interact with our environment, not to have less, but to have more in a sustainable way. And one concept that we've developed, and we're in the process of further developing it with the Center for Political Innovation,
is that because of the situation around climate change, because this is an emergency facing humanity, because the fossil fuel-based global order is holding back economic development, it is time for a global combined effort for fusion energy. Instead of having it be a competition where China is working on fusion energy and South Africa is working on fusion energy and India is working on it and there's a lab in Boston and there's a lab in New Jersey and there's a lab in California. Instead, we need a combined global effort. We need all of the countries around the world, all of the foundations, all the scientific institutes to combine their efforts into a single effort, a united global crash program to get fusion energy. That is the idea. We should have one place in the center of the heartland of the United States of America, one international territory, a new UN, a climate change fusion UN in the center of the United States of America called Fusion City. That is what we have developed, a global combined effort to save humanity from the nightmare of fossil fuels. We call for Fusion City now. Fusion City now. Fusion City now. Fusion City now! 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 Fusion City now!
We're here in Union Square and we're having an anti-imperialist speak out. We're standing against the global system where big monopolies and bankers dominate the world. The world keeps getting poorer so that Wall Street and London can stay rich. We're here to have a speak out. We got music, we got different speeches.
Free Alexa! 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 Thank you.
We're working class people. You're our brother. We don't hate you, sir. We don't hate you. We're not trying to harm you.
Hallelujah.
We want life to get better for you.
Praise God.
There's good within you, sir. There's good within you. There's good within you. There's good within you. We're here. I know you're upset. I know you're upset. I want you to take a deep breath, sir. I want you to take a deep breath. I want you to take a deep breath and calm down because no one here wants to harm you. No one's here trying to harm you. We're on your side. We want to help you. We want to help you. We're having our rally. We can respect you. You can respect us. We're in the same space. This is a public space. No, we were here. We have just as much right to be here as they do. This is a free country, sir. We're so upset. I'm sorry that you're so upset, sir. This is a space for everyone. This is public space. This is public space. Yes. Hallelujah. Public space. Yes. And you have your friends. I know you don't have a you're angry. And I don't understand why you have such rage. I don't understand the rage you do, sir. I don't.
What if you were at a good rock and roll concert and someone comes in and starts preaching free speech?
There's so much anger in our society right now. So much rage. So much anger. We're not ready. Hallelujah. You know, we're not trying to harm you. You're upset. You're agitated, and we understand that. But
last week's service,
raise your hand if you were here for last week's service. For people who might disagree with us,
okay,
we have no hatred for religious people. I'm a Christian. I believe in Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ is my Lord and Savior. But I know for a fact that Jesus Christ would never support a system where profits come from people. Jesus Christ would never support wars with big corporations and banks. Jesus Christ would never stand for a system that lets hungry children starve so they can feed the Pentagon. There's nothing anti-Christian about what we're doing here. Absolutely nothing anti-Christian about what we're doing here. And you go to Nicaragua, the slogan that they have painted on the walls everywhere is Christianity, socialism, and solidarity. And that's what we're offering here. Christianity, socialism, and solidarity. Right? We are not anti-Christian. We are not anti-Christian. If Jesus Christ was the greatest socialist in all of history, and I'm not the first person to say that. Hugo Chavez of Venezuela actually said that. Hugo Chavez said Jesus was the greatest socialist in all of history, and that is our position as well. And we're not hostile. That man was so full of rage, so full of hate. You know, these Christian churches, they tell people communism is the enemy. Why? I think the enemy is the big corporations. Jesus didn't drive the communists out of the temple. He drove the money changers out of the temple. That's right. Jesus drove the money changers out of the temple. He said that they had turned the house of God into a den of thieves, and he drove the money changers and the bankers out of the temple. If I am not mistaken, Jesus Christ, he actually said that you cannot serve God and money. You must pick one or the other, that you have to take the choice. Well, I'm telling you, the Bible speaks for itself. The Bible is a great piece of communist propaganda. It condemns the rich. It calls for the people to rule and stand up. It says the meek shall inherit the earth. It says blessed are the peacemakers. That man seemed to believe that we were his enemy, that we were trying to harm him. We're not. We are on his side. In fact, we are putting out a very, very Christian message. But it's also a Muslim message. It's also a Jewish message. It's a message of solidarity for all people. We appeal to those universal human values that bring all human beings together. That's what we stand for. And it's the greed of capitalists and the greed of corporations and banks that is bringing out these anti-human destructive emotions. How many mass shootings are there, folks? Can you think of anything more unhuman than being a mass shooter and going and murdering your fellow citizens? This is satanic. This is evil. Where does this evil come from? This is the alienation created by a system where profits come before people, when people cannot feel loved or connected to other people, when people are reduced to a financial calculation, when there's no love, there's no community, people feel like they have nothing that they can cling to, and they are left and they are abandoned. That's our system right now. We've got a crisis of mental health, in this country, and they say, oh, it's just, biochemical, people are having chemical imbalances. I don't buy that, folks. 1 in 5 people on antidepressants right now. I don't buy that. I would say that we're facing the death agony of capitalism. We're facing capitalism in decay. And capitalism in decay is driving people to insanity. And we have no hostility toward these folks. We're letting them do their rally. We're not trying to take their microphone. I'm not running up to that guy and harassing him, because I respect him. We have religious freedom in this country, just like we have freedom of speech and freedom of assembly. And we will continue to do this. You're not going to be able to intimidate us. You're not going to be able to shoot us down or shut us down. We're socialists. We're anti-imperialists. We're patriotic Americans. We love our country. We are not opposed to anyone. We want to engage with anyone who has a view that's different than ours. We're here to talk about love. And when you go to the socialist countries, I've been to Venezuela, I've been to Ecuador when Correa was in, I've been to anti-imperialist countries, you feel the love. The people there aren't driven apart from each other like they are in this society. They're not alienated from each other. Instead, they're standing arm in arm. They're one united working class. There's guns all over Cuba. You know that? There's a lot of gun ownership in Cuba. But they aren't killing each other. You know why? Because they're one united working class. They're not killing each other. The gun issue that we have in the United States, the mass shootings and all that, this is a symptom of capitalism in decay. We got to support those John Deere workers that are out on strike. We got to support those Kellogg's workers that are out on strike. We got to support the nurses who are out on strike right now. Working families are struggling for justice, and we're here to stand in solidarity with working families. That's what we're here to do.
Bit of wisdom that was passed down to me. We can be critical of different figures, but Sam Marcy, an important leader of communism in the post-war years, he would often talk about how at the anti-war protests that happened during the 1960s, where you'd have hundreds of thousands of people marching against the Vietnam War, there'd be these beautiful puppets that they would build. They'd have puppets of, Richard Nixon with his money or whatever. They'd have puppets of the heroic Vietnamese people fighting for their liberation, these beautiful puppets. That there were whole communities of people, and they weren't members of any communist group, but they were against the Vietnam War and had a general leftist, anti-imperialist view, and they made it their mission that when there was a big anti-war rally, they would come together and they would make these beautiful works of art as their contribution to opposing the war in Vietnam. And there were whole communities that built these puppets. It was their project, their way of being creative, of building community and coming together. And there were couples who met each other through the process of making those puppets, and a couple of years later they were there making the puppets with their little kids that they had just had. And there were whole communities of people, and they made it their mission. This is something that we can do. Imperialism is the enemy of humanity. The Vietnam War is horrible, and this is something we can do. We have a 9-to-5 job, we have a regular life, but this is something that we can do, and we can do it together, and we can bond, and that's beautiful. And what Sam Marcy would tell his followers is that community that built those puppets, that's 1,000 times more valuable than some kid who thinks he's Lenin. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. A community like that has longevity. People are doing that their whole life and they're taking on a contribution. And that you know, if you've been doing this as long as I have, which is, you know, not that long, relatively speaking, but you realize that there are some people who come around and they see that they don't get the immediate result that they want. They see that they don't, you know, they don't fulfill their dictator fantasy that they have. You know, they see that they, you know, they see that this isn't exactly the way they want to resolve their parental issues or whatever. And then they go away after a year. They go away after a year. For a year, they know more than everybody. No one knows anything better. They can debate everybody, but they're gone. For those people who came together to build the puppets and build community around it and learn to work together, they keep going. And generation after generation, year after year, they build those puppets. And that is what we need to build with the Center for Political Innovation. We need a network of people who are committed to opposing imperialism, who learn to trust each other and rely on each other and carry out operations, build some beautiful puppets, some beautiful artwork, put on beautiful conferences, and keep this movement alive. That is what we need to build. We need a network of people who love each other and trust each other and can work together and can serve the purpose of representing the anti-imperialist movement in America. That is what we need, and that is what I want us to build with the Center for Political Innovation.
Like crazy to build Silicon Valley, and Apple and IBM and Microsoft and Amazon and all the tech monopolies were created by the government. And because they wanted to control information technology. And they had a treaty. There was a NATO treaty, the Treaty on Multilateral High Technology Controls, that you couldn't give any computer technology to the Soviet Union or any of the communist countries. And so basically, the West was pioneering and developing computer technology while not making sure that the Soviet Union didn't get any access to it. And the Soviet Union did a pretty good job with computer technology on their own. They developed their own home computer system in the 80s. They just didn't have the resources to mass produce it. Soviet people didn't have home computers in their homes because why would they mass produce that? And they didn't have the resources to really go all in with the computer revolution. But Soviet, you know, computer technology was pretty good. Despite the fact they were cut off from all the Western innovations, the Soviet Union was able to do quite a bit in terms of computer technology. And like, you know, they invented Sputnik and they had all kinds of technological advances. They just didn't have the ability to mass produce it and bring it to their society because they were on a much lower level of development. They had just built their country up from nothing. The West had been rising for many years. So Silicon Valley emerges in the West, and Silicon Valley, you know, it's changing everything. Computers change everything in the economy. Well, what does that bring us to? The financial meltdown. Because what did I just show you all in that video about how technology leads to fewer and fewer people being hired? And you know, and you should go read High Tech, Low Pay by Sam Marcy. You should go read Low Wage Capitalism by Fred Goldstein. You should go read The Future is Up to Us by Nelson Peary. You have a huge technological leap. What does it lead to? A prolonged crisis of overproduction. And finally, in 2008, as a result of the computer revolution, the U.S. economy crashes. And why does the U.S. economy crash in 2008? It crashes because Americans can't afford to keep buying homes. And Alan Greenspan has pushed Congress to legalize all kinds of lending practices to keep Americans buying homes. But the reality is Americans just can't afford to keep buying homes. Our wages have gone down. I mean, our living standard has gone down. The rate of household debt is astronomical because they've legalized all kinds of credit schemes to keep us spending money we don't have. Americans are just too poor in this economy that has no room for us, in this high-tech, low-wage economy. We can't afford to keep buying all these products that are being produced. And the housing bubble burst, and people in America became homeless because there were too many houses. There were too many houses. And, you know, we couldn't afford to keep buying them. And so in 2008, all kinds of people became homeless and were spending their Christmas living in tents, their Christmas holiday living in tents outside of Nevada. And homeless encampments sprung up across Los Angeles, Skid Row, and all of this because there's too many houses. It's not ironic that so many people are homeless and there's so many empty houses. People are homeless because there are so many houses, and that overproduction with technology, they eliminated so many jobs, and that computer revolution that was created by the government to defeat the Soviet Union creates an economic crisis. So then, after the 2008 financial meltdown, U.S. society is, in a world of hurt. So there starts to be a fight among the elite. And the managerial wing of the ruling class, that's the Malthusian ultra-rich. They want degrowth desperately. And they are putting forward all kinds of very sinister schemes. They're obsessed with overpopulation. And they say the only way we can stabilize, the economy is we have to degrow like you wouldn't believe. And the World Economic Forum, which is the British Empire, and they're up there talking about, you'll own nothing, you'll live in a pod, you'll eat bugs, you'll own nothing, and you'll be happy about it. And they're sitting there saying we need to heavy-handedly control the world economy, and we need to reduce the population. And the only way we're going to get out of this crisis is with mass destruction. Whereas you have a number of capitalists like Elon Musk, like Hobby Lobby, like Betsy DeVos that are saying, oh no, our profits have gone down so much, we need total deregulation. We need the government to just completely be cut out of the economy because that's the only way we can make any money, right? Our rate of profit has gone down. We need total deregulation. As a result of that, you have a fight in the ruling class between the Malthusian ultra-rich and the libertarian new right. And that's what's going on across Europe. And the libertarian new right, they think, okay, let's do business with Russia and China. If we can make more money, they're just desperate to make more money. The managerial ultra-rich are saying the only way we can stabilize our system in the long term, we got to destroy Russia. We got to destroy China. We got to destroy all these countries and seize the whole world as our captive market. One group is thinking long term. How do we control and stay at the top? And the other group is saying we are so desperate to make money, we just need deregulation. If we trade with China, we trade with Russia, fine, as long as we can make money. That's the division. So what is the solution? We're saying that we don't need a Malthusian degrowth state, which is what the Democrats and the liberals and the globalists want. They want a state that will destroy the economy and destroy living standards and grind us all into poverty to stabilize the system while preparing for World War III. We obviously don't want that. However, we're not Elon Musk either. We don't believe that you can cut your way into economic growth, which is what they believe. They believe if you just get the government out, you get rid of all the jobs of government workers, you deregulate the economy, magically you'll have economic growth. And we don't believe in that either. You can't cut your way into economic growth. So we're not Malthusians in that we want a heavy-handed government to make everybody poorer. And we're not libertarians and free marketeers who think that the way to make economic growth is you just get the government out and you just, wreck the economy by getting rid of good paying government jobs and deregulating employment, etc. We're saying you need a government that punches up. And that's what we're saying is we say we need a government that will punch up and break the power of the big monopolies. We want a popular government, but we want a government that punches up, not a government that punches down and not no government. We want a government that punches up. And that's the concept of a government of action. When we call for a government of action, that's what we're calling for. The model for a government of action is all the economies around the world that are not part of the Western system. The BRICS countries, the Eurasian Economic Union, the Shanghai Cooperation Organization, the Bolivarian Alternative for Latin America, the Shia Axis of Resistance. All the socialist and anti-imperialist countries of the world all have governments that emerged from anti-colonial revolutions, and they have seized control of their economy with a state that controls the economy to create growth, not to degrow like the governments of the West, and not free markets, but rather they have a government that fights for the people against the big monopolies. They have a pro-growth, anti-austerity government rooted in an anti-colonial struggle, right? And, the Chinese Communist Party came to power fighting against the century of humiliation, fighting against the British Empire. The Eurasian Economic Union, that's, after Russia was devastated after the fall of the Soviet Union. Putin came in, he put oil and gas under public ownership and stabilized the economy with oil and gas revenue and rebuilt, you know, you have the Bolivarian countries in response to neoliberalism across Latin America. Hugo Chavez came in and created a state that was controlling the oil revenue and was using the oil revenue to build things. The Islamic Revolution of Iran, they had a revolution and they kicked out the Western imperialists and they started using the oil to build up the economy. And that these are governments that emerged in struggles against colonialism and struggles against the Western system. And they are pro-growth governments. They're states that are basically have come to power on the basis of we're gonna organize the economy. And it's not the Soviet model. They have all kinds of private corporations. They've got all kinds of private businesses, but the state really controls things. And in Iran, you know, I mean, it's about 50% state ownership. Even the private companies have to do what the state says. The biggest sector of the economy is the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps. In you know, Bolivarian countries, Venezuela, Nicaragua, I mean, they're Marxists and socialists, but there's a lot of private businesses, etc. But there's state banks that control the credit strings. There's state-controlled natural resources, and they're constantly planning out the economy to have economic growth. They have 5-year economic plans. All these countries basically have governments that came out of anti-colonial revolutions, that came into power fighting against. One of the main organizations that was aligned with the Korean Workers' Party was called the Union of Protestant Faith. And it was a group of Protestant Christians who had fought alongside the communists against Japanese occupation. And they were key in writing the government. Now we know that there has been, you know, some pretty horrendous persecution of Christians in the 1950s, 60s, and 70s as North Korea was aligned with the Soviet Union. Christians were viewed as being aligned with the capitalist West, as potentially trying to overthrow them, as potentially agents of imperialism. But it's important to note that after the fall of the Soviet Union, North Korea questioned many things. And a lot of things changed. And in 1992, 2 years before he died, Kim Il-sung wrote an autobiography. And in that autobiography, he talked about the fact that his mother was a Presbyterian deaconess. And he spoke about how much he admired his mother's dedication to her Christian faith. And he then wrote, quote, "I do not think that the spirit of Christianity that preaches universal peace and harmony contradicts my idea of advocating an independent life for man." That was a pretty bold statement for Kim Il-sung to make. And during this period, Reverend Billy Graham was invited to North Korea to preach and give sermons. His son, Franklin Graham, has been to North Korea to preach. And actually, right now, there's even more Christianity going on in North Korea because of Russia. In 2006, the Russian Orthodox Church consecrated the Church of the Life-Giving Trinity in Pyongyang. This is a huge Russian Orthodox church. And in the last few years, North Korea and Russia have gotten a lot closer economically. They've traded with each other. They have a stronger military alliance. So now you have thousands of North Koreans that have accepted Jesus Christ and have converted to Russian Orthodox Christianity. And that is something that, again, we're not going to hear on mainstream American television. But there is a kind of Christian revival going on among North Koreans that are adopting the Russian Orthodox faith. Now, I wanted to point all of that out because things right now on the Korean Peninsula are not good. They are not good at all. And it's heartbreaking to see this because Joe Biden is trying to undo everything that Donald Trump did. And you almost wonder on what level this is like a vindictive thing. It's like, well, my predecessor was Trump, and so I'm going to make sure that he doesn't look good. He doesn't go down in history very well. And things were moving along. The war games were stopped. We saw the meetings that happened between Donald Trump and between Kim Jong-un. And now things are not good at all. And North Korea is reacting and responding to the fact that there's U.S. nuclear submarines in the south. And we know that there was the nasty balloons filled with garbage that were recently sent. And it just breaks your heart to see what's happening. I mean, they have torn down the reunification monument in Pyongyang. They had a reunification monument, they tore it down. Why did they tear it down? Well, they said, we opened our arms to you. We opened up, we made a lot of concessions, and now it's all gone away. And in negotiations, right, read Donald Trump's Art of the Deal, you can't just look like you're willing to give up everything. But I do believe that North Korea will give up its nuclear weapons.
And the reason that I believe that is because of what's happening throughout the Eurasian hemisphere. I was at the Valde Discussion Club in Russia. I got to listen on a panel. It was the Russian President Putin. It was also Hamid Karzai from Afghanistan, Jack Ma, the CEO of Alibaba from China, and Asil Toji, who was the head of the Norwegian Nobel Institute. He talked about how in Eurasia, this is a golden era. There are whole sections of you look at the map, look at that section of the map we don't talk about. Uzbekistan and Siberia and Mongolia, all these places that we just have forgotten about. All those places are being electrified right now. There's railroads snaking through the countryside in all those areas. This is a golden era in Eurasia. And what Russia has done with the Eurasian Economic Union, what China is doing with the Belt and Road Initiative, what's going on with the BRICS right now. There is a whole new economy rising. But there's a giant hole in it called North Korea. And why is that? Well, North Korea quit the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty, and they got nuclear weapons. And as much as Russia and China might have a better relationship with North Korea than the United States does, they also want to make sure the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty remains intact. Because if the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty goes away, then any country can just get nuclear weapons, and at that point, all the United States allies get nukes, and then they have to give all their allies nukes, and pretty soon the whole world has nukes, and then pretty soon, the end of the world is coming. So Russia and China are very committed to maintaining the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty. So when North Korea pulled out of it, they had to join with the rest of the United Nations and impose sanctions on North Korea because they have to protect the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty. Well, North Korea is going to give up its nuclear weapons and rejoin the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty when they feel safe enough. When they are confident enough that doing so won't result in them being overthrown, won't result in them being invaded, when they're confident enough that Russia and China would protect them under such circumstances, they'll give up their nuclear weapons. I must say, though, they did write kind of a biting editorial after the death of Gaddafi, because they pointed out, Saddam Hussein, he didn't have weapons of mass destruction, and Iraq got invaded and destroyed. And Gaddafi, he was trying to get them, and he gave up his weapons of mass destruction, and he got invaded and destroyed. And they said, look at us, we got nuclear weapons, and we're still here. And they said that, and who could argue with them? Who could argue with them? And you look at the Iran nuclear deal. Iran made a deal with the United States to give up almost all of their peaceful nuclear energy program. And how did the United States respond? They murdered Qasem Soleimani. They ripped up the deal. I mean, you look at it, and making a deal with the United States, most countries around the world look at that and they say, are we really going to make a deal with you? And our track record, we don't really look like a really trustworthy country at this point to make a deal with. All the people that make deals with us to give up their weapons or to limit their nuclear capacity or whatnot end up at a bad spot, and that's not particularly good for the United States. We don't have a very good credit score, you could say, when it comes to our negotiations. And that's something we have to oppose. But Jim Rogers, who's a billionaire, he was one of the biggest supporters of Donald Trump going to North Korea, and he said he wants...
So we're here outside the federal courthouse where Donald Trump will be having his appearance. Take a look. Take a look.
Well, I don't speak any Spanish either. Hey, can we get
How you doing?
Yeah, good, thank you.
Yeah, one thing I like about Trump is he wants to stop the wars. He doesn't like how Biden's sending all of our American money to Ukraine and such. But I also think we don't need any war against China. China's not our business. What do you think about that?
I mean, I'm just a reporter. I don't really have an opinion.
Yeah, but how many Americans would die if we went to war with China? I mean, and they got a huge military. I mean, we wouldn't win. There's nothing for America in Taiwan. Don't you agree?
The thing is, as a reporter, I don't really have the luxury of an opinion.
You're with Epoch Times. You're with the Falun Gong, their newspaper, and it's like it's escalating us to a war against China. And I think you're a good guy, but I don't agree with that. I think we need peace with China, peace with Russia, America first, right?
Well, when you expose the truth, whether that's escalatory or not, if it's the truth, what's the problem with that?
Well, absolutely, I agree with truth, but we shouldn't be. I mean, we're pouring all these weapons into Taiwan. It's like we want Taiwan to be attacked by China so we can demonize them. That's not good for America, right? I mean, how many Americans are on South Korea? They should be brought home. Peaceful reunification of the Korean Peninsula. That's what Donald Trump was all about in his presidency. He went and met with Kim Jong-un. That was a beautiful moment. You have to admit that was beautiful. Peace in the Korean Peninsula, wouldn't that be awesome?
Wouldn't that be awesome if the Korean people could come together?
Again, like you're talking to me like I'm a politician with a platform, just a reporter who reports.
I hear you. I'm a reporter too, but I love my country. I'm an American. You know, I work in Russian media, but I'm an American, and I worry about World War III every day. I mean, it scares me. You know, and I don't want to war with China any more than I want to war with Russia, North Korea. You know, we should be doing business with all these countries, trading with them, be friendly with them. You know, I don't like what Biden's doing, so I just wanted to let you know that. You know, so, yeah, peace with the whole world.
It's the ideal.
Yeah, isn't it?
Only peace can make America great again.
Only peace can make America great again.
Only peace can make America great again.
Only peace make America great again.
Only peace can make America great again.
Only peace make America great again.
And when Donald Trump met with Kim Jong-un, the leader of North Korea, and moved towards unity on the Korean Peninsula, bringing together the Korean people, that was a great step forward.
We've had already 3 wars going on as we speak. Every morning, someone is dying in parts of the world right now in these 3 wars. The Hamas and Israel, as we know, Ukraine and Russia situation, it's costing over $6 billion in money. Your tax dollars.
What do you think of when you see that banner?
Which we did not have
Yeah.
when Trump
Donald
was
Trump?
in office.
Do you think he could be a peace president?
I'm not sure.
We don't need that.
I don't think that Trump would bring peace in the world at all. I think he would bring total chaos. But it's interesting to know this.
Are you worried about World War III?
Yes and no. Yes, because, well, us, Russia, and would basically destroy most of the world.
Right now, we don't even have federal FEMA money to support in our country, Florida, North Carolina. And people are hungry there. And your private donations, not the government, is being used right now.
We are talking today about making America great through peace. Take a look at this banner. What kind of emotion does it instill in you? At war with North Korea.
It's about negotiations. What do you think?
Seems pretty good.
Yeah?
Yeah. That seems pretty good. Yeah, I mean, yeah, they make friends, right? I mean, yeah.
We are out here to say we want Donald Trump to be a peace candidate. We want him to be a peace president. If he wins this election, it will be because the American people are tired of the wars. Too much money is spent on war. Too much money is spent on destruction. But peace can make a prosperous world for all.
I suppose he won the election again.
Yeah. What do you think of the banner?
Yeah. Great. Trump can do a lot of things.
Yeah. Is this what you thought you'd see out in front of the library today?
No.
Surprising, huh?
Yeah.
This is serious. You don't know. We'll be World War III again. This is we have to stop North Korea. Kim Jong. We need conversations, peaceful unity of North and South Korea. It has to take place now.
There is enough bloodshed. No child has to be murdered over these things. No family should be killed over these things.
Korea has been divided for too long. We want unity on the Korean Peninsula. Unity on the Korean Peninsula. Unity.
Please take notice. Every day, this morning, tonight, someone is dying over in Israel and Palestine. Someone is starving in Ukraine and right now Russia. This is not fake news.
Because this was the best moment of Trump's presidency. And if he is reelected again, it'll be because the American people want him to be a peace candidate. They want him to make peace, not just in Korea, peace with Russia and Ukraine, peace with the Palestinians and the Israelis. Only peace can make America great again.
Only peace can make America great again.
Make America great again. Only peace can make America great again. Only peace can make America great again.
Only peace make America great again.
Too much money is spent on war, but peace can make lots of money. Imagine if we were trading and doing business with all the countries that we have been antagonizing around the world. Imagine if we were trading with Russia, trading with China, trading with North Korea, trading with Iran,
If the world could be brought together through trade and diplomacy and business, let's make some deals. Peace can make America great again.
Peace make America great again.
Peace can make America great again.
Peace can make America great again.
What about China? Do you think we should work with them? You know, they got those really fast, high-speed trains that go 200 miles an hour.
And that means what? What exactly are they doing with their people?
Well, shouldn't we have those over here?
And the world has to know that America, if you're on our side, we have your back.
That's right.
Whatever cost. And we are strong. We never lost a war. We never will lose if we stand on God's side.
Peace in Korea.
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 Hey friends, how you doing today? I'm letting you know, the Center for Political Innovation, we are about to do, on July 12th, the biggest event that we have ever done. It will be our national gathering in Chicago on July 12th. And it's going to be really, really special. We are talking with a number of important anti-imperialist voices, a lot of different communities. There's going to be musical performances, dance performances, there's going to be great speeches, and it's going to be a whole day gathering dedicated to anti-imperialism. I am committed, and CPI has always been committed to building an in real life network of people. And we carry out real operations. We were at the inauguration of Trump with our Trump and Kim banner saying only peace can make America great again. We were on the streets of Chicago at the Democratic National Convention with a book exposing what Kamala Harris and who she really is and what she's really about, and it was really, really important. We have 1,000 copies of our book about the Houthis that are being distributed with the poster of the convention on the back to people who would never go looking for this. We are putting door hanger flyers on doors of people, again, that would never go looking for this. We're not performing and trying to make ourselves feel good. We're actually trying to build a network of people that can be anti-imperialists in America. It's not easy to do. It's very difficult in these times to build a real in-life organization. People have their issues. We live in a very strange time, but we have to do it. And we are committed to continuing this project. This video is basically me telling you we need your support. In order to pull off our convention that includes our 7-day program for our members around the country to come to Chicago, includes our huge convention on July 12th, where we're gonna fill up the Midwest Convention Center, in order to have an effective national planning meeting and gathering in Chicago the day after on July 13th. In order to do what we need to do, we need to fill up that auditorium and we need money. And there's really no way around that. We need you to donate to the Center for Political Innovation. We have set up a GoFundMe, and a lot of people have already contributed. We already raised a couple $1,000, but it's not enough. In order to really pull off our July activities and really have a win for anti-imperialism, we need your support. We need you to go to the GoFundMe right now and donate $5 or $20. We need you to go to the donate button on the CPI website and send us $100 or $50, whatever you can do. If we're gonna do what we need to do in July and build the organization and have the mega anti-imperialist rally that needs to happen on July 12th and solidify the network that we're building to continue to carry out the great operations that we do, we need you to help us out. Every cent that we raise goes into building this group. I'm lucky I have a paycheck with everything that's going on. I'm surviving, and I have consistently put a huge amount of the money that I have, my own resources, my own funds, into CPI because I believe in it, because it needs to happen, because this organization is necessary. I'm looking at what I've got and my own resources and my own bills and all of that, and I'm looking at what's already been paid for, and it's not enough. I mean, it's just not enough. I can't just pay for everything myself. We have membership dues and other things, but we need a special gift. We need a special gift to make July happen. We need you to give us a special contribution so that we can make sure the July events go smoothly, that the housing for the people coming in out of town is covered, that the speakers that are being flown in, their airfare is properly covered. We need you to make a special one-time gift to make this July gathering this anti-imperialist summit that we are organizing. We need you to help us make it happen and help us make it a success. Small gift, big gift, whatever you can do. We need you to help us with it. But you know what? I'll just say this. If it's a matter of send us a gift or come, we'd rather you come. We'd rather you be there. It's much more important that you be there on July 12th. If you can't afford to give us a gift, but you can afford to come to town, if there's one event that you come to this year, make it July 12th. CPI, Center for Political Innovation, we're doing something that nobody else is doing, and we're doing it right. We're not doing it in a way that we're trying to win the internet. We're not doing it in a way that we're trying to make ourselves feel special or act like we're cool. We're building what needs to be built. We are building the real connections. And if you can understand why what we're doing is so important, if you can understand why anti-imperialism is the future, but we have to break out of the narrow niche circles and internet culture and get to the masses of people with real outreach. If you can understand that, please give us a gift. We're trying to build an actual movement to win new people to anti-imperialism and continue to carry out operations to change the conversation in America so that we have a country where there's a mass movement demanding justice for working families and an end to these wars, that we're saying no to World War III, we're saying no to the emerging low-wage police state. That's what we urgently need. So if you can help us in any way, send us a gift. If you can be there on July 12th, be there. This is the biggest endeavor CPI has ever done, and it's going to lead to even bigger things. We don't back down. We don't go away. If we were going to back down, we would have done it a long time ago. And if we were one of their plants or one of these fake anti-imperialists, they would be making it a lot easier for us. We have been facing a lot of challenges, but we continue to achieve great victories. So we need your support. Please send us a contribution. Please be there on July 12th at the Midwest Convention Center in the Chicago area. It's right near the O'Hare Airport. It's going to be awesome. We need you there. Thank you.
Study has shown that using the preferred pronouns of trans people, and especially trans youth, improves their mental health and prevents suicides. So following that up, I guess I'm wondering why I'm seeing like kind of reactionary rhetoric against preferred pronouns. This is, I guess, a very disingenuous argument because it is possible to both care about children starving in the third world and also care about trans people.
I mean, maybe this is just me, but when it comes to the things that I agree with you with, namely things like cancel culture being a farce, the things that I agree with you with, my response is, well, no shit. And the things that I disagree with you with, I'm left feeling like, again, like you're overgeneralizing things.
The name of the article that's in that pamphlet is Pronouns and Starving Children. And he starts out the article by pulling the lens back to the big picture in the world. And he says, since World War II, just think about this statistic, 250 million children, if I'm getting the statistic right, 250 million children have died of starvation and preventable disease because of capitalism. You know, because we live in a system where food and medicine are not produced to meet social need, they're produced as commodities to be bought and sold for a profit. No other reason than that. You know, if someone lined up 250 million children up,
it's 350.
350. If someone lined up 50 children up against a wall and shot them one by one in front of you, everyone would say, what a fucking barbaric system. Like, let's get together and stop whoever's doing that from doing it. But literally, you know, millions of children every year are dying of starvation and preventable disease for no other reason than the fact that the system is dominated by a tiny class of capitalists and enforced by police and military. You know, and we have the power to actually do something about that. But what is going on college campuses and beyond is people are focused on pronouns. People are focused on
trans people.
Look,
I believe people are being spit on for making mistakes, and people are posturing like that's doing a damn thing to change the world. You are completely right that the culture and the acceptance of trans youth and trans people overall has everything to do with their mental health. But let's be real, if we want to end this horror for trans people, for queer youth and queer people as a whole, for women, for the 8 billion people on this planet who won't have a sustainable planet, we need to overthrow the system. And yes, people can do both. Pay attention to pronouns and to the 350 million starving children. Yes, they can. But let's be honest. Where do you see anything, and I have to say, to your idea that, oh, revolution, the things I agree with, no shit. Where do you see anybody in this country fighting to bring this system down, to overthrow it so we don't have 350 more children starved to death and the planet set on fire? Where do you see that happening? I do not see people doing both. If we did, there wouldn't be that article. What you see instead is people thinking they are doing something, but it's precisely the cancel culture, the teardown culture, the you messed up an identity, that you be quiet and follow me because of my oppressed identity. That is not changing the world. That's playing around.
What good does it do? I mean, what good does it do? In the end, if you don't know about something, you're under no obligation to say anything about it, right? And like me on the trans thing, I have generally said, I love my trans friends, I support them, but when it comes to women's sports and when it comes to kids under 12 being given puberty blockers, I just don't know. I don't know, and I stay out of it. And, you know, if that is not good enough, and that answer, by the way, is not good enough for some people. You know, the fact that I'm friendly with people who take a critical position, or I'm friendly with people that take a pro position. Oh my God, I want to. Well, deal with it. Deal with it. I don't know enough about it, and I'm not interested in it. I'm really not interested in it, other than saying that I think people should always be treated with respect, that bullying against people on the basis of whatever gender confusion or sexual confusion they might be having is wrong. Other than saying that people should be allowed to live their lives as they want to live them, and it's not my business. Other than that, that's all I've ever said on the issue. I have never said anything other than I don't want to talk about it, and I just don't know enough about it, medically speaking. I don't know medically any of this stuff, athletically, medically. I just don't know enough about it. And I'm against bullying and I'm against discrimination. And there are some people on both sides of that issue that is just not enough. Why won't he take more of a position? Well, because I don't know about it. And I'm actually quite proud of myself for not taking a position beyond that. Because if I did take a position beyond that, I would be speaking out of my ass. I would be blowing hot air. I would be speaking about something that I don't know about. And I would be joining a bandwagon on something that I don't know about. I speak with confidence about issues that I know about and issues that I care about. And if I don't know about something and I don't care about something, I am not going to take a position that's going to offend a whole bunch of people. I'm just not going to do it. What I mean, what would be the point of me taking a position on something that will offend a huge amount of people? And I don't even know about it, and I don't even really care about it. How am I gaining here? Right? Let me tell you this, and I'll be, and this is a difference that I have with BreadTube and with all the synthetic left, but it's also a difference that I have with certain people that are closer to our side of the fence, right? That if I were to get on here and say, I, Caleb Maupin, am firmly in support sport of transgender people. There should be transgender athletes competing in the sports in the sections that they want. We should if I were to do that and I condemn transphobic people. Here are a list of people with whom I condemn. Do you think that would be the end of it? Oh, no. I mean, I would have to cut off relationships with all kinds of people. I'd have to have people. That would suddenly become all I talked about. Well, I don't want to talk about that. I don't feel confident making that position. I'm not sure I agree with that. Honestly, I've heard some pretty strong arguments from the other side, number one. Number two, I just don't care. So, and if I did that, I would be giving in to what they want. But what a lot of people don't get is if I did the exact opposite. If I got on here and said, transgenderism is mental illness, defend women's sports, defend these children from hormone child abuse. I condemn all these degenerate. If I did that, and here are a list of disgusting people who are, and if you are a trans person, be gone, leave my community. I think if I were to do that, I would offend a whole lot of people. And then suddenly there'd be all kinds of people who like this stream. And that was all I'd ever talk about. And I don't want to talk about that. What I've said, my position, I think, is the basic, moral, human, decent position, which is love your neighbor as yourself. Love your neighbor as yourself. And if there is somebody who deviates from the norm in relation to their gender or their sex, love them even more. And don't support bullying or punishing them or discriminating them on the basis of that, right? That if somebody deviates from the norm in relation to their sex or gender, then that shows that that person is going to have a hard time in this world, depending where they are. In some places, it'll be a lot easier than others. But, and that person especially needs friendship and love. And that's it. That's it. And as far as, should this happen? Should that happen? I don't know. And I don't care. And I don't see any other position that is moral, right? I don't see any other position that is moral. I don't see any other position that if you go all into the anti-trans thing, if you go all into the anti-gay thing and all of that, you're going to hurt somebody. But then again, if you go all into the pro thing, there's obviously some people that are going to get hurt by that too. That there's a lot of questions people are raising. There's a lot of things that are going on the pro side that are questionable. And so my position is just love people, right? I almost feel like, that becomes a theme on these live streams. And it's like weird because I'm a revolutionary and I support Cuba and I support Venezuela and I support North Korea. And I'm like, I'm a tanky here and I'm an anti-imperialist and all of that. But I'm on here I'm just on here. I sound like the Beatles, like all you need is love. Da, 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 da. I mean, it's like, but it's just basic, right? I mean, this isn't like some crazy pacifist hippie Mr. Rogers, you're special just the way you. I mean, that's not what I'm doing here. I'm just saying, treat people the way you would want to be treated. Have sympathy for the hardships that other people go through. If people are having a hard time, don't make the hard time worse. I mean, it's pretty basic stuff here. I don't think I'm saying anything deeply profound when I say that, but just kind of stick with, be nice to people. It's weird. It's like there's so much of this, the stuff we talk about on here. We're talking about class struggle and revolution and all these things, and I'm just on here just saying, okay, that's all really important, and I'm happy to talk about that. That's the stuff I want to talk about. I want to talk about economics. I want to talk about class struggle. I want to talk about U.S. imperialism and why it must be defeated, and the people of the world coming together. But at the same time, there's part of me that just wants to say to people, be nice. Be nice to other people. Think about other people's feelings. Have real friendships. Don't dehumanize other people because of their opinion or because of their identity or struggles that they go through in their life. Just be nice to other people. Try to put yourself in other people's shoes. Think about how somebody else might be feeling. Imagine yourself in their circumstances. Try to have empathy for other people. This is all stuff that's like, this is like kindergarten stuff, right? This is just basic. I mean, this is like every society, right? There's nothing uniquely Christian about this. There's nothing uniquely Western about this. This is like every society in the world. Like, you know, you generally socialize people to have empathy for other people, to not, you know, bully other people, to not go out of their way to be mean to other people, to try and understand other people's point of view, to try to think about how your actions impact other people before you do them. If you're going to do something and it's going to hurt somebody else, maybe think about that and don't do it. Pretty basic stuff. Pretty basic stuff. Thanks, Comrade Robert.
So we're here out in front of the Asia Pacific Economic Cooperation Summit, and I want you to see what's going on right behind us. So first of all, right on the corner there, you can see a group of Chinese and American students. They've got American flags, they've got Chinese flags, and they're happy to be here. They're celebrating. And then next to them, you've got this NGO guy who's got a sign trying to equate the Chinese with the Nazis. He's got a sign that says, China has concentration camps. So here we are on the floor of the media area of the Asia Pacific Economic Cooperation Summit here in San Francisco. We're at the Moscone Center. So yeah, you can see behind me, looks like they've got a band that's gonna play. I saw groups of students coming in with Chinese flags and American flags. You know, the whole big focus of the meeting is going to be the sit down between Biden and Xi Jinping. That's what everyone's waiting to see.
Folks say, oh, they're just cleaning up this place because all those fancy leaders are coming into town. That's true, because it's true.
Now, in the lead up to the APEC summit, the homeless encampments all throughout downtown San Francisco mysteriously disappeared, and many think this was to give a better impression of the United States, cover up some of the poverty and chronic homelessness that plagues downtown areas in major cities like San Francisco. Many of the homeless people ended up being moved simply to other parts of the city where they're staying in tents or sleeping on the streets.
They kicked me out of here. They're making up a bunch of rumors. Like, all my clothes got stolen, my shoes, but that's all sponsored stuff, you know?
They moved them out to the, southwest side because there's less wind out there, so they pay attention more to themselves.
And just before we go, let's quickly stop back to San Francisco, where Chinese President Xi Jinping has arrived for talks with his American counterpart. That's going to be at the upcoming APEC summit. RT's Caleb Morpin gives us a sense of what to expect.
The Asia Pacific Economic Cooperation Summit has been planned for months, but now it has the whole world's attention. Why? Well, after a lot of back and forth, we now have confirmation that Biden and Xi Jinping will be meeting face to face. Now, the two heads of state will be sitting down at a time when relations between the two countries are anything but swell. Here's how China's Global Times put it.
There is a dark force in Washington that is undermining U.S.-China relations, and the more critical the moment, the more active they become. The White House has limited control over them, and they are a major uncertainty that the current U.S.-China relationship must face, requiring the U.S. side to overcome and eliminate disruptions.
Not the most optimistic words, and the White House has rarely painted a beautiful picture of future relations with China either.
It won't be long before somebody gets hurt. It wouldn't take much for an error in judgment or a mistake to get made.
The allegations from Washington against Beijing are getting more heated by the day. China is accused of being more aggressive, both regionally and online. In addition to that, they are blaming China for America's drug problem and rolling out a number of their old tropes about human rights. Joe Biden used some pretty non-choice words when he was bragging about shooting down a weather balloon.
The reason why Xi Jinping got very upset in terms of when I shot that balloon down with 2 boxcars full of spy equipment is he didn't know it was there. That's a great embarrassment for dictators when they didn't know what happened.
China sees the United States as frankly out to get them on the global stage, trying to crush their ability to produce computer chips and doing everything possible to stir up trouble when it comes to the territory of Taiwan.
Western countries led by the United States have implemented all-round containment, encirclement, and suppression of China, which has brought unprecedented severe challenges to our country's development.
Chinese diplomats have laid out a pretty clear road to de-escalation. Nothing too complicated. They say it's America that wants a fight, not them.
China does not seek to change the US, nor should the US seek to shape or change China. We hope that the US will implement its commitment not to seek a new Cold War and not to engage in conflicts with China, and work together to promote the return of China-US relations to a healthy and stable development track.
If relations between Washington and Beijing are going to improve, Taiwan is crucial. And the United States must reaffirm its one China policy. Every time things start to look like they're improving between China and the U.S., something goes wrong. And that recent pattern has many people holding their breath when it comes to the big meeting between two heads of state set to take place on Wednesday. Let's hope there's no snafu this time in the form of a giant weather balloon or anything else. Caleb Maupin, RT, San Francisco. So they didn't want all the foreign guests coming into San Francisco to see what this country is really like. So they moved the homeless people who generally have lived in downtown San Francisco, hundreds of them. They kicked them out, they took their tents down, and they moved them here just a few blocks away. So if you're coming to the United States for the APEC summit, this is what they prevented you from seeing, because they want people to think America is a land of opportunity and freedom.
Now let's cross live to RT Caleb Maupin joining us live from San Francisco. Caleb, could you fill us in on the events unfolding there?
Sure. Well, we're here in downtown San Francisco outside the Asia-Pacific Economic Cooperation Summit. It's just after dark here, and protesters have assembled and been marching through the streets expressing their opposition to U.S. support for Israel.
Free Palestine! Palestine will be free! Ceasefire now! Ceasefire now! Ceasefire now!
What you got to say? How many kids have you touched today? Almost every single week and every single day.
Just open air prisons! No more money for Israel's crimes! No more!
They've been supporting the Palestinians. They've been waving Palestinian flags. They went to the hotel where Joe Biden normally stays when he's in town here in San Francisco. They also marched to other parts of the city. Now, as you can see here in downtown San Francisco, they have a display with all these sister cities of San Francisco. And one of those sister cities is the Israeli city of Haifa. And as you can see, the Palestinians tried very much to, the protesters rather, they tried to take it down. They did scribble over the Israeli city that was on there as part of their demonstration. And as you can see, there's still a few people gathered around. It was a very big crowd. Hundreds and hundreds of people are here earlier. Big demonstration, and it's one of the many demonstrations happening throughout the week.
Every time the media lies, my neighborhood in Gaza dies. My neighborhood in Gaza dies. Every time the media lies.
As you can see, the crowd is a little bit smaller than it was earlier, but there were thousands, hundreds of people here calling out Joe Biden. Now, Joe Biden is in the city for his meeting coming up with Xi Jinping, the president of China. And that meeting is set to take place tomorrow. The president of China will be meeting with the president of the United States. So quite a scene here in downtown San Francisco. Protest assembled. They were at the hotel where Joe Biden normally stays earlier, calling him out. And now they're here in the downtown center of San Francisco for the Asia-Pacific Economic Cooperation Summit.
My tax dollars are bombing babies in Gaza, and I didn't say yes to that.
We don't want our tax money to be used to commit genocide.
This didn't start on October 7th. This has been at least 75 years. Jewish resistance is Palestinian resistance. Israel does not represent Jewish people. We need Palestinian freedom now.
Run! Israel bombs in the U.S. pays? Israel owns when the U.S. pays. How many kids did you kill today? How many kids did you kill today? Free Palestine! 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 Free Palestine!
Now there's been widespread anticipation of Biden's meeting with Xi Jinping, and the city of San Francisco has been prepped for a very big gathering. Here is a report I did earlier showing how the city is prepared for the APEC summit and what may be on the line in the upcoming meeting. The Asia Pacific.
Palestine will never die! Gaza, don't you cry! Palestine will never die! Gaza, can't you see? Palestine will be free! Gaza, can't you see? Palestine will be free!
Alrighty.
What
channel is this? This is RT. We agree with you. We agree with you. We're more pro-Palestine than anybody. So, well, this is RT. We agree with you. We're more pro-Palestine than anybody. We're not your enemy. Calm down.
You're so pro-Palestine.
Oldest Tokyo station, kind of near the palace.
Ready, close. Ready, cut. Ready, face. Forward. Crowds of pro-China, pro-communist sympathizers with the People's Republic and Xi Jinping and all that's been accomplished are quite massive out here. U.S. media will never show you that. They want to make it sound like everyone hates China, but many people recognize the great achievements of the Chinese Communist Party, lifting people out of poverty, raising the status of women in Chinese society. The Chinese Communist Party has done many amazing things, and many people around the world, and even here in the San Francisco area, they recognize it. Sir, did you know Heinrich Harrer, who wrote 7 Years in Tibet, was actually a Nazi, a member of Hitler's SS?
He was like, a lot of people were Nazis back then, yes.
A lot of people were Nazis back then?
Yes.
And the Dalai Lama was admired by fascists like Julius Evola and others because they had an authoritarian regime where people were serfs, they had their eyes gouged out.
Enough, man, come on.
Tibet was not a paradise before the serfs rose up. Right?
You're assuming a lot about
lies. Hollywood lies, right? The Chinese Communist Party has raised millions of people out of poverty.
They are so great.
They have built
millions.
They
didn't kill 30 million people.
How many people did they kill?
When Mao had his crazy kind of quotas for agriculture and stuff.
Yeah, they cured starvation. There was starvation every day before the communists came in.
You're a true believer.
Is that not true? Who built modern farming in China? Who brought tractors to the Chinese countryside? You're repeating State Department war propaganda. The Tibet separatist movement is just like the Contras of Nicaragua. It's just like the Netanyahu supporters in Israel. It's a pro-imperialist movement. You're trying to destroy China, which is the hope of this world. They're building highways and trains all across the planet, and people all over the world have been lifted out of poverty by the Chinese Communist Party. You're here supporting a separatist movement trying to tear apart one of the best countries in the world. You should be ashamed of yourself. You should be ashamed of yourself. You're promoting Buddhist fascism, Buddhist serfdom. You're out here, look at all these people who celebrate Xi Jinping.
You're a communist.
That's right. That's
Yes,
right. I'm
yes.
a communist. Just like the people who saved us from fascism. Just like the people who liberated Auschwitz concentration camp. Yeah. Yes. Yes. Unlike the Dalai Lama, who was a fascist, who was admired by Hitler. Yes, I'm a communist. Yes, I admire the millions of people lifted out of poverty by the Chinese Communist Party. When this government was executing and torturing Black Panthers, the Mao and the Chinese Communists welcomed the Black Panthers to the United States. You are completely on the side of the imperialists. You are on the side of Wall Street. You are out here trying to tear apart China. You're trying to help break apart China for Wall Street. You should be ashamed of yourself. China is the future. There is one China. Tibet is China. Taiwan is China. Hong Kong is China. There's one China. Tibet is part of China. You're trying to break apart China for Wall Street. You should be ashamed of yourself. One China. One China. The Chinese Communist Party has raised more. One China. 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 One China.
Mr. President, after today, would you still refer to President Xi as a dictator? This is a term that we used earlier this year.
Well, look, he is. I mean, he's a dictator in the sense that he is a guy who runs a country that is a communist country that is based on a form of government totally different than ours.
The meeting between Joe Biden and Chinese President Xi Jinping took place at Filoli Estates. And at the meeting, Joe Biden referred to the United States and China as competitors. Here's some of what Joe Biden said, in addition to that harsh dictator remark.
Trust but verify, as that old saying goes. That's where I am. And, we're in a competitive relationship, China and the United States. But my responsibility is to make this rational and manageable, so it doesn't result in conflict. That's what I'm all about. That's what this is about. To find a place where we can come together and where we find mutual interest but most importantly, from my perspective, that are in the interest of the American people. That's what this is about.
Now, at the meeting, military contact between the U.S. military and the Chinese military was reestablished, and that is very important in terms of keeping peace and making sure things in the Pacific region don't get out of control. The two leaders also agreed to a joint dialogue about combating the danger of drug trafficking and drugs. Now, the Chinese leader Xi Jinping urged Joe Biden to stop sending weapons to Taiwan, and the two leaders agreed to have dialogue further in the future. Now, at the meeting, Xi Jinping emphasized that China seeks cooperation with the United States. Here's some of what he said.
The China-US relationship has never been smooth for 50 years or more, and it always faces problems of one kind or another. For two large countries like China and the United States, turning their backs on each other is not an option. Conflict and confrontation has unbearable consequences for both sides.
Now, there's been a lot of protests here outside the APEC summit. Now, as you can see, I am surrounded by a crowd of people that are mainly Chinese Americans here to express their support for improving relations between the United States and China and to express their support for Xi Jinping and his visit to the United States. But there are also many other different causes represented here. There have been people calling out Joe Biden and standing for Palestine, saying that they don't want the USA to continue to support Israel. Here are some of the protesters we've spoken with outside the APEC summit.
I'm so ashamed at my Congress and my president for supporting the violence that's going on against the people of Gaza right now. That's on the level of genocide and ethnic cleansing.
We're here while people are being slaughtered in Gaza and Palestine. Babies are being slaughtered and massacred. These people are coming here to make money over the interests of the people. So today we're coming here to say people's over profit.
Now, it's worth noting that hundreds of homeless people were cleared out of downtown San Francisco in the lead up to the summit that's taking place. They made a point of making sure there weren't
aren't crowds of homeless people in the downtown area like there usually are. Now there are thousands of people here looking to express their political opinion. A lot of people that want the U.S.-China relationship to improve. Some others who don't are associated with different anti-China political and religious trends. A lot of different voices here, people speaking up about Gaza. We saw immigrant protesters, environmental and climate change activists. So it's a variety of different forces here, but everyone is kind of reacting to the meeting that just happened. The idea that Biden and Xi Jinping did have a meeting, and apparently, though progress was made, Biden couldn't help but open his mouth and say something quite negative and quite undiplomatic to the Chinese leader.
So I'm here in San Francisco outside of the meeting, the Asia-Pacific Economic Council, and I just heard the news that Biden called Xi Jinping a dictator during their meeting. Well, I got to tell you, that's rich coming from Joe Biden. How many people who have opposed Joe Biden, whether it's January 6th protesters or others, are sitting in jail right now? We all know the only reason that Joe Biden won the election is because he had the FBI suppress the Hunter Biden laptop story and basically rig the elections for him. He has indicted the African People's Socialist Party and the Uhuru movement. He's trying to put them in jail as Russian agents because they disagreed with his Ukraine policy. Joe Biden is working with the FBI to rig Twitter and decide what news stories we're allowed to hear and what stories we're not allowed to hear. And this is absolutely rich for Joe Biden to call Xi Jinping a dictator when the whole world knows the American people hate him, they're angry with him, they're tired of their rights being taken away, and that he is a dictator. Here in front of the Asia-Pacific Economic Cooperation Summit, as you can see here, we've got crowds of supporters of the President of Mexico, Andrés Manuel López Obrador. Now, AMLO is a very interesting political figure. He kind of rose to prominence in Mexico in the aftermath of a teachers' strike that kind of exploded into a rebellion in Oaxaca in 2006. And he was a leader who sympathized with labor unions, was kind of a populist. And it appears the Mexican elections were stolen from him, not just once, but twice, because he was associated with progressive labor struggles and community organizers and socialism. He was seen as kind of sympathetic to Hugo Chavez in Venezuela and Evo Morales in Bolivia. He was able to finally win the presidency as a result of Donald Trump. When Donald Trump came into office, and there was a lot of animosity then between Mexico and the United States, that created an opening where the forces that had generally prevented AMLO from taking office in the past were not as motivated to cooperate with the United States, and that created an opening. And then he leads a coalition in Mexico. It's called Morena. A lot of different political parties involved. There's centrist parties, liberal parties, but one of the parties that's part of the Morena coalition is actually called the PT, or the Workers' Party of Mexico, and it is a socialist, anti-imperialist, revolutionary party that's got a good relationship with North Korea and such. And he's actually been very much in favor of better relations between Mexico and China, Mexico and Russia. He's been in favor of building infrastructure, building new airports, building schools, kind of dealing with the drug crisis in Mexico in a way that could actually resolve it and bring peace rather than just having an endless flow of U.S. weapons. So, overall, I think that AMLO, as a leader in Mexico, is doing a pretty good job. He's the leader of a coalition government. There are socialists and communists in that coalition, but they are not the only factor. And he's trying to lead Mexico in a more independent direction. I think that's pretty admirable. So it finally happened. With a lot of fanfare and anticipation, Biden finally met with Xi Jinping. Some key agreements were reached, so we can all go home happy. Call it a victory for world peace. Well, not without Joe Biden opening his mouth.
And Mr. President, after today, would you still refer to President Xi as a dictator? This is a term that we used earlier this year.
Well, look, he is. I mean, he's a dictator in the sense that he is a guy who runs a country that is a communist country that's based on a form of government totally different than ours.
Such rhetoric is extremely wrong and irresponsible political manipulation. China firmly opposes this.
Now, that's not the only aspect of the meeting that didn't really measure up.
Biden heard a lot from Xi about the issue of Taiwan. Taiwan is pretty vital for China if things are going to improve between the United States and Beijing. However, what was said to Biden about the issue of the island of Taiwan seems to have gone in one ear and out the other.
With the Taiwan Relations Act, we are committed to doing what's necessary to help Taiwan acquire the means to defend itself. I don't think that anything that both leaders discussed today would cause that to move in a different direction.
A month before the talks, the USA published a document fear-mongering about China's nuclear arsenal.
The size and composition of the nuclear force must account for the possibility of combined aggression from Russia and China. US strategy should no longer treat China's nuclear forces as a lesser included threat. The United States needs a nuclear posture capable of simultaneously deterring both countries.
The findings of this bipartisan report detail the gravity of the situation we face and emphasize that the current trajectory of the U.S. strategic forces is insufficient to deter the looming Chinese and Russian threat. The report is also a stark reminder of the significant work needed to expand our nuclear submarine industrial base to increase production and reduce repair time. The details of this report should serve as a wake-up call for our armed forces and the national security community as a whole.
So what has been accomplished? Well, the Chinese military and the U.S. military are now directly talking to each other, and that's pretty important with both countries having a lot of forces in the Pacific Ocean. And there's been an agreement for dialogue around the issue of drugs. But other than that, some of China's key red lines seem to be getting ignored. So Biden took a rather undiplomatic swipe at the foreign leader while he was in town. Meanwhile, conservatives are still pounding the podium, calling Biden soft on China and blaming China for all of America's woes. So what has really been accomplished here at APEC? Well, only time will tell. Caleb Maupin, RT, San Francisco. Sometimes in life you need a push. Sometimes people have to come along and get you out of your comfort zone. Sometimes they have to shake you awake. It's something that has to happen sometimes. Now, you can argue about different ways it might happen, but sometimes you have to get people out of their comfort zone to get them to do what needs to be done. Those two guys certainly knew that. I want to take time in this presentation to point out something that perhaps isn't the most scientific Marxist thing ever to say, but women are better than men, okay? And we don't believe in biological determinism. We don't believe in the inherent superiority of any genders and sexes, but women are better than men. Women are better organizers than men, okay? Let's be real. We men, we like to get up here and give speeches, and we're always competing with the other guys, but women know how to hold groups together. They know how to get stuff done. But women are so much better than men. Men have problems. We do, okay? And especially now, it's a very hard time to be a young man. We talk, obviously the oppression of women, sexual assault and battery and all the things that women go through, doesn't compare. But this is a hard time to be a young man also. And, I see so many young men out there, and it's like every day they feel like they're on trial, right? And they're desperate to prove themselves because there's so much judgment poured on young men right now. Why don't you have a good paying job, that pays for everything? Why aren't you married? Why don't you have a house? So many young men, they've been told all their life that they have all this obligation. And then the society around them is crumbling and they don't find a place in it. And I meet so many young men, and we are an overwhelmingly male organization. We are. There's no way to deny that. Look at this room, We are an overwhelmingly male organization, and I love all the men here. And I want all the men here to know that you're not on trial in CPI. No one's judging you. No one is judging you here in this organization. We're happy to have you here, and we love you. We love you, and we support you, and we want you to make the best contribution you can ever make, and we want to empower you to make that contribution. That's what we want to do. And I say that because I want you to let your guard down. I want you to just let your guard down and give yourself to this, because it's hard. In a world where everyone seems to be attacking you, where no one seems to ever give you a break, where everyone seems to be judging you and rating you, I want you to take a deep breath and say, this is the group I'm in, I'm committed to it. I want you to go all in, and I want you to let your guard down, and I want you to do your best. And it's hard. It's hard to trust in these kinds of times. Social media is so good at making everyone terrified of everyone else. Everyone's afraid. Everyone feels like they're being judged and put on trial every single minute. I want CPI to be a place where people don't feel like that's the case. I want CPI to be a place where people feel like they are free to be who they are and they can let their guard down, because it's hard. It is so hard in these times. So absolutely hard. And I'll say this. I know why Maduro is still in power. You know, it was this country. Maduro was the leader of Venezuela, and the United States, especially right after Chavez died, they did everything to take Maduro out of power. I know why Maduro is still in power. I know why the United Socialist Party hasn't been defeated. Because when I went to Venezuela in 2015, when the opposition in Venezuela had a sweep and won the elections, after that election, they took us to a commune in central Caracas. And in central Caracas, we sat down with a woman, 21 years old, was wearing army pants, and I can guarantee you she knew her way around an AK-47. I can guarantee you that. And she said to us, they will never come back. And she told us her life story. She'd been a homeless young woman on the streets of Caracas, didn't even speak Spanish, only spoke indigenous languages. She'd been an orphan, and there was a priest who was a socialist, a liberation theology priest, who took her in. And she grew up in an orphanage run by this liberation theology priest. And Hugo Chavez was the president, and they watched him on TV, and he taught them about Marxism, and he read them what is to be done on television. And she learned about socialism and revolution. And she told me, she said, I'm a communist, but I'm also a Christian. And she said, I believe God put me on this earth to die for communism. And that is what I intend to do. They will never come back. That's what she told me. And I also know why the Islamic Republic of Iran is not going to fail. Because I've been there, and I had the opportunity of being one of the only Americans, or not one of the only, but one of the few Americans to ever be in the presence of Iran's supreme leader, which is quite an experience. It was the supreme leader of Iran. He speaks every year on the anniversary of the death of Imam Khomeini, the founder of the Islamic Republic. And I was in this auditorium with 20,000 people, and he walks out, and he can only use one of his arms because of a bombing, and he puts his arm up, and that room just goes crazy. They just go crazy, crying and screaming, and the men extend their hands, and they say, the blood in my vessels belongs to the supreme leader. The blood in my vessels belongs to the supreme leader. And, when I was in downtown Tehran and going to these conferences, I was talking to people who work in media in Iran. I was talking to wealthier folks who support the revolution. But when I was in that auditorium, in that mausoleum of Khomeini with 20,000 other people, I was talking to the working class of Iran. I was talking to people who wouldn't have running water and electricity if it weren't for the Islamic Revolution. That's who I was talking about. And there's a reason they were screaming in adoration for Khamenei, the supreme leader, because he was the one who could stand for them against the rich and powerful. He was their champion, to stand with the oppressed. That's what they talk about. It's part of the Shia revolutionary tradition. And that was real politics. That wasn't leftism. That wasn't LARPing. That wasn't internet debating. That was real politics, that auditorium of 20,000 people. And in that speech, I was standing there. I was wearing my suit, no ties, because in Iran you don't wear a tie, but I was wearing a suit, and I'm standing there with a lot of Chinese diplomats and diplomats from African countries. And we're standing there, and he's making different remarks about different things. And at the time that I was there, in Iran, there was a controversy about whether or not to call America the Great Satan. And some people were saying, well, maybe we should stop calling America the Great Satan. And I was standing there as the only American in an auditorium of 20,000 people where the supreme leader stated his position on the issue. And he said, even though we signed a nuclear deal with the United States, we do consider America to be the Great Satan. But we don't consider the American people to be the Great Satan. We mean the system of imperialism, the system of war and death and destruction. That's what we consider to be the Great Satan. And we will never compromise on that. And though we may negotiate, we will never surrender to the Great Satan. And then I was the only American in an auditorium of 20,000 people who began chanting, "Death to America," and pumping their fists like this, "Death to America, death to America." And tears rolled down my face. And it is an experience I will never forget for the rest of my life. To stand there. And I said death to America, burned American flags as a leftist before. But in that moment, everything meant something different to me because I was with those people. I was with them against the US imperialists. But I also knew that so many of the American people would have something to gain from destroying not America as we know it, but the America of the bankers and the billionaires and the war hawks and the monopolists. And there's millions of Americans who would be in that room with me if they knew the truth. If they knew the truth, they'd be in that room with me. And that we have a responsibility to take this seriously. We have a responsibility to try and communicate this in a way that'll win people over. We have a responsibility to not burn the American flag, but to wave the American flag. We have a responsibility to not advocate death, destruction, and chaos, but a 4-point economic plan that would improve people's lives. This isn't a game. This isn't a joke. This is serious. And it is our job to do the best that we can do here in the center of the empire, to get working people to understand who their real enemy is and why imperialism is the enemy of all humanity. That is what our responsibility is. It's not a joke. And I couldn't unsee what I saw in that room. And that was the beginning of my trip out of the Workers' World Party. The day I walked out of that room was the day I was beginning to leave the Workers' World Party, because I couldn't unlearn it. And then when I went back to the United States and went to leftist protests, something was off. I felt sick to my stomach. I was frustrated. I was like, guys, people are losing their homes and jobs in Ohio. This is not a joke. Can we mature? Can we take this seriously? It's not about doing what's trendy and hip. It's about actually trying to win. And I saw that something was off. And then Donald Trump ran for president. And I saw Donald Trump saying a lot of things that I agreed with about the wars and about the elite. And I saw a left that didn't want to engage with these people. They're all racist. They're all, and just dismissed. Basket of deplorables, like Hillary Clinton said. And I said, we got to do something about this. CPI is a result. CPI is a result of my revelations internationally and my understanding and my frustration and my desire to take this seriously. And that's why CPI is still here. And that's why I will continue to do this. I will say, I won't say who, but I got multiple messages that really all traced back to one particular leftist personality who said to me, Caleb, you should stop organizing. You should stop organizing. Just be a social media commentator. And I heard that and I said, I don't know what that means. And I said to the person, honestly, I don't know what that means. For me, being a communist is about building an organization. It is about building a group. It is about getting things done. If I was just a writer or just a speaker or just a commentator on the internet, maybe I'd comment on science fiction novels. Maybe I'd comment on basketball or football. But if I'm talking about communism, I'm doing it because I want to change the world. I'm doing it because I want to build an organization. I read the literature I read communist literature, William Z. Foster, Gus Hall. It's all about building an organization. It's not about, getting points on social media. It's not about having the best edgy take that everyone retweets. It's about actually building an organization. That is the point. Karl Marx said that philosophers have long sought to analyze the world. The point, however, is to change it.
To invest in North Korea. And the reason he wants to invest in North Korea is because when North Korea gets out of the situation it's in, when they get back in the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty, it's going to be a bonanza. It's going to be an explosion of economic growth. Because North Korea, because of the sanctions, is already making its own cell phones in-house. They have to make their own cell phones. They can't import cell phone technology, so they make their own cell phones in North Korea. And those mountains in North Korea are full of minerals that 10 or 20 years ago were worthless, but are now very valuable because of the computers and computer chips and smartphones. In addition to that, most people in North Korea can speak more than one language. It's a very educated country. And there is billions of dollars to be made when North Korea opens up. And I think the reason that Donald Trump went to North Korea, and I think the reason Jim Rogers is so excited, is because they're hoping that when North Korea opens up, it's not just Russian companies and Chinese companies that make some of that money. They're hoping that some American companies get in on that. Some American companies can make money in the process. And I think they're right. I think it's just downright foolish to not have American companies get in on it. But I want to talk about something that happened recently that I saw, and it just disappoints you, because there are forces that are just so determined to keep Korea from being reunified. I don't know if folks saw, but there was a 10 or 11-year-old girl in North Korea. She went by Yumi, and she started a YouTube channel. And this YouTube channel, I learned about it from CNN.
because CNN ran an article about how scandalous it was. North Korean propaganda YouTube channel started by a 10-year-old girl. And they ran this scandalous piece about it. Well, I watched the channel. One of the videos is about her favorite popsicles, the popsicles she likes to eat. There's another video of her going fishing with her grandpa. There's another video of her going to the water park that she and her friends all like to go to. And CNN was like outraged. How dare YouTube allow this channel to exist? And they eventually took her YouTube channel down. And they took the YouTube channel down, and the reason that they gave for taking it down is they said that her YouTube channel had a, quote, positive bias toward North Korea. And I'm looking at this, and I'm like, what was she supposed to do? Make a YouTube video about my country sucks? You know, I mean, it's like, this is ridiculous. And then some people say to me, well, Caleb, they're trying to say that North Korea is a paradise. They're trying to say North Korea is a paradise. That's propaganda. No, they're not trying to say North Korea is a paradise. What she's saying is that if there's a war, we're people too. That's what they're saying. And she's saying it's not just a 24/7 military parade like we see in American television. Every time they show North Korea on TV, what do you see? I say countdown. I say North Korea, and then two to 3 seconds later, you see a bunch of guys marching around like this, right? We think North Korea is just a 24/7 military parade. But there's real fathers there, there's real daughters there, there's real mothers, there's brothers, there's sisters, there's children, there's families. And if there's a war, real people are going to die. And that's what her YouTube channel was trying to say, and we need messages like that on YouTube. Having young people from North Korea making YouTube videos about their life, and having them exchange and share with people from the United States, that's the road to peace. The road to peace is through trade. The road to peace is through development. This is not just true for the Korean Peninsula, it's true for the entire world. When people have jobs, when people have health care, when people have education, they're a lot less likely to join drug gangs. They're a lot less likely to join terrorist groups. When people have something to live for, when they're able to see their children have a better life than they had. And that so much of the way we were taught about North Korea in the United States is extremely biased. So I wanted to end my remarks for tonight by quoting from Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. And Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., he was the great civil rights leader in the United States. And shortly before he died, he gave a speech at Riverside Church in New York City, opposing the Vietnam War. And if you have an opportunity to go listen to or read the Beyond Vietnam speech of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., it's one of the most powerful and moving speeches, so much packed into one presentation. But in the speech, this is a quote from the speech. He said, "These are revolutionary times. All over the globe, men are revolting against old systems of exploitation and oppression. And out of the wounds of a frail world, new systems of justice and equality are being born. The shirtless and barefoot people of the land are rising up as never before. The people who sat in the darkness have seen great light. And we in the West must support these revolutions." That was Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. And I think if he was alive today, he would say the exact same thing, because these are revolutionary times. The people who lived in darkness are seeing the light, and the shirtless and barefoot people of the world are coming together to see more justice and equality. And there are millions of people here in the United States that are very unhappy with the way things are going, and the fact that we spend so much money on militarism, while 27 different states in this country are unpaving the roads. I don't know if you know this, but in 27 different states, you have municipalities that can't afford to maintain paved roads. And so there's actually a machine called a reclaimer that pulls up the asphalt and pulverizes it. And where you used to have a paved road, you have a dirt road. Now, I never pretended to be a Nobel Prize winning economist, but if we're going from paved roads to dirt roads, we have a pretty big problem in our economy, I think. And at this time, I think a lot of Americans are wondering why our government is so committed to sending weapons all over the world, and yet it lets this country fall apart. Now, who here is part of CARP? Woo! CARP is well represented in this room. I want to tell you, you guys, CARP is awesome. And the reason that CARP is awesome is they are on the college campuses here in Los Angeles and other places every day talking to people. Going up to people and asking them questions, asking them what they believe about God, what they believe about the afterlife, engaging with people. And they're out there asking them tough questions, getting people to think. And if we're going to build a movement for the peaceful reunification of the Korean Peninsula, we've got to get some of that CARP energy behind us. I'm serious. It can't be an online movement. It can't be a retweet movement. It's got to be an in-the-streets movement. And we've got to find people who are looking for answers, people who want to learn the other side of the story. We've got to engage with them. And sometimes that's uncomfortable. And sometimes that's awkward. But it must be done. It must be done. So I want to thank everybody for the invitation. And I guess I will conclude my remarks here. So thank you very much.
Well, I'm in New York City near Times Square, and I noticed that there's all this confusion about what woke means. So I thought I would just take a few minutes to explain what wokeism and woke actually means. Now, we know the word and the term woke goes back to the black community. There was use of it during the 1970s and even earlier than that. But that's not what the word means any longer. It's taken on a new meaning. And basically, when I talk about wokeism, and when people in the United States in general talk about wokeism, what they're referring to is a cultural and political movement that is a complete distortion of leftist politics. It is a hijacking of left-wing aesthetics to serve the ultra-rich. Essentially, during the Cold War, there was something created by the U.S. Central Intelligence Agency. It was called the Congress for Cultural Freedom. And it was about hijacking left-wing aesthetics and manipulating them and using them against the Soviet Union. They wanted to take the feelings of rebellion, the feelings of anger at the status quo and the ruling elite that communists generally used, and they wanted to hijack them to serve U.S. intelligence and to serve the interests of American capitalism. And the culmination of that, what was started with the Congress for Cultural Freedom, with Partisan Review magazine, and a lot of the different operations, they funded the work of Theodore Adorno and others. The culmination of it was the color revolutions, where George Soros, a Hungarian billionaire, was used to essentially fine-tune the art of overthrowing governments that the United States didn't like, staging uprisings against governments that the United States didn't like. They brought down the various Marxist-Leninist governments of the former Soviet Union. They brought down various governments around the world by staging, with manipulation of media, staging protests to overthrow governments. Basically, socialism has always been a movement of the working class struggling to seize control of the banks and the factories and the industries and organize the economy to serve public good. Wokeism is simply tapping into people's desire to harm other people, people's desire to rebel, people's desire to push back against authority, people's desire to punish people they perceive as having more privilege or power than them. And wokeism is stripping the economics and politics away from leftism and reducing leftism to simply the libidinal sexual release, the drive of rage and anger, the rage of children against their parents, the rage of people against authority, the inner sex drive, which is connected with rage. It is a psychological manipulation that strips left-wing politics of its economics, of its understanding of capitalism and imperialism, and reduces it simply to the release of impulses. It is the sexualization and pornographication of politics, and it's being used now by the ultra-rich. The richest and most powerful people are trying to save capitalism by grinding the world into poverty. And so they've created this psychological manipulation, this hijacking of left-wing aesthetics to serve their own ends. And basically that's what wokeism is. Wokeism has nothing to do with socialism. Socialism, Marxism, communism, these are movements of working people striving to build a world where there is not instability, but there is order.
They're striving to build a society where the means of production function to serve the public, where people are lifted out of poverty, where wealth can be created, where people can live in prosperity. Wokeism seeks to create chaos, death, and destruction in order to save capitalism. And now we're going to bring up another tremendous member of CPI, which is Penny, who's come all the way from Minnesota. And Penny, I guess your latest claim to fame is you confronted Ilhan Omar.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that's a great video. She gave who's Ilhan Omar a fright, so there you go.
Yeah, well, I live in Ilhan's district, and I confronted her many times about the Ukraine war, and she wouldn't answer me, and so finally I got fed up, and I just got up there. Let her have it, and I lasted 45 seconds either way. But so I'm going to give you a little context to who I am and what I've been through, and this poem that I wrote, where it's coming from. I grew up in the faith community, many different flavors, all the way to the prosperity gospel, all the way out to Colorado, to join a Bible college, to heal my marriage and heal my mom, and they said, go back home. So these last 4 years has just been a really, really soul-searching journey into the faith community and my own beliefs. Having grown up believing in Zionism, not knowing what it really meant, and seeing the faith of the Palestinians, and when they're going through hard times, they're like, God is great and God's will be done. I'm like, they just say Allah, we say God. I don't get it. And the whole abortion thing, abortion is murder, and you're going to hell if you have an abortion. And these same family members and preachers that are preaching why abortion is murder, like, yeah, Israel has a right to defend itself. What about all these babies, right? Yeah. You know, and it's just like, I just can't. And so, like, I respect you. As I was asking you, how do you say your name?
Like a warm meal. Milhan.
Milhan, Pastor Milhan. I was asking him, what's your job? Let's forget faith. What's your job? He was him a matchmaker, and we incorporate faith into that, and we nurture the relationship. I'm like, okay, I can handle that. So you know, the Bible talks about you'll know them by their fruits. And Jesus said, you know, whatever you've done to the least of these, you've done to me. And so I wrote a poem sharing my emotion and my observations of some people in certain faith communities. And this can be taken for anyone. So I'm going to share it with you, and you can take it for face value, if it hits a chord with you, or if it hits a chord with someone that you disagree with. It's called What Good is Thy Great Faith? You wave your holy book and promise blessings to the poor. You sing your holy hymns and beat the drums for holy war. Talking heads, lies repeat, newborn babies are burned alive. Holy land laid to waste by the bombs your senators provide. Live your best life, you preach, to the child who has no father. Lord, do provide, you pray, using boys as cannon fodder. 10 times a day you pray and dance before the golden calf. Houthi men in sandals, defying your empires still stained. Carteles you extol, whose poison pills bring war and blight. Mexico sends their best, building cities and fighting fires. Russia you deride for breaking imperial fate, from Sahel to Ukraine bears the fruit of her sacred faith. The Chinese you despise, who built bridges and trains high speed, great green wall in solar fields, bring harmony for families. Raided by FBI, Uhuru solidarity, skilled hands, sharp minds, defend your sacred right to freely speak. What good is thy great faith? What wonders has Mammon wrought? Skilled hands, sharp minds, built with pride, your holy halls. What good is thy great faith when families in despair are caught? Skilled hands, sharp minds, build a bridge for peace, not a border wall.
Thank you very much, Penny. And you're very heartfelt, and it's great to have you here. Thanks for coming.
Good job, Penny.
So as you can see, we're here in New York City's Times Square, and behind me there are thousands of people that have amassed to support the Palestinians and to denounce Israel and U.S. aid to Israel. Now, the crowd is quite fired up. It's important to note that there has been quite a bit of hostility toward Palestine protesters in New York City as of late. There has been calls for outlawing these protests, saying that they are supporting terrorism, saying that they are intimidation and threats against the local Jewish community. But this call and this outrage from U.S. officials and local politicians about these rallies has not stopped these people from turning out. There are thousands of people here, many of them highlighting U.S. support for Israel, many of them warning of a pending attack or the attacks that have already begun against Gaza, claiming that this will be the U.S. government being complicit in genocide against the Palestinians. Quite a fired up crowd we've got here in Times Square.
Occupy the land of Palestine, and all this terrible killing that's happening now in Gaza has to end. The solution is peaceful dismantlement of the entire occupation of Palestine, so we can once again live in peace in Palestine like we did before the creation of the State of Israel. It's forbidden for Jews to occupy, to kill, to steal, and to have even our own sovereign state. And once again, we are here with the Palestinians to make their voices heard around the world, to call to an end of this, what Israel is calling to wipe Gaza off the face of man, which is heartbreaking for us, especially because Israel is doing it in the name of a real Jewish religion. So people of the world must know that all of this runs contrary to Judaism.
The important thing to remember about these rallies is that they could soon be illegal. They are outlawing pro-Palestine protests all over the world. Palestine flags have been outlawed in Germany and in France and in Britain. People have been arrested for waving pro-Palestinian flags. They are calling it hate speech, the same kind of cancel culture that liberals generally use to silence conservatives is now being used against the pro-Palestine left, and they are outlawing the displaying of Palestinian flags. It's a particularly outrageous thing. Now, here in New York City, there have been pro-Palestine rallies, and they've been widely demonized. There's been a lot of hate for the pro-Palestine rallies, but they haven't outlawed them yet. The USA and its constitutional guarantee of free speech seems to be prevailing, for the moment at least, but there is widespread denouncing of these protests. As you can see behind me, no one's intimidated by it, but the Democratic Socialists of America has apologized for protesting in support of Palestine. There's been a huge campaign of condemnation piled on to pro-Palestine protests. On one hand, I'm very happy to see lots of people out in the streets supporting the Palestinians, standing up against the barrage of pro-Israeli propaganda from the media. I'm happy to see that. But when I look at these rallies, I gotta say that imagine that if there was a sea of American flags alongside the Palestinian flags, and there were all kinds of signs about how our money as American taxpayers is not going to pay for the schools and the hospitals and the jobs and the healthcare that we need, but instead is going to fund Israel And imagine that we were building a united front with the broad masses of Americans to oppose the big monopolists and corporations that back Israel and have gotten us into these ugly wars. And unfortunately, the left, the communist groups, they have this problem that they have contempt for average Americans. They think average Americans are the enemy. They don't want to win over average Americans. Instead, their perspective is that they want to be the others. They want to be in opposition to the society they live in. That's not a winning formula. So on the one hand, I'm happy to see all these people in the streets for Palestine. On the other hand, I wish that we could build a real mass working class movement among the American people to oppose war and to stand with the people of the world against imperialism as our country is falling apart. That's kind of my thoughts in reaction to the rally today.
Represent what the American people want. All the polls show that the American people don't want a new war. The American people are sick and tired of our money being wasted on bombs and weapons and destruction, provoking a war with China, provoking a war with Russia, while our trains are derailing, people in the United States are suffering, our water's not being purified, our railroads are falling apart, our power grids are falling apart, and yet we pour more and more weapons and money into some stupid confrontation with China. China is not our enemy. Wall Street bankers are our enemy. No more provocations against China. China is not our enemy. 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 Get out of our country. Stop trying to sell war in our country. Stop trying to sell war in our country. We don't want a new war with China. We love America and we don't want a new war with China. China is not our enemy. Stop trying to sell war. Get out of our country. Stop trying to sell war. China is not our enemy. I'm a patriotic American. I love my country and I don't want World War III. Bad things have happened in socialist countries. Bad things have happened in capitalist countries. But blaming every bad thing in the Soviet Union on socialism, and then whenever it happens in capitalism, saying, "Oh, but it happened because of there's a bad leader or something like that." Well, no, I just, the way that these things are discussed, I don't know any person who would deny that these bad things have happened. You know, maybe they would disagree about the details about some of them, but I'm not here to do that. But I don't know anyone who would deny that these things have happened. But the notion that it's always because of socialism, if it happens in a socialist country, and if it happens under capitalism, well, it's because, it's not true capitalism. Or, you've had these arguments, right? Problems in capitalism.
Yeah, but like
the
difference isn't like
every death in the Soviet Union from the time of 1917 to 1991 was purely caused by Stalin and communism. That narrative is inconsistent.
The difference is we have to be a little bit more honest when we look at why certain people die or why certain things happen under economic systems. So in the United States, when somebody goes to the hospital and they can't afford to get some test to screen for cancer and then they later die of it because they didn't catch it early enough, this is a failure of capitalism. We have the resources. They're literally right there and the person can't access it. Okay? That is 100% a failure of capitalism. When you have a people who are told to stop farming and then food isn't rationed to them and all of their crops are requisitioned by the central government as a part of central planning, and then those people starve, 3.5 to 7.5 million of them, that is a failure of central planning, of socialism or communism. Do you agree, or do you think that these two things are fundamentally different?
I would agree. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. But I would also agree that when Soviet agriculture was mechanized and got tractors and industrialized, and its successes were also a success of central planning. But yeah, when it failed and when it had problems, that was a failure of central planning. I know many people are critical of the agricultural policies in the 1920s during the new economic policy. the Soviet government was pushing peasant enrich yourself and was promoting private farming. Then later, they rapidly collectivized, very, very rapidly, and promoted collective farming. And it was a zigzag that was very dramatic. And I've heard very strong criticisms of that. I'm not an expert. I'm not a Soviet historian.
If you want to take credit for stuff like that, sure. If that's how we're going to play that like the development of that country, like then I'm going to say that all of that agricultural development that took place in the USSR, that was actually a success of capitalism because the tractor was invented in America in the late 1800s. So actually, all the tractors that the USSR.
I read to you earlier about how the Soviet Union was producing more tractors than the United States at that point in their state-run factories. So
sure, but it was off of a U.S. invention. Off of a capitalist country's invention.
Okay, okay. So now, if a system invents something, that's an argument in its favor. Where was the first cell phone invented?
I don't know. Let's check.
1957 in the Soviet Union.
Using like satellite technology and everything that we have today.
No, the first mobile phone ever created was in 1957 by Soviet engineer Leonid Ivanovich Kaprianovich.
So so I could be wrong here, but
Who invented the AK-47 rifle, the most efficient weapon, and the most efficient gun, I should say, right?
It's efficient. It's not about killing people. There's a reason why we don't use AK-47s today.
Yeah, because the M16s break, and then we can sell more. It's the military-industrial complex. The AK-47 is a much more efficient weapon.
Well, because the caliber is more lethal as well. 5.56 is superior to the 7.62, the battle rifle rounds or whatever.
They break. They're not durable. You can run over an AK with a tank and it still works. And
I don't think that most rifles need to be field tested to be ran over by tanks.
Let's not get caught up in the gun debate because this can go too many different ways.
Okay.
Yeah, like we could argue like about
Like the Soviet Union even had a home computer system in 1985. Now the USA already had a home computer system, but they developed their own without technology, with a treaty, the NATO treaty, barring them from getting any technology from the West. I mean, the notion that central planning economies can't create inventions, can't advance technology is false.
Yeah, I mean, I don't necessarily disagree with that. I think that these types of innovations can come from a lot of different places, sure. It's very strange how we decide like what we take credit for versus what we give, like what we don't take credit for. I don't know. It just feels all over the place to me.
Atrocities here.
Okay. I have to get a super chat question in here unless you guys want to keep going back and forth on that. So this is for Destiny.
Also, wait, real quick, just on the
go ahead.
Part of that. Apparently, in 1949, AT&T was the first company to commercialize like mobile telephone services. I don't know, like where the idea, who in the USSR did they do this earlier, or?
I've seen it cited many places that in 1957, the Soviet engineer Leonid Ivanovich Kaprianovich invented the first mobile phone. I've seen that many places. You're disputing that. I mean, I can see it disputed. It's been disputed. I mean, okay.
Okay.
Yeah. But that goes, we're always told that under socialism, no one ever invents anything because the only reason people invent things is because of capitalism and all of that. And I think that spits in the face of that. And there's many Soviet inventions. I believe LED lights were also invented in the Soviet Union.
Okay.
Okay,
Destiny, anything?
Let's do the super chat question.
Yeah.
We've been going almost 2 hours now, so I think I got to wrap.
The Western monopolies and their entire selling point. The only way the Islamic Revolution in Iran is able to stay in power, the only way the Bolivarians are able to stay in power, the only way the Chinese communists are able to stay in power, the only way Putin and the Russian government are able to stay in power is by creating economic growth. They are obsessed with economic growth, and they have whole rooms where they sit and plan all day. How can we get the economy to grow? They are pro-growth governments. And we need such a government here in the United States. And the way to get that is to build an anti-monopoly coalition. It is only the big monopolies that want to degrow. They want the heavy-handed state that will degrow. And a lot of the people who oppose the big monopolies, they believe in deregulation and austerity. Well, they're delusional. That's not going to create economic growth. What we need is a government of action, a pro-growth, pro-humanity government. A government of action is a government that is opposed to the big monopolies, opposed to the imperialists, and organizes a block of different people from different classes, including some capitalists and corporations, small business owners, but the working class, the labor unions, etc., and organizes them to have a pro-growth state, a government of action, a government that is pro-economic growth, that will break the power of the big monopolies and ensure economic growth. That is what we need. And
that is why we are innovationists, is that we want to unleash growth and innovation, but we know you need a government of action to do it. And that obviously the degrowth government, the Malthusian climate change liberal government isn't going to do it, but getting the government out of the economy and just having the government sit back and firing all the government employees, that's not going to do it either. Ultimately, we call for a government of action, a government that will get things done in order to ensure economic growth. So when we have our slogan, we need a government of action to fight for working families, what we're saying is we want a government that comes into power, breaks the power of the big monopolies, and uses the state, control of the banking sector, control of natural resources, and uses state control to stimulate innovation and stimulate economic growth. That has a 5-year economic plan and will make it its mission to oversee and facilitate economic growth in alliance with the various anti-colonial governments that have emerged throughout the 20th century, in alliance with China, with Russia, with Cuba, with Iran, with Venezuela, etc. We need a government of action that will fight for working families, that will break the power of the big monopolies, that will inject wealth and credit and stimulation and invest in America so that America can expand. That's what a government of action is. And that's why we call for a government of action. Ultimately, a government of action is a repudiation of liberalism. Liberalism says that the only thing the government should do is ensure your rights, is make sure no one messes with your property, make sure no one tells you what to think or what to say. We argue differently. We say the state has an obligation to mobilize society and facilitate economic growth. The state should be trying to make you a better person. The state should be trying to make you smarter. The state should try to make you healthier. The state has an obligation to try and make human beings better and stimulate productivity and make sure humanity can soar to new heights. We should have a pro-growth, pro-humanity state, a government of action. And that's what we're calling for. So when we say we have a government of action, we want a government of action to fight for working families, we are calling for something that is the opposite of neoliberalism, and it's the opposite of Malthusianism. It is a pro-growth government. And ultimately, we want to build the anti-monopoly coalition that will bring that into being. So I hope this was informative, and I hope this was educational. Because we live in very, very confusing times. But ultimately, liberalism is at a dead end. The ideology of liberalism, it doesn't work anymore. And it's interesting because in Russia, Alexander Dugin, the Russian philosopher, he talks about what he calls the fourth political theory. He says that liberalism is the first political theory, and that communism was one attempt to deal with it. Fascism was another attempt to deal with it. And he argues that we're now entering, he says, what's rising around the world, in Russia, in China, in Iran, in Venezuela, that this new opposition, he calls it the fourth political theory, that is not purely communist or purely fascist. It's neither. It has elements of the left and the right, but it is against liberalism. And that's an observation that it's true. And the reason that, when I was in Venezuela and people told me to read Dugin, when I was in Iran, people told me to read Dugin, and when I actually read Dugin, I said, this guy knows what he's talking about, is that's true. And if you go to China, Mao Zedong and Confucius are everywhere. And the two guys were opposite of each other. Confucius was this traditionalist who was the father in a lot of ways of Chinese civilization. But he was a traditionalist. He believed in class society. He believed in patriarchy and filial piety and all this. Mao Zedong said it is right to rebel against reactionaries. But Mao and Confucius are both collectivists. They're not celebrating individuals. They're not liberals. And they're both part of China's unique identity that is in opposition to liberalism. And if you go to Russia, they admire the great czars, Ivan the Terrible, Catherine the Great, etc. But at the same time, they also admire Stalin, and they admire the Soviet Union and everything they did. Well, the Soviet Union, those are the people that overthrew the czars. But they both believed in something that is not Western and is not
liberal and is collectivist, right? The czars were fighting for the great Russian nation, feudalism, the Orthodox Church. Stalin was fighting for the international working class against imperialism, socialism, communism. Both of them are not liberalism, right? And that this is what is happening. And if you go to Latin America, if you go to Nicaragua, the government of Nicaragua, it's a Marxist government, a socialist government, but their slogan is Christianity, socialism, and solidarity. They have some of the strictest anti-abortion laws in the world, and indigenous religion is blossoming there. A lot of indigenous, groups are sponsored by the government, etc. A lot of Pentecostal Christians, but also a lot of communists and Marxists, and they all kind of walk hand in hand because they're not Western, right? And in Iran, they're the Islamic Revolution of Iran. They are very opposed to communism and Marxism, very religious and very conservative. But they say not capitalism, but Islam, and they view their revolution as part of, the wave of anti-colonial revolutions. They have pictures of Malcolm X everywhere. They have pictures they have a street named for Bobby Sands, the IRA fighter. They admire, all kinds of anti-colonial fighters throughout human history. They funded the IRA. They funded Nelson Mandela. And their revolution that is anti-colonial, but also deeply religious and Shia Muslim, is collectivist and not Western. And I'm telling you that this is the way the world is going. Liberalism, the Western ideology that celebrates individualism above all else, it did some good things. Freedom of speech is great. Freedom of religion is great. Freedom of association. I believe you should be able to live your life as you want to live it. And ultimately, I believe you should be able to start your own business if you want. And I think the state should facilitate you being creative and starting your own business. However, in order to do that, there needs to be economic growth. And the free market does not create economic growth. It has this built-in problem of abundance created by poverty. And in order to develop economic growth, in order to have freedom, in order to have freedom of association, in order